Who's the best AWPer of all time?
Simple.
Simple, yeah, simple. Yeah.
Simple.
Zayu?
Simple.
Simple.
Best opera when it comes to CSGO, CS and previous version, I think I will still put simple.
Simple. Best op of all time. Yeah, it's Zayu by now.
Simple.
I think it's Zayu.
Everyone say simple, and I cannot disagree with it, but I prefer the Vice.
Shiro?
Simple.
Zayu.
Simple, yeah.
I think Zayu is like good of like he's the goat of overall, but he doesn't play up as much as I would call him the goat. But simple as well. I would say Zayu.
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 I think simple or as simple.
Simple.
Simple. And device.
Zayu.
9-10.
Best AWPer of our time for me is simple. Simple really made it look magical so many moments, and also he was able to win so many titles and win so many individual awards as well. And it was just different to watch the guy play. So yeah, for me, simple.
Best AWPer of all time? Simple.
Will be Monesi.
Zayu for me.
Apex.
Apex.
I think I have two. I mean, either Apex or Kerrigan. So I will pick these two. Yeah. All time. Glaive.
Kerrigan?
All time, in my opinion, Glaive.
I think by now it's Apex.
Kerrigan. Kerrigan.
In a way, I want Kerrigan is up there for the longevity. Glaive is up there because he won a lot, but it was basically like what, 4 years, 3 years. So yeah, I think and Fallen coming back as well after so many years. Maybe some people put me up there as well. I don't know. I will still go for Kerrigan.
Glaive.
In terms of achievements, I can say like I can say it's Glaive. But in terms of consistency, I can like it's kind of hard to say because like it's between Apex and Kerrigan. It's for me it's hard to say, to be honest. Kerrigan, I would say.
Best IGL of all time? No, I think maybe it's between Kerrigan and Apex. I think Apex has won so many trophies this year, so maybe it's Apex.
But for me, it's Fallen. But maybe for all people, maybe now it's Apex. But for me, Fallen.
Apex.
In my honest opinion, it's at the moment it's Apex.
Okay, I will just say Zeus because he play all versions, yes.
Kerrigan. Fallen.
Kerrigan.
Apex.
Apex or Kerrigan, maybe.
IGL. Blitz.
For me, it's personally between Kerrigan and Glaive. You can take Glaive because of all the majors he won, but you can also take Kerrigan because he was able to do a lot with so many different lineups and in different games as well. Yeah, and maybe if I get some more wins, I can be up to discussion.
I will give 3 names. For me, it was Glaive before, and then it was Kerrigan, let's say, up until last year. But I think now Apex is catching up. I mean, not all full time, but Apex is catching up very fast.
Fallen.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals, titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. But maybe not like this. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans Now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
StarLadder Budapest Major, where your Counter-Strike dreams are both born and die, and only one team can lift that trophy. We're not there yet, though. Heading into that third stage, Chad Spudge-Burchell joining myself.
I was going to say we even have a graveyard. I wasn't doing like the
We do have that corner, though.
Doing like, hey,
dreams are dying.
Yeah,
hey.
It wasn't meant to be cheery. It was meant to be, yeah, you can actually lose, and then we watch your sadness.
Yeah, and it happens real quick, right? Like the way these the first couple of days function of every stage, you're probably growing accustomed to it. Now I know I am. But before we do get into it, I wanted to say a thank you to our sponsors, Blacklight, XPlay, and Monster for sponsoring this tournament, making all of these lights, cameras, and action happen. But yeah, let's dive into just how quickly things can run away, right? Like, what is it, stage 2, stage 3, and it's just like, oh, teams are being eliminated.
Yeah, the last two teams, last two matches that we have on this stream today will be elimination games, right? So there are some heavy hitters that will be going home early. I want to say fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side of the fence you stand upon. None of the stage 3 teams are up for elimination today. You can see the standings right here on your screen. Furia, Mouse, Spirit, and G2 going flawless on day number 1 in the best of ones. Falcons and Vitality will be covering both of those games here on the B stream to start the day, both with hiccups in their opening games. Falcons losing to Bay on Ancient, and Vitality losing to FaZe on Nuke. But they course corrected, right? They didn't start 0-2 down. So as far as the day is concerned, you get acclimatized with the environment and you go from there. The other 1-1 teams, the Mongols, Na'Vi, Bait, FaZe, Pain, and Imperial. And as mentioned, we will have those elimination games a little bit later. We'll get the best of ones out of the way first, and there'll be no more best of ones.
That's it.
And then maybe the next major won't have any best of ones at all.
That is how we celebrate. No more best of ones after this. Yeah, that's right.
That was our soundboard. We brought it from Malta for everybody, so just to bring you some of those vibes. Here is the Swiss bracket on screen. If you haven't been familiar with it, then you haven't been watching stage 1 or stage 2. But essentially, win 3 and you're through, lose 3 and you're out. And you can see how this all shakes up. So you get put in different buckets based on the amount of wins or losses you have attested to your name. And here are those matches I talked about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we can see on the right side of the screen what this broadcast will be bringing you, and over on the alternative, you'll be having those on the left. You've got FaZe Mongols, Pain Na'Vi, Mouse Spirit at 5 o'clock.
What's your game of the day?
Ooh, across all of them?
Across all of them.
You know, I think I'm actually really excited for Passion UA Liquid.
Really?
Coming up as our third one, just because there's so much, I love a bit of juice. I love a bit of tea.
Okay.
Whatever other liquids that talk about drama.
All right.
I think that's both of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, just so EliGE against his old boys, winner stays on.
North American cannibalization.
North American cannibalization. Yeah, they're going to kind of be eating each other in like a not so hot way.
No, I think that for me, it would be... it's either between the Mouse Spirit game. Obviously, there was the Cologne final.
That's easy. Name value, you win.
Yeah, but what about Furia versus G2? Because every time they've played this season, I think they played like 6 times. Every time they've played, right, the other teams won, right? So it's like G2 win, Furia.
Okay, so
then
who won the last one?
Furia. That was back in Chengdu.
G2 win?
So then if it continues, which would be crazy, I don't think I've ever seen that. But
We've got some stats for you now. I want to talk about these because they are brought to you by our sponsor, Scope GG, top enemy flashes. And I will say that James, despite all of his fantastic flash work, has had a really rough day in the office yesterday.
Yeah, tough one.
What's going on, man? It was a bit of a Paravision sim.
Well, they could have been Mouse, couldn't they?
Yeah.
That was an overtime game there on Inferno. I'm sorry, on Overpass to start the day. Excuse me, Inferno. That's what's in the background. Just to note on this graphic, if you're grayed out, it means you're eliminated from the tournament.
Yes.
That could be James later today. He might be getting grayed out. But 2 AWPers and 1 in-game leader in the mix. Not too surprising there. And Smoke Fragger. So I imagine this would be, it does says kills through smokes. And MPL's the highest still in the event. So we got him coming up first.
Yeah, okay, so Vitality, here's the strat. Don't throw smokes. Right?
Or stay away from them.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You could choose 2 options.
I'm just presenting.
Because they can throw their own smokes. So what do you do if they throw their own smoke?
And then he shoots you through his.
Exactly.
Genius.
It's like Glaive, reborn.
Genius.
Now a coach.
Glaive's a coach. Do we think that's going to be good? We can't really do a whole thing, but I'm interested.
I think that it's nice that Rain will be an in-game leader for the first time and Glaive will be a coach for the first time. So it means that Glaive will be an in-game leader out of the server and Rain will be learning.
Yes,
and they'll both be learning.
Mold each other.
Yeah, these vertical pillars of love.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So eating each other, vertical pillars of love. And moving swiftly on to Bait Vitality. That is our first game.
Playing versus
Bon
monsters.
chance, les gars. I don't know what
does that mean?
It means good luck something.
Well, that one says playing versus monsters.
Oh, like as in like the scary ones that live under your bed? Or
Vitality are pretty scary. Yeah. Obviously, this is the reigning major champions where they find themselves in a 1-1. The conversation, depending on which side of the fence that you want to be on, you can be on the Bait side or you can be on the Vitality side, is recovery for the favorites, right? Just getting through today, then putting yourself in the 2-1, then you have a couple of best of 3s to get through the playoffs. That's where the expectation is for Vitality. This is a team that's been in 14 consecutive top 4 placements.
Yeah, and I'm curious, will is there any sort of expectation that Vitality slip any deeper? Is this just par for the course where you come in as a favorite cold? You know, we talked about static friction yesterday, how just getting that engine started, you can get caught off by those teams that started 2 weeks ago.
Happened in the last major, and that's when they were on that massive undefeated run, right? They lost to Legacy, and they got beaten much worse than they did to by FaZe. So I think that it's par for the course. Obviously, Mouse didn't slip up, and Fury didn't slip up, nor did Spirit, nor did G2. It's not going to happen to everybody. It is going to happen to some teams, and it happened to Vitality.
Sure, okay, right. So we're just going to put it in that legacy category. Just the fact it was FaZe and it was so domination, like, just how do you categorize it because of who it was? Like, does that change your perception of FaZe moving on? Not so much Vitality? Is that how I'm reading it?
No, it doesn't.
It's just an anomaly.
It's a best of one.
Yeah.
It's their first match, right? In terms of FaZe, we know that they've been building into the tournament, and we know when they go up against teams that are a little bit more comparable, they can become even more threatening.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the game becomes, I want to say, simplified, even though it's more complex in terms of the options that they're expecting and the type of play. It's more routine of what Karrigan is used to. But we got bait on screen, and this is a team who, back in Austin, they went from stage 1 to stage 2. This time here in Budapest, they've made it all the way stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, continuing to turn heads. One of the notes that changed here is Alex obviously being the in-game, that he had a massive performance yesterday in one of their games to get them across the line. MPL, the star of the show. Kenzazor has been impressive, finally coming into his own. And I think versus 3D Max, we get to cover that on D2. He was just an absolute monster against 3D Max in the last stage.
So taking their version of the, the static friction of Falcons, Bait managed to pick up a win on Ancient in the best of one up against Falcons, who have got such high expectations that ascribed to them, understandably so. This is kind of the super team. This is this, Megazord that they've assembled of big names in Counter-Strike and said, play, lift trophies now. And with Kiyosuke's addition, of course, that only gets more. What with such a, a prodigious name.
Yeah, well, for Bait, they actually beat Falcons back in Austin in the best of one in the opening game on Ancient as well.
Oh, come on.
So it is surprising that it's happened again, because this is Falcons' best map. I think they were 13 on the trot on Ancient. It is without a doubt their best map. So I think they let out more of a cheer there in that one than they did when we saw them beat 3D Max.
Yeah, you're right.
You can tell just how much that one meant to win. Obviously, change was in that Falcons roster, so you thought maybe that would be the difference maker. Kiyosuke coming in, he's a major rookie this time round. But Bait have continued to impress, right? You can just go through the laundry list of teams that they've been able to be putting away, right? The Huns, Paravision, Legacy, Liquid, Fnatic, you've got 3D Max in there, and Falcons. So there's sure some losses. They played a lot of maps. I think it's 14 for them was probably on that graphic we had just before. But on the other side, as we're discussing with the way the majors work, when you're a top dog, when you're auto-birthed in by your VRS placement / ranking, you come in cold to stage 3, and it might bite you in the ass like it did for Vitality yesterday. I played 2 maps, both nuke.
Well, and talking about that nuke, that second nuke in particular, and you talk about coming in cold, 3D Max have kind of taken to social media this this idea that they were kind of caught out by the timings of the match start. They were like, oh, we had to get a cab, and then the shuttle was gone, and Pain were already there, and they're making, oh, not Pain, what am I saying? Was it Pain? Is that the first game? Maybe I've actually completely misread that.
They played Vitality in the second match.
Yeah, but the first match. Like, why?
I think they were regarding the second game, because you know how there's the gap between the matches?
That's what I figured. Okay, so regardless of what I just said, they were kind of saying, oh, we underperformed versus Vitality because we were kind of caught off guard, players weren't ready, blah, blah, blah. I imagine that there's some truth to that, but as someone that's played yourself, you do kind of just have to run with the punches in these kind of one best of ones. It's a bit of a grind.
I think if I'm going to take a bit more of a bird's eye stance on it, I've got an opinion that, yeah, you don't want it to be flustered. The angle that I would take of taking to social media about it,
probably
well, the same thing happened to FlyQuest when they played against 3D Max. They got slapped and they didn't post about it on social media. Now, obviously, it doesn't sound great coming out of my mouth because I'm Australian and people know that I support FlyQuest because I'm somewhat patriotic in that way. But
how dare you?
The same thing happened to them.
Okay.
They took the shuttle back after their game. They got to the hotel. The matches got drawn. They were in the opening round and they had to get in the shuttle and come straight back.
Oh, wow.
So
I mean, those are the kind of things that do affect results.
It affects the mental of the players too, because imagine you going back and you think, oh, I might be able to shower or go to the bathroom or get some deathmatch in or do something along that. Yeah, exactly. So look, I can sympathise with it, right? And I guess that it's something that nobody wants to happen. That is how it unfolded. But let's see how this one's going to unfold. We're throwing a Donna to hear about the pre-match.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm joined by MPL and Apex. They're going to face each other very soon in a best of one. And I want to ask you, MPL, because you have been here since day one, since stage 1, and you've been fighting, and you don't have the easiest path. First Falcons, Mouse, now Vitality. Are you getting stronger with every challenge we're giving you?
No, they're gonna destroy us. Kindergarten boys against mature boys,
Okay, Apex, what do you have to say to this? I mean, they beat Falcons, the star team.
No, I think they are showing progress since they're together. I watched them a lot on the stage 1 and even on last few tournaments. I think they have really good individuals, and they are playing well together. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We all know best of 1 is never easy. So yeah, it's going to be a fun game.
Okay, I hear a lot of respect out of you. No trash talk. Appreciate that, guys. May the best one win, and hope we will see an amazing match. Thank you so much.
Okay, Chadney, do you think NPL's playing some little mind games there? I mean, you go into the interview, you are the underdog, and you sit there and go, oh, they're going to stop us.
Well,
I feel like I'd rather be saying that than, yeah, I believe, and half-heartedly.
Well, he obviously had a bit of a smirk after making that comment, but yeah, I agree with you. I think going in with that angle and just be like, yeah, we're going to get slammed, right? That is what the community expects to happen right now. So if Vitality don't, he's turning the pressure up on them slightly, and then Apex, he can't come in and go, yeah, they're noobs, we're going to smash them. He has to go, yeah, we've got respect.
And then you lose the pistol in the first gun, and you're sitting there going, oh, what have I done?
Exactly, but we got the video on screen, and okay, we do end up on Inferno. Now, this has been played once by bait throughout the major. They played Paravision on it, and they won 13-11. This is a map that is a permanent piece in Vitality's map pool, so they're going to be comfortable here as well. Last time we saw them play it, they're actually losing it over in Hong Kong. So I think they're on 3 in a row loss streak on Inferno, but bait is a little bit different to the other teams that they have been facing. Let me just read that list off. Yeah, their last 3 losses on Inferno. Sorry, it's 2 losses. One was to Furia, one was to Falcons. Before that, it was a win against Tyloo and then another loss to Furia. So only losing to the best teams in the world at Vitality. That makes a whole lot of sense when you're making 14 consecutive top 4 runs over the course of 2025. But we're underway. Bait have opted to start on the CT side.
This is a very much a anti-B, an anti-car control setup, hoping that if they do go for this little late half-wall approach, there'll be dual Berettas, grenades, and everything you need to find the advantage.
I do like this setup out of Vitality being slow, because it is a best of 1, as opposed to doing something all in and then walking into a stack, or them being aggressive and you getting caught off guard. You get to be tempered early, you put your foot in the water, you kind of see if it's warm, and there you go, there's some information for Apex based off of that jump. Very good work just there for info. So Apex maybe making a couple of overplays in the more recent tournaments, and he was saying, yeah, the team's not playing great, so I feel like I have to do more to try and set them up. Well, he needs to remember that he needs to get the frags too. Heading into A.
Yeah, let's see how this one works out, because already 2 of them have dropped into pit. The smoke on Moto and a headshot through it onto Head Trick. Looks like that's the end of NPL.
Just isolated.
I mean, really, really nice from Vitality. I have to say, the way you've drawn our attention to the slow approach, but simultaneously just using that util so quickly off of that small iota of information. You can see they've parked Mezzy in bedroom as well, really limits your apartment approach. If you dare, you're going to have a close fight with a Glock, and if you don't, he's going to flank you. Yep, just like that, a little bit of an underclear from Essential. KSCERATO does bring him down, though, and now running out of time fast. Should just be putting this one in. Last couple of bodies to drop. It's Zywoo with some more pistol. Yep, that's 4 kills for him. His pistol stats continue to inflate. And that is Vitality getting off to a strong start, a necessary strong start when you've already slipped up once in the best of 1s.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We've seen this before. So imagine if it's another Austin run. They come in and now they just start marauding through the opposition and really just taking care of business, because sure, they did lose that opening game versus FaZe yesterday, but then they played against 3D Max regardless of the issues that they may have experienced, and they won 13-4. So just throwing them around the server, both been on Nuke. Whereas for bait, it went from the high of highs, beating Falcons 13-10, and then losing to Mouse on Overpass 13-6. Now, there have been some real highlights when we have been watching bait throughout the run of this tournament. I think KSCERATO, in terms of T sides, he's a player to be keeping my eyes on. And as you'd expect, the odds provided by our official betting partner heavily favoring that of Vitality.
Who would have thunk it?
NPL's had some really nice moments too. I think that now that he doesn't have to worry about the calling, the structure of the team has changed a little bit as well. I'd say Alex is slightly more selfless, but MPO had to, before when he was in-game leading, call around him because he's one of the best individuals on the team, right? So you want to put yourself in positions to find output when you're an in-game leader that usually gets a lot of output, so you can understand both thought processes there.
No, I can see that with the division of labor freeing NPL up to have more focus on his cross set. Certainly makes a lot of sense, and the fact that bait have, found a higher level getting to the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, it's been a good progression because KSCERATO came in late last year. It was for this year, essentially. So,
and you already have an extra stage of the major to kind of show for it.
And as the youngest team at the major, this is great steps in the right direction. Time's the problem right now.
Yeah, they're going to fight, leaping through, and not going to find that opening. Flamesy
Bomb's going B.
Tries to sell something
blocked
on
again.
A and blocked on B. This does get really uncomfortable.
They're strung out.
They certainly are. A nade and a push. ZywOo knows he's got to be the one to provide that opening fire. Alex goes swinging, double swing. Oh, and they've overwhelmed them. What are you supposed to do now? It looks like it's their round. 17 seconds, the bomb's on the other side of that smoke. Apex flustered.
Needs to kill them right now.
And they need kills, but it's nothing but death, destruction, and misery for Vitality. Pistol win, and nothing more. Bait quickly wrestled back.
Okay, that one's going to feel damn good, isn't it? You lose the pistol, you find the follow-up. And in terms of pistol stats, as mentioned, they have an awful lot of games and reps at the major so far, but they are in like the bottom 5 of pistols out of all the teams across the stages. So, yeah, it's good to see them winning the force.
So is that a time management faux pas from Vitality there?
But they were split up. So, yeah, right, smile there, Frederick. You get away with that one. They're taking contact and porch side with 3 players, and they have 2 players ready to go B. So just not grouped up for any type of a finish there. And good restraint on the utility from Bait. The fact that you're able to drop a smoke top banana at about 25 seconds, very well done, as now to be the force back from Vitality. So being made to sweat early. You'd hate to go down in the 1-2. And it's going to be 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. That's to be getting through the playoffs, and with upsets that have happened against other teams, we know how scary those 2-2 matches could become. So it did feel like coming into this, it was just Vitality going to start going through the motions, but Bait, they've got other ideas.
Really forward setup from the duo of B here. Alex and KSCERATO. Alex happy to play the MP9. KSCERATO tries to bait them in with the trajectory of the smoke. That screams, I'm playing sandbags. And the MP9 screams, I'm half wall. He actually just starts to unload off the flashbang. And then there's a second where that came from Alex. He does dip away, does stand his ground for one, does KSCERATO, but that's opened up the B site. Looks like Vitality should be able to get across this sight line. M4 smoked off and bomb in.
Everybody in through CT on the retake. There's a kit on MPL, a smoke as well. Either use that to... Well, that's going to channel you through
horrible.
CT.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to wait for CT smoke, then head through CT spawn. But Rops has another smoke available, there it goes.
Ooh, that smoke.
A little bit shallow. They can play through into pool.
Yeah, they're going to try. Flamesy knows there's a potential for a boost.
I think they're going to save.
Senzu boosted up. Info on 2 of them. Starts to just crouch and unload his mag.
Save.
B9 chasing
Boys, hold on to
They
it.
want to try and take as much away from the CT side as possible. Not going to catch much on the spams of the smoke. Flames leaving with the AK, though.
Okay, not great, but not as bad as it could have been. I'm glad they made the choice to save instead of giving everything over, because you're not completely rumbled at this point. You retain these weapons. You should be able to get some MP9s or even FAMASs out for your other players, and that's going to give you a pretty hefty looking buy up against what Vitality bring into this one. So the right choice was made, but I like the punishment. The flash comes through by Apex as they're starting to backpedal, so catching them off guard in transition there. Really good understanding, and that's one of those situations that because you were offered up the info by the spam of the guns, you've gone, all right, we have to go now, and you catch them perfectly. So 1 MP9, but 4 rifles.
And full commitment from the whole squad, the pack as well, right? That only works if KSCERATO's traded immediately.
We're essentially into gun rounds. So, you know, regardless of the force by wars back and forth, it's 2 MAC-10s and 1 MP9. Otherwise, it may as well just be a gun round in this situation. Half-wall util being light up by KSCERATO. So they are gambling. This means they probably want to fight top middle.
He's puffing up his chest with retake util, hoping that buys him 20 seconds.
They're clearing mid now.
Flamesy might poke his head out here. He's gonna get a lot of info. Maybe a headshot. Oh, 3 there, 3 mid. What does that tell the rest of the squad?
Should just go B.
Surely you would.
You saw 3 players. I guess they don't feel that they weren't in a position just to execute, pull the ripcord on it. They still would have had to have, okay, I'm doing this, we're mollying this, and there was a half-wall smoke in play as well, so you'd have to worry about a player potentially being close car.
Yeah, valid.
Half-wall sandbags.
Did buy enough time.
Yeah.
Even if you're rumbled.
And they all stay alive. So right now, with 50 seconds, we saw time was the issue on the round that Vitality lost. I think they're just going to group up this time and keep it simple. So bearing down on A, there's 3 players, and this is a strong setup. Right, they've got 2 players over towards the pit side. MPL long, he's always, once he gets smoked off, will be able to turtle side. Biggest issue is if it's a wrap.
And that's what those smokes imply. They'll take the longer sight line with those rifles. MPL confirmed. Spotted.
Now head-trick
MPL
takes
forced
long.
away. Now Ross pokes his nose out, hits the headshot necessary. Then they pincer in. Oh, it's just poetry in motion from Vitality. That is an A-long split. Perfect.
Yeah, see that setup right there? It's good in principle because you can understand all the fallback options, right? So MPL takes contact, he can fall back sight, then head trick takes the long angle from headshot. But it's better in the scenario if, say, MPL gets one, then falls back. Then head trick gets one, then probably traded or stays alive. But none of them got anything done in that situation. So Vitality handled that one with poise and grace, and they don't slip up again. So now able to break back into where they would have hoped to be. Nice shot there from ZywOo onto the pit player. And they will retain 2 guns again, but one of them, unfortunately, being an MP9 for KSCERATO.
Well, that round did a bit of convincing, didn't it? You could have seen a world where they didn't find the regroup, or you overthought it. You know, you kind of go between the 2 bomb sites, feel like B could likely have been rotated too by the time you get there. But you just say, okay, even if they've stacked A, we're going to throw everything necessary, we're going to path and synchronize, and it works out wonderfully.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be all in, right? It is good if you can keep your options open, but as we saw from Passion in earlier stages of the tournament, especially against that NRG game that we covered off, they were just doing very direct plays, right? Actually, we were on the desk for that. We weren't even casting it. Well, we did cover it in a way.
We get to cast a Passion game today.
You know, yes, we do. Okay, so at this moment, you're likely just going to have to take the eco behind these guns. Now, for Alex and KSCERATO, these are the B defenders. Do you want to operate with these rifles elsewhere, right? Do you want to try and get tricky with it, see if you're able to isolate something over towards second middle, or do you want to just use them to banana, get full banana control? But then that does leave the A-bomb site very susceptible. It'll just be the pistol. So how are you going to have this division of labor?
Whoa, keyboard.
Is that how he plays with his keyboard? Really?
What if your forearm just presses your F keys?
Is that real? Whoa.
So
he's straddling the keyboard.
He's got it like under his arm, like he's taking it on a walk in the park.
How have we not seen that
That's
before?
new to me. That is new to me.
All right, MPL.
MPL.
You got some techers. Okay, well, M4 in Boiler going to get boosted. So they were hurt. They were singed, right?
Oh, that's a nice little nade from Apex. 85 damage. What? Ouch.
And Alex is very low as well. So saved rifle already in a whole lot of trouble.
This one should just fall into place, right? I mean, I guess for Alex, unless his teammates start doing something, he's going to want to just try and bring that M4 through to the next.
May as well gamble stack. That way, if they do come to the site, maybe you can trade out, maybe a miracle happens. And then worst case, you don't have to reinvest in armor or potentially that M4, as you've mentioned. So spread out across the map quite comfortably right now, Vitality. This is all good in the hood for their 4th round. Apex, no secret of his banana presence. There's a flash there. He's making steps. He's lining up util. Now it's just about a probe or conviction, right? Do they actually want to follow through with this? Because they are throwing the nades. The bomb's down. Still plenty of time on the clock, so no real worries. And now that Flamesy's jumped out of the window, it's telling that they will just be going for the B finish.
I'm curious, Chad, and maybe, you know, I'm getting a bit personal here, but I'm curious. You know, when you are bait, this is your first head-to-head against the name of a team that you've been watching. You know, these are the big boys. You're actually at the big boy table. You're pressing tab. You're seeing those names. Oh my God, it's Zyra. Oh my God, it's Rops. You know, this is that kind. I imagine that will impact your gameplay, right? Did you ever have to kind of? Were you confronted with that? Did you ever have to kind of tell your boys these are just human beings? You know, like act normal, or did that not something you struggled with? Where
maybe in
like
the very early days, but once you're in the flow of things, right, and you're conversing with these players and you see them around the halls and stuff, right, this isn't like the first tournament for bait. So if it was, then you could maybe start putting them under the microscope that way. You just do the same thing as everybody does, and this is top teams too. When you go up against a ZywOo, and you go, ZywOo moments are going to happen.
Right.
But if you have that level of awe of players, you're never going to beat them.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right? You, as a competitor, you have respect for your opponent, but you need to be cocky in a degree, right? You need to have some form of bravado and backing yourself and geeing yourself up. In terms of how the game has been played this year, the best team is no doubt Vitality.
Yeah, and they're not blind to that.
Yeah, so, and this is the fact that they know that they're underdogs. That's why in the MPL interview being like, yeah, we're going to get smashed. Obviously, it's slightly unjust. He doesn't want to get smashed.
But
they're
as
going to
we
do their best.
highlighted, it's the best way to put pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, we're going to go out there and give it our best go. That's also, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine too.
Sure.
Right? We're not expected to win. All the pressure's on them. That's another statement that we've heard players make in interviews before, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that you have a luxury as European players, just getting to play pugs, and you play against good players all the time.
There's
so you're
a great
so much
point.
more familiar with these names.
Yeah, and you're sitting there going, actually, I got 30 elo on him. So.
Right. So yeah, he's just another player.
Yeah, valid. Oh yeah, good counterpoint.
Okay, well, last time naded out of Boiler, this time different setup, and I like this, right? So it's very porch-centric, so they're playing for mid-control right now. So trying to make sure that they can't just take this mid-space. Now, obviously, the question mark smoke top middle does sow some seeds of doubt on a wrap around long, or even a fade through the smoke, but very silent. They're not really hearing too much. Flames, you may be making a sound cue there. We'll be having a head-to-head on this flash.
Diligent. And, oh, booked. So you try and boost it, you get naded. You try and play it on the gun round, you get flashed.
Yeah, making that look very simple, aren't they? So
stunting on them with the moves.
Still able to retain information with this porch setup. Sure. It's a strong setup. You do have to worry about the apps leak at a point, and they are starting to dismount now. Some more util being thrown to soften up. Apex being siphon nades to look for damage towards CT. Alex with the flash ready to set up KSCERATO. And suddenly a cheetah player over of Headtrick to join the party. Now Headtrick has a HE to break a CT smoke. This could get a little bit out of control because it will be a B play.
Got a flash from Alex from the coffin's position. SMG just going to go for the drive-by. Oh, he tried to burrow into the smoke. It does not work out for KSCERATO. Gets caught off. Alex finds 2 on the spray, but it's Mezzi and Rops walking into the site victorious. And it's a 5th for Vitality.
Okay, it really is recovery right now, isn't it? And it's looking good. Like, Vitality looking clean in a lot of these rounds. Sure, you lose the second round of the game, but you bounce back. It's a great response. And just going through the motions. So this is what you want to see if you're a Vitality fan.
And what you want to see if you're a bait fan is Essential not getting hunted down by Rops in time.
Yeah.
It feels like there is a collision course set, but I don't know if Rops is going to draw the line in the sand somewhere. Maybe they're just going to, lay down arms here. He gets himself up on his cool bicycle. I just want to know who lives there. I just think that's such a bougie apartment. Think about the views. You got your bike outside, no worries about leaving your bike outside the front door. Great, safe neighborhood. Sure, there's some terrorists, but pretty cool. Books just out in the open.
It is strange, isn't it? No locks on these doors.
I didn't know you had a nice mezzanine bedroom.
That was like my room in Engelbert Straße 1.
Actually is. Yeah. Actually is.
We also have more best of ones going down on the mainstream right now. If everybody wants to go tune into that, it's FaZe versus the Mongols being casted by the Harry and Hugo duo.
I heard some Mongols chants behind us.
Yes.
So there's a fan base, despite losing Senzu.
I think that there's still the ability for Bait to recover this half right CT side of Inferno. 5 is okay. So if they're able to get there, it would just have to start soon, wouldn't it? We need to find some rounds where they're being able to burrow in like this. Enters on aggression.
Promising, but what an incredibly well-timed HE break.
Yeah, he's on 19 health. Yeah. He kind of feels marooned.
Hey!
Yeah. Yep.
That's going to happen.
Feels like they're doing a spring cleaning right now.
What, Vitality?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where at every corner of this map, they've managed to perfectly place nades. Even that one, they must know that if someone is trying to play Aggie or pushing half wall, trying to get deep control, if we break the smoke at this time, chances are they're exposed. I mean, it was just so flawless. KSCERATO was deep. Look at his body by the barrels. Didn't have the time to tuck in, gets exposed, trapped, and you could have Molotoved him out if he did get a bit more health. Alex has got a block here. You can see his restraint. He understands the longer he holds onto it, the more chance he has. And he has given it to 45 and throws it down.
No, there is a HE to break, but it's on Rops. So he's not part of this party. They're still coming through.
Oh gosh, they are just running at him, and you can't catch a break. Alex just gets caught through the smoke. That's another one from Mezzi. That's 2 rounds back to back where he's been a bit of a difference maker.
And you know what time it is?
SAVE.
Yeah, so this is a clinic right now, 6-1.
But this is what I'm sure Vitality would have expected of themselves. You know, the amount of support staff, the amount of top 4 placings this year, as you've been bringing up 14, was it?
Yes.
Consecutive, sorry.
Yeah, obviously they had the 7 in a row with the trophies.
And then,
they started the year with their worst placing, which was 5th to 8th at Bounty.
That's their worst placing.
Yeah, but everything since then has just been strong. Now, this second half is nothing like the first, and once you've elevated the bar, as we just take a look at this attempt on the save, maybe they lose everything. Apex letting the dogs off the leash.
Let's see if they can feast. Just entry fragging for Hans. Down goes one of them. Essential's trying to cling onto his M4. Won't get the luxury. Head trick and MPL will. In fact, that might lead to an MPL rifle. Doesn't get his hands on it. So a little bit of a successful hunt from Vitality. They just want to make sure that they kind of sprinkle some additional salt, maybe Himalayan, into the wound.
Yeah, well, with the loss bonus, right, if you wipe the board, it is going to make the conversation of the buys a little bit more difficult, right? Because if you save a couple, then they can all drop, right? Because you're getting 3,400. We know that M4's 2,900. And this time they even have enough to get head trick these AWP. So right now, this might be one of the best shots yet of Bait being able to grab a round. as it will be the second of 3 tactical timeouts. And the fact that they've already had to burn 2 in this fashion, you can understand it. Madden here, the coach, always knew this was going to be tough. The problem with the video, people say best of ones, but if you have an exploitable map pool or a map pool that doesn't sync up nicely against a favorite, you can just be pushed around.
Yeah.
So it really depends on opponent as well. It's not just as reductive as what we hear from people that go, oh, well, it's a best of one, right? It's going to be a middle ground. Well, when you have the disparity of one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams of all time going up against some plucky youngsters who are doing their best to march through and putting on sound Counter-Strike, it was never going to be easy.
Well, absolutely. I mean, just the depth of the map pool is what separates, you know, the kind of the A tier from the S tier.
And that's at the moment one of the issues for Vitality against the other S tier, right? Their train, their overpass, showing some wobbles and something that they definitely would have had to have worked on. Senzu up to bat.
Good pathing from Flamesy. I'm kind of glad we watched that from a Senthil's PO.
Yeah, it just shows you how quick the destruction can manifest, doesn't it?
And I can't quite believe it. This is Mezzy feeling confident because he's just,
into B.
Yeah, he's just.
I've seen you.
He's got him. Zywo's in support, steals that kill. Mezzy gets his as well. They aren't.
You lost both sides.
They are
at the
attacking
same
both
time.
sides at the same time. Like your apps player's just gone apps, and then your B players have gone to B. And now Rops is parked as they go pick up the bomb and go wherever they want.
Yeah, so Flamesy will grab that. He'll join Mezzy and Zywo. Zywo's pressed very deep towards B, even behind a buffer. Headtrick is coming over to investigate, but here's the problem. If Headtrick sounds off the AWP and MPL fires some rifle bullets...
He's timed this so well. God. What a cheeky rascal.
Well, Flames is actually coming over for the hunt as well, and they think they're saving. So maybe they are just saving in CT, but MPL's coming back over. Well, they might have some backs turned or find a fortunate gap out of this. Headtrick doesn't know that Zywo is pressed up, but has to be aware it's a possibility. Timing. Okay, there you go. MPL noted. Flamesy isn't actually backing off to find him, but MPL will come his way. Okay, another one, as it is just Headtrick. Mezzy has the unfortunate factor of, I guess I'll be the one who saves the bomb in the worst case scenario, but now it's just finding him in the library with the Kalashnikov.
And see you later. Headtrick, no AWP for you.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, no need AWP right now.
Why would we throw any variants into the mix? You can just play with 5 rifles.
Well, because with 5 rifles, you can do what we just saw, which was taking both bomb sites simultaneously.
Yeah. Even Zywo was saying no as well to the AWP.
Yeah, no.
This is the thing, when Matthew says no,
he means no.
Yeah. I'm sure there's sometimes where Apex is pleading with him like, please, man, for the game plan, man.
Yeah, but he shoots so hard with both.
All right, well, they do get another buy round. Virtue of the saves and the loss bonus. Now.
Chunky. Poor Alex has just got a magnet on his forehead right now. Does feel like Vitality have definitely got some well-drilled nade protocols on the T side.
I was about to go, at what point does the silliness come in? Right, everybody starts going, oh, I'm going for this pick, I'm going for this pick. Really, how tight of a leash can Apex keep on them and make sure? This is dry running live,
yes,
right, with high stakes. So make sure that the comms are on point, that everybody is following the strats as they should, that the shots are sharp, that the trading is there. Don't just think that you can run around and win single-handedly. As soon as you let a team back in MR12, they'll take that. They'll take that opportunity every day of the week. Oh, Kenzo has to play ahead into the flame, chipped on down, 29. Kenzo flash now, everything going wrong, but still gets the opener.
I have to give him props. I can't quite believe he's done as well as he did. He gets a kill. 2 flames and a flashbang. Just as we're praising you, Vitality's dry runs and their utility.
Well, 30 seconds, so they're in a 2-2 split right now. A decision has to be made soon, Apex.
And it's back to A. If MPL goes down, it's going to open up the runway. Flamesy wins the duel.
How good has he been?
Yeah, he's looking great. I mean, this partnership...
It's only 5 kills, but every time he's cleared into an angle and just removed the opponent on the other side.
Yeah, his jiggles have been really on
15.
Point. Sure, Essential. If he gets another, it would have been a conversation. Someone goes down with a couple of seconds to spare. Oh, my God, did he just... What are you doing that for? Apex makes me stand up to look at the clock. What was that?
That was meant to be comfy. Just making sure the keyboard's working. You know, I tried it with E, I also tried it with mouse one.
Yeah, they both work.
They both work. Here's a tip for everybody at home if you didn't know.
That would be so nasty. That would have been enough to like actually start the conversation of, right, Vitality is tilted now. Apex is swearing. tutting his tongue. Okay.
8-1.
Shout out to KSCERATO one time. Gets his after the, what was it, from 100 to 30 from 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, you can see he was trying to play between the two of them. The sandbags molly was already down. Then the mouth molly comes in. He's like, well, I'm committed now.
Yep, here I go. Fighting now. And then perfect flash through the smoke push. I mean, yeah, you know what? Like, as a kind of known Inferno hater, Vitality are making it look quite beautiful right now. Just showing just how good the team play can make this T-side look.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate about that goal. Maybe not the goal. I think something that Apex and Karrigan are both very good at is putting these sentiments out in the media for people to kind of gravitate towards. One of them being, you know, it would be nice to match Astralis' trophies, right? Yep. You know, the 10 trophies. But if that doesn't happen, which it can't now for Vitality, at least they're in a position where, you know, you could win back-to-back majors and Apex, oh, another opening kill. And another opening kill. Apex said in an interview he did with HTV the other day, he's like, yeah, it'd be nice to win back-to-back majors. Hasn't happened since Astralis. You know, so giving us some nice markers, building the story for us.
And I think he benefits. Like, he's building that story for him and his team as well. He wants them to have, like, something extra to be fighting for. Like, perhaps when you are so used to winning, so used to the confetti falling in the last day, you need, like, we're doing this for more than the trophy, more than that. It's legacy.
Yeah, and that's what, if I'm Vitality, I'm keeping my eyes on, because a team like this doesn't come around too often. And sure, this second season hasn't been what it needed to be, but there's still time to be able to pick that up. And if you close the year with both majors and then you go into next and you actually run with that momentum, that conversation is still open, right? It doesn't just close at the end of this year. You still are a great Counter-Strike roster. You just haven't, oh, let's see, a bit of a deeper coffin smoke. And it's all a ruse. Flamsy's faked B. Headtrick is over towards A. Well, Flamesy's cleared B, and
they're going back.
They may as well go back. Headtrick's going to desperately pick top middle, but he'd be killed by Rops. And
it's so well.
It's beautiful, right? There's nobody who's popping off individually. Everything looks great. And the smiles on the faces of Bait, they know they are just getting the push-pull given to them right now. What I framed when talking about Vitality, now, in my opinion, like, you know, because people go, who do you think is going to win the major? So you've got to give an answer. Yeah. I think there is a bunch of good teams at this major, and the bracket will determine with the different head-to-heads of who will win it. But if you had to put me on the spot, I say Vitality. And the reason I say Vitality is obviously not based off form. That would be Furia. Is I think the major, and I described it as the Viagra they've been missing all season.
Yeah.
Right? You win the major. This is the one that matters most. Everybody knows that.
And that's the first thing he said in that cross-cut we saw day one. It's like everyone's trying to, even YEKINDAR from Furia are trying to build that narrative that, like, nothing else matters, even though you are just on a back-to-back-to-back trophy run as Furia. Senzu walking. I mean, also completely understand why he's going for that.
Yeah, you have to change the tone of the game.
Nothing else is working. NPL might get it. Okay, KSCERATO.
Oh!
3 on 2. It's a Desert Eagle and it's a Mag 7.
Come on through.
And he's coming straight to that crosshair.
Oh! Sketchy.
Loosey-goosey.
But I'd say round over.
I'd say so too. Headtrick last alive again. What a beta. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke, everyone.
You're in NPL's process now, Alex.
No, NPL, it was a joke, man. You have to understand, man. Just a bit of fun.
Yeah. Just like this game is.
For 5 players in the server, I'm sure. Actually, well, I don't know. We did see them kind of smiling and laughing it off. Because, because what else are you going to do?
Okay, if I'm going to take away a few positives, it's not only the fact that Apex and the boys are ragdolling them right now and they're looking clean, clinical, it's that they're staying that way. I thought at some point they'd be like, haha, guys, let's just start running around now. You know, let's be a bit more aggressive. But everything is still tethered, well thought out when the shots are coming their way. And it's, again, it's not a massive disparity.
Look at the kills.
It's 6 at the low end, 9 at the high end. This is
10-1.
Beautiful Counter-Strike with everything working. If you're the support staff watching by right now, you're just sitting there smiling, nodding along, happy with how this is functioning.
Aggressive play. Mezzi might get blinded here. Perfect little team play to set him up. And KSCERATO, he is actually the highest fragger in the server. He's matching Zywoo in a 10-1. And that's because he's so good for 1. KSCERATO is going to be my main takeaway. I think from the debate games we've covered throughout the major, I just think he's a great soldier for the squad.
He loves the aggression too, which anybody who likes Counter-Strike likes watching players get aggro, but Flamesy controls, takes out Astenthiel.
Did he nail the molly? It's not going to spread KSCERATO.
Landed in the box, I believe.
And they overlook it. It leads to an MPL double, so there's a little misplay.
Could be 2 rounds.
Finally something for the support staff to bring up in review.
Okay, hold on. They know he's side. Apex searching with a nade.
Caught off.
Zywoo in a clutch.
NPL's had a round. This would be a big one. We've got to give it the beans. If NPL picks himself up the quad kill up against Vitality, it's now looking a bit sketchy.
Oh, that's perfect, Smoke.
It couldn't be better.
You kind of have to play over the truck if you're Alex.
If Alex starts spamming, it's just not. It's just over. So he can't afford to reveal his position. He just has to hope and pray Zywoo starts to make a noise.
Yeah, both of them letting one another make the next move.
It was Josh Steele Nissan that said, noobs always play. I imagine Zywoo's thinking the same thing.
All right, well, Zywoo's still in pit, and Alex is still restrained to boiler. So knowing that the bomb has to go down, 20 seconds left on the clock, the Woo will now have to go to the site to plant the bomb. Well, he doesn't have to, I suppose.
Is Alex going to be top? Perfect from Alex. Clutches up, makes NPL's 3K worthwhile baked, picking themselves up a second round as we take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back to the best of ones. Welcome back to the B stream. We got the two of these back to back, and for bait, this one might be over quick. Vitality making mincemeat of them, and it's a full team effort. There's no funny business, Chad. One of your biggest takeaways being that Vitality have not let it get loose. They've kept this one quite tight throughout, even if in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I like it, right? Obviously, this is the major. This is where they want to put their best foot forward, and they're recovering from their best of one loss yesterday to that of FaZe on Nuke. And they're playing as if they want to lift that trophy, as every team in contention here does. And Vitality are one to have that right to their name as the reigning major champions. Let's see if they can get it done and continue this clinic with a CT pistol round. Oh, Flames' company.
Okay, that's a lot of info, and he dips away smoothly. It's Apex that will be supporting him from coffins. Looks like Mezi will rotate through in time with a couple of flashbangs in hand. Do they want to go for a re-aggress? It would enable answers. Not getting any sound cues though, so Zywoo and Rops could be up for quite a large test from the two of them. 5 members of bait making their way towards their bomb site.
Zywoo and Rops need something. Nothing's not enough for the round.
Take a fight, tapping off the head of KSCERATO, which is the highest fragger from base. Stands in that off angle and just taps another. So double from Zywoo.
Staunch confidence.
Enables Mezi to get back over. A flash above the pit side. That might be Rob's. Well timed. Headtrick has dropped in. He uses that flash actually to dip back Graveyard, and now finds the angle. Beautiful team play. Mezi gets the assist on 2 of them. Rob's on another. Apex pulls it across the line. Zywoo and Rob's passing the test with flying colors.
Okay, well, that's both pistols. They lost the force buy in the first half, so let's see if they can keep the conversions clean in the second, and then that would essentially spell the end of the game. If you're bait, your only real option right now is to force buy out the remainder of the game. Last thing you want to do is take a clean eco. They keep all 5 alive, and then they've just got a nest egg of cash to move forward, and you get out AKs, but they have a bonus round, and they're just going to run at you. So right now, the Tech-9s come into the mix. 5 of which there's utility, a whole bunch of smokes, hey cheese, a couple of flashes as well. Rops is surging with some aggression, and Senzu will punish him.
He's done very well there. 99 damage from Rob's is M4.
Might just go into an A-pop right now.
Knows he's removed the pit player. Zaiwu, however, and Mezi do occupy. Here's that step on the Senzu rotation through the library side. It's a perfect flash. You can see nearly led to another from the Tech 9s, but it is just going to collapse. Running on in, having a bit of fun with it. Zaiwu survives the test, another 3K from him, so just 5 kills in 2 rounds to start off the CT side for Zaiwu, and it might be the last round up next.
This is, again, I just want to keep reiterating how good this is, because you haven't put any stress today. You also haven't had to go deep within the playbook. You get to move into the best of 3s tomorrow. You've completely reset. You're likely to go 3-1. Later today, we are going to be locking in our first 2 teams to the playoffs. Tomorrow, we'll be locking in 3 more than the final day, the final 3. Now, it's obviously going to depend on what type of matchup Vitality gets, but there's only a few teams in the world who can beat them at the moment, and most of them are playing later today in those 2-0 games.
Yeah, it's actually, it sounds as a stark reminder of, you know, that contrast when people are throwing out tier lists or stages and seeing the different names. This is what happens when a team that started at stage 1, and by no means I think belonged there. You know, we saw how quickly and comfortably they managed to get themselves through eventually to stage 2 and now 3. But this is the difference between, you know, an invited team to stage 3 and one that qualified.
I think, you know, if you wanted to start flipping all the matches on its head and say, oh, okay, maybe they're a bit fatigued at this moment, or they've shown a lot of tape, right? You can bring those factors into it, but then you just have to remember...
That's not how they're winning this Inferno, is it?
Yeah, but you have to remember the quality of the player as well on the other side. That's why these top orgs are able to have your Zaiwus or your Donks, your Monacies, right? That's what... Oh, on the jump, spots something, and good restraint here from Flames. So he's going to call Apex back over. Mezi pushes into Boiler window and calls second mid and mid clear. So they will have 2 players to defend against this B play, but this could very well be the final round for Bait, and then they go down to the 1-2 bucket. Best of 3s from this point forward for the Ukrainians.
Perfectly playing it to block in front of that smoke. He's done it on his own. Flames, he closes it down. Vitality, that is a very comfortable day in the office. You were just talking about it, Chad, but yeah, don't have to show your strat book. Everyone's going to be able to rest up easy. A very comfortable 15-round game.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to be very happy with today's performance. This is the type of Counter-Strike that we expect from Vitality. And for Bait, if you listen to the MPO interview, it's what he expected as well. So, you know, I know there was a bit of jest. You don't come in ever thinking or wanting to get blown out like this, but this is a loss that you can stomach and you're not going to feel too bad about, right? Losing a game in overtime or 13-11 is crushing. Losing in a fashion where you never even felt that you had a chance, sure, that sucks, but it always feels easier to shrug off. And, you know, maybe some people say that's a bit of a loser's mentality, but close games, you go back and you identify every mistake that you made that led to losing by 1 round. Whereas if you get blown out, the other team had your number. Now, that gives you a lot to work on, a lot to look at in the review, and a lot to search for in the future. But within the confines of right now, Vitality, they were just the top dog without a doubt. So domination in their last 2 games. Sure, they lost to FaZe, but now 3D Max and Bait thrown to the wayside. And up next will be a best of 3, which is where Vitality will get to see what they've been working on in the last 3 weeks, right? It's been a long season for everybody. Vitality have been under the microscope the absolute most out of every team. So I would love to see what they've identified and what they've been working on. I don't imagine any position changes. It's going to be refreshing your playbook, making sure that everybody's mental is there. That's a big one, being rested and fired up and ready. That's why I use the term as like the Viagra this event, because this is going to get everybody hyped, right? Even yesterday when we're casting those first best of 1s, there's a whole different shift in the atmosphere. Stage 1 and Stage 2, yeah, it's the major, but Stage 3, the top 16, the playoffs are out there, and that's where the best teams are right around the corner. So, yeah, there's really been that gear shift, and we're seeing it in the quality of Counter-Strike too.
Yeah, 100%. I think just reviewing the last 2 best of 1s doesn't have me ringing any alarm bells for Vitality. Just that Counter-Strike, like I said it before, but, you know, Inferno, not necessarily my favorite map, but just that T-side.
Beautiful, right?
Considered. You see it from the CT's perspective. It's like every idea they're coming up with, I'm like, I can see how they came to that conclusion. Seeing how Vitality just, you know, have got the perfect nade, the perfect flash, the perfect double molly into flash, into smoke push, you know, it's like, oh, they've actually accounted for all of these things. Like, they are forcing you into these positions, but we're going to head over and listen to Zaiwu.
Well, that was fast. Zaiwu, how are you feeling after that dominant win?
I mean, feeling great. Obviously, I think we play a pretty solid map today. I mean, we didn't want to do the same as yesterday, like having a sloppy map, like for the first hours and chilling after, and just remind us like we don't have time for that. So obviously, we want to have a strong start, and we did great today. Yeah, for that.
Yeah, you had an incredible T side. Was it you just guys hitting your shots, or was it also really good game preparation against B8?
I think it was both, to be honest. I mean, obviously we have good preparation, but also like the team was feeling great. I think in terms of communication, in terms of responding to each other, the calls, I think everything was perfect for us. So obviously it was, when we are playing like this, I think it's tough for the opponent. So obviously it was tough for B8 today.
Okay, now I feel like you actually really warmed up finally, and that's the vitality we want to see. What's the plan for today, and what can we expect tomorrow?
Just to review what we missed, our mistake, and obviously we want to play like this, like you said, as Vitality does for the 6 first months. So obviously we try our best to feel this level again. So that's the beginning for us to feel that, and we're just gonna keep going, keep for the vibes individually and playing as Vitality.
Okay, looking forward to see that. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Who you comparing with? That is infinitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. you playing the best of the matches? Where in retake will you pull up the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-Play, 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 GG!
One more best of one, and we have Imperial and Falcons making their way to their setups for another one of these. This is, you know, we just had Bait Vitality, where it is the strong big dog versus the team that's fought tooth and nail, and it kind of feels like we've got the same story here. Imperial have completely managed to break people's pick'ems on back-to-back stages. No one really having much expectation set of this Brazilian roster, this unassuming Brazilian roster. For example, they just write words like mayonnaise when you're asked for a quote.
Where Vinny not smiling, which is confusing to all of us, but Kixon trying to keep the fans on side, which is something you have to do if you're part of Falcons. You got to keep the fans on side at all times from all areas of the Counter-Strike globe.
But Chad, how on earth and why, I'm asking you to kind of read my mind if you could.
I'll try.
Why am I categorizing Falcons, despite being, as you can see in the global Valve ranking system, a top dog in Falcons? Why are they, of all of the top dogs, one that I kind of categorize as a team that could mess this up, could end up fighting for elimination tomorrow?
There's lots of reasons. One, Nico has never won a major and he's played 16. I think this is number 17.
Okay.
So that's kind of like your statement piece. So he's had a couple of grand finals. Obviously, they're very memorable grand finals. Think about Boston. Think about Stockholm, right? So there's a couple that really stand out there. Then you have Falcons, who are put in this box of one of the most hated organizations, right? So a lot of people want to see their downfall. The other side of this is if you just look at the last major, they didn't make it out of the stage, right? So they didn't make it to the playoffs. They lost their opening two best of ones, then they tried to battle back, but they didn't have the gumption. Now, this time around, they do have a different player in their roster. Speaking of rosters, we'll just jump into Imperial while we have them on screen. No Way Skulls, Vinny, Cello, Try. We've seen an awful lot of these guys. As you mentioned, They played through all the stages so far, and I even had some confidence in them beating the Mongols yesterday. So I'll take that little win, but I also had the Mongols going 0-3, and they just took down FaZe. So there's been a few different players on this Imperial roster who have impressed at different times, and they're also, I think I've heard the desk frame them as upcycling or recycling, right?
I like
because
upcycling, that's cool.
These players have been used in different Brazilian rosters, like 3 of the names we've seen in Furia in different iterations, right? Vinny, obviously Cello, and Skulls. And Skulls was on Liquid for a period of time too. No Way's more of the career Imperial player. I'd say that Vinny's now the franchise player. And then Try, we've seen him in a bunch of different rosters too. And Try's obviously not Brazilian, he's Argentinian, so we want to make sure that we give him and his people their flowers. And Try's can be a real difference maker for this roster, right? If he gets going on the AWP, he's able to light up the scoreboard. He's the real deal, but can be, at his own admission, a little bit hit and miss, right? Sometimes he can have a great half and then go missing in the second half. Cello's a very emotional player. That's what we heard from Zach in an interview a little bit earlier on in the tournament, right? The pistol rounds really helped them because we got up to the point where we were doing the M80 game, and in stage 2, up until that point, they were 6-0 on pistols against M80. They didn't win a single pistol, and they still won the series.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's a bit, it's hard to categorize with Imperial, but they're another one of these teams on this Cinderella run from stage 1, stage 2, now into stage 3. If they make it all the way to the playoffs, well, they're going to ruin the ball for Falcons then, aren't they?
So if I have, you know, I don't know, maybe I had responsibilities or I had to like leave the house and I didn't get to watch the first day of stage 3, how come Falcons are here? It was a loss to Bait.
Yes, so just to reiterate, we were talking about this during our last series because we had Bait on screen, but Bait in back-to-back majors now in opening games have beaten Falcons in Ancient in the opening game. So it is kind of crazy to see, right? That's a wild stat for Bait to have in their column, or for Falcons to have in there, so it really doesn't matter. But then they played Passion UA on Nuke and just drubbed them. We have Passion UA versus Liquid coming up next, so we'll be getting to talk a little bit more about them then. I think it is just strange to see Falcons, after being 13 in a row on Ancient, lose it. But again, they have been very vocal in interviews about the format being best of ones. We've been discussing this stage after stage in terms of some teams coming in warm. And for Falcons, they do have this brush that's been painted with them of being chokers, right? Yeah. There is when the pressure gets high that they don't deliver. m0NESY was on really hot form within the last stretch of events, and then coming in here, he's yet to play. Yes. He has played, but yet to play like m0NESY. Yeah. So there are a couple of things that really all factor into this. And yeah, this man on the screen, one of the most storied Counter-Strike players yet to win a major. I think him and EliGE are the 2 who have played the most majors without winning one.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes the most sense. And Nico, you know, for the longest time was seen as the prominent #1 de facto premium rifling talent. And then Russian teenager showed up and started kind of changing that conversation. So he's kind of chasing that dragon.
Oh, sorry, Alex. I just wanted, sorry to cut you off there. No, we've got Zach and Zonic standing by for an interview.
Ooh. Zach and Zonic, thank you so much for joining us. Your teams are going to face each other very soon. Zach, you had a respectable win against Mongols, but then the match after against Furia did not go in your favor. Do you think you have what it takes to face another favorite?
It's going to be hard. Yesterday I saw that we are not on the same level as Furia, and they kind of are. So it's going to be fun. We're going to have fun.
Okay, we'll see about that. Zonic, you lost your opening match yesterday, and but you had a crazy recovery against Passion, and you dominated them. You think you have enough star players to dominate Imperial too?
I will see after today. Maybe I need one more after this break. Who knows? So maybe even 2 more. Go all 5. You know. No, kidding aside. I mean, yesterday was a bit rough. A lot of nerves coming in. You know, it's a big tournament. It's what we've been working for the entire season, and we have been improving and improving. And sometimes when you improve, you also kind of feel like, okay, now it might be in our hands, and we can maybe do some good damage here, but. We had a really good talk after first game. Now it's a bit reset again, and maybe the pressure is on again. So we'll see how we start. I mean, we are playing against a team that you definitely shouldn't underestimate. So hopefully the boys has understood, and we learned from yesterday, and can get a better start.
Well, we're hoping for a really close and exciting matchup.
Didn't have much fun against Furia, did Imperial. It was an 11-1, and that was T rounds from Furia on Dust 2.
Yeah, but Furia were in hot form yesterday, weren't they? Right, against Na'Vi, we had the pleasure of casting that. Molodoy is in premium form, so loving to see Furia being able to carry that, right? 3 back-to-back trophies for them coming into the major. They come in as the world #1 and as one of the favorites. Got the video up on screen. We'll be ending up on Mirage. This is where Imperial took on Na'Vi in the last stage and actually made them work for their money. 13-10 scoreline. And just to pick up where you left off talking about Nico now being eclipsed by Donk, well, I think the whole Counter-Strike world has essentially been eclipsed by Donk, right? He now has joined the legendary star status of the Simples, of the Zywus of the world, those absolute phenoms. And just to put it into context, right? So I was saying that Nico's played 16 majors. Over that time, he's managed 6 aces. Donk has played 4 majors and he already has 7. He's the 2nd highest of all time, Magisk being the most with 9. Right? So you know, this is kind of wild.
Isn't
what
he
Donk's
averaging
doing.
an ace per best of 1
Well,
so
far, yeah, and now he goes in the best of 3s today. So if he keeps that up, look, that ain't going to happen.
No, but imagine.
And if it does, well, he's going to continue to blow our minds just like he did to kick off 2024. But we're about to get this one underway. It's the Battle of the Green Logos. Imperial taking on Falcons.
Objective Falcons is just remember who you are.
Yeah, and let's see if they're able to put on anything as dominant as what we just saw from Vitality.
Right.
It's Mirage, so it won't be as clean. Oh, Cello gets dirty early into the underpass, and a quick click from Kixen removes the head of the most emotional piece of that Imperial roster. He's really a talisman. Once he gets going, if he's warm, Cello can heat up, but if he's starting slow, could be a real worry.
We'll try and find a way back in. It's KSCERATO that gets spotted out in Palace. So they're confirming a little bit of an idea as to where the spread of Falcons is. m0NESY gets another one. So this pistol has come to them.
Now it's just about finding the close, right? So looks like they still want to be jarring to try and grab something back over towards A-ramp. No way can set up try with the dual Berettas, but m0NESY will not be there to receive that. So it is, at the moment, looking like Vinny's the next to have the door knocked upon. Just a reminder, this is KSCERATO's first major.
And, you know, the do it for him angle, maybe that's something to get the boys a bit more juiced up and motivated.
Well, I like that Zonic is happy to play along with the community sentiment. It's something that's had to happen. Zonic's been under an awful lot of fire, but he's the winningest coach as far as majors are concerned. There should be some respect on his name. But
we saw the interviews when they asked, you know, best coach or GOAT coach from all the players in attendance, and I mean, his name was very much in the hat. Him and Blade were the 2 names on most people's tongue.
Yeah, and we'll just have this one. Oh, I was going to say putted in. Vinny's very low, though.
Yeah, he's tapped a lovely couple, but it's not going to lead to much. No way in that 1v3. KSCERATO is disconnected. He's got the flank trying to lock the door, but Kixen will beat him to the punch. Lovely 3 kills from Kixen in the pistol. That's going to feel good.
Some smiles on some faces there, so going to be happy with this. They don't need any more radar screenshots, do they? But it's something that I think if you're Falcons, you have to lean into, right? This is one of the things when you're this team, this organization. There's a lot of pressure on the namesake, and if things do go against you, which from time to time they do, that's a nice second shot from Vinny, isn't it? Then you lean into it, right? You're going to have to be the butt of the joke. It's better to own it and embrace it than it is to try and fight against it, because we've seen what teams who have tried to do in the past. It just gets worse for you. The odds provided by our official betting partner, and you can just see how heavily they do favor the Falcons in this. It will be the force buyback for Imperial. So Bay were able to win one against Vitality. Let's see if Imperial want to kick off their best of 1 in the 1-1 bucket in the same way. Remember, trying with the scout. We've seen this one before.
Oh, he's a sharp shot. Certainly he has... He's no stranger to giving himself heavy criticism. He's got high standards for himself.
Oh, they are starting to regroup into an A execute, and the thing that I'm looking at right now is the positioning that was just highlighted there by our ops team. You take a look at Cello and Skulls, who are both playing towards connector. If it's an A execute and you're not playing in the site with numbers, balcony, under balcony, towards the goblin box or default, they execute in, you're going to be playing back in through smokes. And when you're on a force buy, that could come in your favor, but they don't even really have any flashes at all to try and pipe through.
Feel like a save unless like a 5-7 from stairs does
exactly
something.
And look how good this utility is.
Yeah, job done, right? Like, as in you can walk on out now. CT's the main threat. Jumping around with their MAC-10s, trying to make sure that those rifles are safely escorted in. It's m0NESY bringing that bomb in last. And you've even got CT control. So for Falcons, this could not be a smoother start to the second round.
Yeah, simple understanding of what to do here. Now it's about how much can you hold on to, or how much can you take away.
Not playing scared. His Tessus nade with 10 tries name on it. Does another bit of damage, puts him down to 44. Unlikely he leaves, but maybe baits into the CZ. They're all congregated for a bit of a swing with the pistols. KSCERATO does spot the whole squad. It's now KSCERATO up to bat. Should be able to get himself up a couple of kills. Does deliver 3.
Oh!
Shot from Vinny in combination with Try. They don't really have the time for this, but it is making it more costly than they would have liked. Falcons going to be left with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth.
Okay, can Kixon track down Try? Knows he was towards CT. He's going to back off, obviously, towards Maka. Fam is in hand and can't remove it. Try's going to get to hold on to this AK.
Okay.
So could have been worse, could have been better. I think if you're Falcons, the fact that you go up against the Force and you win the round, you get the conversion. That's the tick in the box that you're looking for. Now it's just about getting past this booby trap that is the AK-47 carried through. So yeah, a little bit shaky for a moment, but KSCERATO just delivers up a triple. Okay, well, now starting heavy towards A this time, so no way towards window. Everybody else towards A. You might try and claw in towards apartments or a ramp to try and activate this AK. And you can see Skulls, he'll be playing first, so Try can trade off of him. We get the fortunate factor of the radar. We can see nobody's home. They're infesting quite heavily over towards middle and the B apps. So could this be telling of a B split? Ideally, you want to avoid that AK if possible. Or if not, make sure you're in a position to trade against it. You don't want any sloppy pathing, because a double kill against the AK, or even some of these pistols we could see. P250, 5.7, and even a Deagle in the mix is they are starting to reroute now. So started heavy A, now moving over towards B, and that B split starting to take shape.
Okay, layer of flashes. Good catch. It's actually onto the 2 players tucked on Van. Tries AK. Needed that. Needed that. KSCERATO, just immediate deletion. Just what you wanted to be seeing if you're a Falcons fan. Double kill from KSCERATO to stop any sort of funny business on the B bomb site.
There's something with these matches at the major, right? Especially when you get to stage 3, there's an anticipation. And that's the key. That's why people tune in, because they want to see the biggest names, and not only that, the biggest personalities. These orgs, some of them like a Na'Vi at every single major, but then you have players like a KSCERATO who comes onto our screens. He's being touted throughout the start of 2025 to be the best thing since Donk, who happened in the year before. And maybe he hasn't been able to deliver in the same fashion, but he's still extremely gifted. And he's in a team with a lot more firepower around him, right? A name like Nico and a name like modyy, 2 absolute bona fide superstars, and then you add a third into the mix. It's Nico, the elder statesman, who's having to take a little bit of a back seat in some of these key positions.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, this is a fast A split.
Fast one.
They're just going to pop through this con smoke.
Oh, wow. Nico does not mess around. Catches Skulls on the swing. There's one back. It's good for Cello. Try is in Palace.
Need to reset the round now.
Yeah, KSCERATO's got something big here. Nice flank, nice headshot.
Look at Clinical!
Look at him go! Just extracting brains from Skulls, 2 gone. And just like that, what was going to be a really awkward round becomes something a bit different. modyy going to be running that bomb through T-spawn.
Yeah, as he should be, right? Because you know that Vinny's a B defender. KSCERATO's got the rotations cut off. If Kixon and modyy just partner up and all they have to do is find, I know it's all they have to do, is be able to deal with Vinny where they were believing on B, they should be in. But really playing this one slow. You know where one of the 2 was, but now Try definitely could have evacuated. He could have even opted for a push through. But he's going to play over towards Ticket. Vinny's going to be floating in CT spawn. KSCERATO's still with these rotations. He's going to puff up his chest. He has already made the round-winning play. Now it's about keeping the comms flowing in his position. Vinny now partners up with Try, and they're trying to search him out.
Yeah, his double kill has already won them the round. And not to know that, of course, understandably, taking their time on the pathing. Don't want to be walking into an AWP, losing that bomb. And now KSCERATO maybe is caught out. Is he tucked? He won't be visible. Vinny could still catch him. KSCERATO finds his 3rd. Vinny caught walking through the jungle. That's an impactful round, just as we were discussing his kind of rise to fame and the major rookie.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't know what this kid's ceiling is. I don't think we've seen it yet. Whereas Donk's, we've seen because he's shattered all expectations. Doesn't mean he can't go higher. Donk is the highest level of any individual that we've seen, right? Obviously, Zywa and Simple are very good as well. But what Donk did at that Katowice, the way that he just turned heads, right, especially as a rifler. And we are seeing that as we mature into CS2, it's no longer an AWPer's paradise. If you want to be an AWPer, you need to be elite level. But that is beautiful, so steady. Right, the aim on point. This is what you love to watch. And from a young man, he is delivering like, yeah, he's another one of these kids who goes out there and goes, yeah, no pressure. Yes. And he's one that you have to believe because they do deliver. So great little start here, 4-0 for Falcons. Partial buy back in. And the board was wiped. Skulls are nowhere yet to get going in the frag department. But we might just have another clinic on display, but it could be in a different fashion. Not in terms of perfect pathing and U-tilt being picture perfect. It is looking like it could be something that is just packing a punch.
And Falcons packing a punch with KSCERATO at the helm is kind of exactly what Zonic would be hoping to see. Just kind of waltz through this one. I thought it was interesting the way like Zach had approached it, where he said like, yeah, well, we found out that we weren't in the same category as Furia yesterday, and Falcons kind of are. So, you know, like that's not only realistic, but it does simultaneously apply that little bit of pressure. You know,
Sure.
it's like, well, Furia threw us around, so if you don't,
yeah,
you aren't.
You're not as good as them, huh?
Yeah, right.
Well, if Hong Kong didn't tell you that. Falcons still really looking through their breakthrough, and opening kills coming their way again. So.
Okay, a little bit of something from nowhere. The individuals can definitely shoot. No one's denying that. There's a reason they've managed to fight their way through stage 3, pick up a win in stage 3. But for Falcons, they're trying to return to, you know, normality. A little bit of a slip up, one best of one.
When I look at the playoff bracket, if you are guaranteed to get yourself Furia, Vitality, Falcons, and Mouse, those are the top 4 names that you'd expect. Then the names that you would want should be Spirit should be the next one out of anybody's mouth. I was pretty high on G2 because of that Blast Open London win, and I've actually really liked what I've seen since this roster's come together. I rate players like Matters, Heavy God, Malbs very highly. So if they're able to show good form and get to the playoffs as well, then those final 2 spots, if you get Na'Vi and you get FaZe, you have all of the massive organizations in attendance. As, well, spreading in for this mid-control on the CT side. They've got information, but if there is a quicker move over towards A, they might just find themselves completely out of position. Cello Skulls heading in through CT, but they will be asking, has anybody slipped out? Are they ticket? There's no way. I don't think he has the best of timings right now.
It might be like out on the site before he gets there. That's if they take quite a quick pace here. They are now throwing out their util. m0NESY full blind, removes try, but no way will punish. Catches Kixon, bits the bomb loose. Now suddenly a bit of a panic sets out in the Falcons comms. We've got to focus on that. KSCERATO focusing on B. Up and over, Tessus adjusts nicely, removing that threat and
now you can go back.
securing the bomb, and you might want to, because KSCERATO just said B's clear.
Yeah, so that tells you that that flank informed them that it was just full information for Imperial.
How far did he go?
Well, you know it's the stack now, so maybe they just want to finish A and have him clear out the back line.
KSCERATO go kill. And that means he knows there's one ramp as well, because that you don't throw that nade for no reason. Going in, missing, fragging, it's perfect. There was a real opportunity. No way finding that flank, getting the bomb loose for a moment of chaos. Skulls is under a lot of pressure and gets brought down. So a nice one. You can see that Kixon, that one means a little bit more than the previous. Just seeing his boys work wonders, and it looks like Zach does want to take a timeout after that one. Probably a conversation to be had about these gaps.
You feel so bad if you're Skulls in that situation because you're the A anchor. So you're like, I'm the last guy. They know that I'm here. Everyone else was here.
Yeah.
They know that I'm here. So they will find me, as they are just getting ranked old right now. So both coaches with an opportunity to get on the mic. For the newer viewers, maybe not too familiar with Zach, he was once upon a time in a major grand final. That was PGL back in Krakow in 2017 with Immortals.
Everyone's favorite major final.
Yeah, going up against Gambit. That's one of those ones that was a crazy result, right? It was one of those majors where you go, okay, hold up, how did any of this happen, right? So Zeus got his major there alongside of the Dozier, Mo, Adren, and of course, Uncle Hobnob.
Shout out to Hobnob. Nice Damian.
All right.
That's an auto shotgun.
That is an auto shotgun.
Usually you enjoy these.
I do.
Don't know if Try's going to enjoy this. A flash, a nade, and a headshot onto KSCERATO. Tell a lie, he's having fun.
And making money.
Yeah, money short, but KSCERATO put in a grave. That's his 4th death, and it's to a shotgun. They've got him boxed in. So Tessus, ooh, could have got the double. They're unable to find that second on the spray.
Now, there's a real shot within this round. Not only the number advantage, but it's the first time Imperial have found the opening kill.
All right.
So sure, it's not a full buy, but let's see if you can work into action. Or m0NESY, Kixon, and Nico combined. Can they bail them out? They've heard that deep smoke over towards the B app, so they know that they're fully entrenched with control. Now it's just about trying to find the path of least resistance. You've still got over a minute on the clock. You've got a decent amount of util between these 3.
Are they hedging B? No, it's a 2-2 split.
The biggest gap right now for Imperial is if there's a play through middle, right? Up short or even up through connector. But as we can see, going back through A. So Cello and Land of Skulls partner up. Skulls will jump spot. Cello will be the unknown piece.
You could soften him up if he gets a good HE timing towards Tetris.
Skulls must have seen him. He's no longer jumping.
Yeah, Nico, he's processed that now. Nate's not quite going to hit the money on the mark. This is a good util combo.
Get out of there.
Oh, that's perfect.
That's
Forced
beautiful.
into the AWP.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we can all add to our repertoire.
But Cello, unknown piece. Remember, he's still here.
He's sounding like he's overlooked. He's hearing these footsteps, but he's not going to be too quick. Waiting for that bomb plant, waiting for that round-winning kill.
Time.
Nico's pathing just to the side, and he gets a free frag into the back of the head.
Can't plan.
Oh! Kixon saves him with a wallbang headshot.
Got a plan now, Kixon.
Get it in. Got to get it in. Monacy plucks a jumping no way. Do see the plant go down in time. Can't really deny it from Try. Up on the stairs, tracks the first onto Monacy. Kixon has to save him now. Try comes in, but Kixon hits the shot. Falcons, a bit of sweat on the brow in that round, gets very chaotic. Try, he comes down to a 1v1. He opened up with their first opening, couldn't find their first closing.
Yeah, I think that the kill there is obviously Kixon with the wallbang. Because if he doesn't get that, with the time that's on the clock, they're in so much trouble. So this is, well, not the opening exchange, but the one that does really tip the tables. This is a great combo, flushes out Skulls. He thinks he's just going to stay over towards Ticker, but they still have a boatload of util. Cello activates, kills Nico. Kixon gets the trade back so he can plant. And then Try gives it his best, but 7-0. Guns back out for Imperial. Remember, that last round was their first round with an opening kill. So we'd love to see a rifle round start in that fashion as well. Try with 7 kills, 4 for No Way, 3 for Vinny, 2 for Cello, 1 for Skulls. So this top mid space for KSCERATO and Kixon. No information play for Imperial on the CT side.
Yeah, Kixon's got 2 smokes here, so he'll be able to kind of act bigger than he is.
Okay, so it's a fake window smoke and top con smoke. And then it's going to be a B pop. But I think they were just blocked over towards... Oh no, B smoke fading, excuse me.
KSCERATO to flash him in. It's Tassus that's going to be layering that on top and running out. Nico has that bomb.
Vinny won't get blind here, I don't think.
Strafing out is Tessus, caught by No Way. That's the trades you want to see, though. Nico not going to let that death of Tessus go untraded. And a save is the only option.
Yeah, that's 0 to 100, right? You're sitting in your spots, everyone's calling what's going on, and then next minute, everyone's in your face. You both be defenders at down, they only get 1 kill. You're not even getting slowed down, so the rotation has time to get there.
So quick.
Just
like,
over.
What's the comms? Like, at that point, even...
They're coming B.
Even the professionals, it feels like B, 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 B.
And that's it, right? Yeah. And then Vinny probably goes save because he sees nobody floating close. If there's a third piece to either have assistance or find that gap to try and cause a little bit of chaos, maybe there's a way in, but this is another clinic. So this will be 8 consecutive rounds now. If you just missed the Vitality game, there was a whole lot more of this. It was just going through the motions. I was calling it live dry running.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? You kind of wanted to see this if you wanted to see a competitive major along the stretch. Falcons... Sure, it wasn't the best start of a win streak on Ancient broken. You do get put down, but Vitality lost a phase on Nuke. So if you want to say that you're on par with Vitality, you pick up a 13-2 here.
I think also what is a positive sign is it's the kick in the pants immediately, and it's one that has the lowest stakes. Now it's going to have massive ramifications to how the bracket unfolds.
True.
But if both Vitality and Falcons are able to go 3-1, then there's still a chance that the bracket does kind of start to fill out and populate in a way that could be. I don't want to say favorable because all games in the bracket, but favorable in terms of getting spicy matches in the semis and lining up for a great final, as opposed to just having these super stacked quarters where it's like, you've got Furia versus Vitality and Falcons versus Mouse, and then maybe on the other side, let's say you had like Na'Vi versus FaZe, right? And they get like a freebie through to a quarter. You want it to be equally matched, but how you place throughout this stage will determine how the bracket looks. So that is something to keep in mind with those upsets on day number 1. But either way, this course correction, if it continues in this direction, is beautiful, right? This is exactly what you want from favorites.
That's if it continues. I understand that if is doing a lot of work there because Imperial and 8-4 half is available. We just need to see more evidence that they can pull it off. An opening kill, perhaps. Looks like there's a big pressure onto the A defense. Skulls on top of the ladder, has that little elevated angle with his Zorpa holding ramp. Cello will be summoned over as the util sails in. It's Monacy that's going to be throwing out that stairs and jungle util set. Blocked on ramp. Do you still go? Yes, you do. Skulls, nice tracking. Lovely work, that 1-2 punch. Skulls and Try defending the A site valiantly to get Imperial started. Another one, layered of flashes, missed shot from m0NESY. Skulls leaves with a double kill. Try the same. And Tessa's just with it all to do in the 1v5. So round 9 is where Imperial come online.
Okay. So they can salvage 4. This was the conversation in the Vitality game as well. Sorry to rehash a lot of this, but it is almost identical, right? Does it get a bit loose towards the end, right? Or is KSCERATO able to keep them restrained and leashed and focused in on the goal at hand, which is getting this done as quick as possible? Well, the next couple of rounds will be very telling of that. And I think that he's got wilder horses, right? If you were comparing stables, Apex is a well-tamed, well-trained.
Oh yeah, you could do like school trips with the Vitality horses, but
these ones they're naughty boys sometimes.
Yeah, you know, it's probably not best idea. Trying to keep a leash on the Falcon individuals.
So Tessus and KSCERATO in through underpass. Late window utility being thrown out now by KSCERATO. They did search towards A, right? They tried their luck, they kept the pressure on. But this is another CT setup where there's no info. So if there is just an execute and it is into B, Vinny and Noe are in trouble again. The rotation is miles away. They're not playing for info, they're not clamping down on mid, they're not grouping up on a timing as Falcons are taking mid control. I say that, Skulls is gravitating over. That'll give a third piece. Try might come towards window. So they are leaving a gap on A, but you do need to take these type of moves. That's what the best teams in the world are up to. So looking for a fight now.
Yeah, full team effort. Molly makes life uncomfortable for KSCERATO. Doesn't look too uncomfortable for the first. Trade provided by Skulls. It's Tessus that's hoping he gets overlooked or can catch Noe just glancing towards under for answers. Vinny beside him as Bomb is maneuvering towards that unguarded A site. I say unguarded. Skulls did just have a little passing glance.
I'd call it unguarded.
Yeah, okay, good.
I think you're bang on.
It's really going to be a waltz into the site for m0NESY and KSCERATO.
So Tessus going forward too.
Down, though. Sure, it's info, but it is going to be a man advantage, and Try will get his eye to the scope. CT just going to sweep through the site, may catch Nico's exit if he doesn't nail this. I think he may have got the info on the jiggle.
Time the problem.
Flash and out. Time an issue for sure, and multiple bodies on the screen. KSCERATO does go down, and it does look like it's going to be another problem for Falcons. 10 seconds, bomb needs to be picked up. Nico 10. Is he going to make a play for this? Does take the jaws, and he takes the transfer. That's nuts.
Mate, he had the plan.
That's insane. The fight's come to him, but I don't know how much that fight was even brought to him. That's just a little pixel on the transfer.
I still just don't quite understand it. He had to get the bomb and plant.
What?
Right, there was 8 seconds left at that moment.
Yeah, you could be like knife out looking at a wall.
You let him make the move. By the time he picks up the bomb and goes back to the site, there's probably 5-6 seconds. So
the uncrouch is, foolhardy from Vinny. He wants to make sure that Skulls gets traded, but time was there.
Yeah, I don't want to be critical, right? Because they're already getting owned and they're making the play, but Nico is the one who had everything to do. And you gave him the one thing he wants, heads up Counter-Strike.
But I mean, we all agree that that's like, there's only a handful of players that are going to punish that.
For sure, right? Okay. It was very good.
But still a mistake, an unforced error.
You gave it to him.
Yeah.
You gave him the opportunity to put his aim on display.
And that's if Counter-Strike is many things, but one of them is just punishing those mistakes. And the very best players are the very best at doing so.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's a mistake because it didn't work. Otherwise, it looked beautiful. Oh, they double swung and they traded.
Oh, yeah,
great.
there we go.
Right? And it's clobber in time as it looks like it's back to those swift winning ways. Just going to be Vinny. As he lobs his way out window. Got the first. They're just going to waltz in towards B now. So m0NESY and Nico just going to partner up and look for the close. So m0NESY will cover Cat. Vinny is going to rotate back through market. Nico has to worry about the play through underpass and B apps. And that'll be that.
Got it.
Okay, 10-1. It's good that it's quick.
Yeah.
Not if you're an Imperial fan.
But if you're a best of threes fan.
They're coming up next. And there'll be no more best of ones at the major after these conclude. We also have a match going down on the A stream right now, casted by Harry and Hugo. That's their second for the day. They saw Mongols take down FaZe, and now they are covering Na'Vi versus Pain as Try has found another opener.
Oh, and Tessus has managed to find a rebuttal. Cello was just kind of caught in the middle of nowhere there. Didn't anticipate just such a kind of a unprovoked walkout ramp. And KSCERATO is very confident that there's no one going to shoot him in the backside here. Just walking into B. Look at this pathing, the conviction behind KSCERATO.
Think about the constriction now of those rotations. The fact that he's able to press up this far, and look at all the nades that he has, right? At this moment, he obviously wants to get the jump on them rotating in, but if he just smoked this off, as soon as Tessus is close with the,
And then they glance. He did miss his shot. It's all right. The end of the world. You still now know, okay, we can't go short, but we could throw a smoke and maybe we could build on the back of that. Really working on an apps flank. No, he did push forward of that.
KSCERATO has been caught. Needs to smoke this off. So many nades just to block. This is crazy.
They're just going to run through.
They have to.
And that's exactly what Vinny tries to do. Suke takes 2. A third from KSCERATO. Falcons having a lovely feast.
Mate, he was just under pressure, getting shot in the backline, then just steps up and gets 3 massive kills. m0NESY closes it down. The scoreline is 11-1, but Falcons on the road to recovery. The 2-1 bracket awaits, and this is the Falcons that everybody wants to see.
Looking to put Imperial down into the elimination game tomorrow, and they're doing it rather quickly. Trying to build up that momentum as well. You know, this is that static start, that static friction, overcoming that and trying to get himself into playoffs.
We're on the B stream here, and it stands for beating to kick off the day, doesn't it? Vitality owning Bay, and now Falcons doing the same to Imperial. 11-1 if you missed it. You're tuning in. You missed a couple of stylish moments there from KSCERATO, looking very sharp, 17 kills in total at the tippy top of the scoreboard. But it's been a relatively good team effort. Good calling from that of KSCERATO. Everybody maneuvering across the map, and when called upon, have hit some very nice shots. This pistol will get the job done.
Let's see if they can get it. Block smoke, Skulls doesn't choose to engage as Nico's tap that starts us off. m0NESY, though, he's in the perfect position to farm up a couple. Double kill from him, chipping in. It's just try, and try as hard as he might. They won't.
Okay, Force playing out the game now.
Get her done.
These are 2 of the biggest stomps in back-to-back fashion that we've casted. We've casted some stomps. We casted the FlyQuest versus Fluxo 13-1 on Overpass. We did a 13-2 yesterday, which was Na'Vi versus Furia.
Yes, that was a dominant one, wasn't it?
Right, so there have been some real dominant games.
But I mean, that's what this major's about, right? It's like kind of, you know, you used the term sifting for gold. And now we're just trying to forge that gold into, you know, a trophy and a champion.
Well,
remove the imperfections.
Without a doubt, we've had the best of the best, right, throughout the season. We've seen them in finals, right? Furia's late surge is the most impressive, but Falcons have been in a bunch of finals. Everyone knows that hasn't gone their way. They haven't gotten what they needed. You could go back to the one they won with Degster, but that's a completely different roster to this one now. I don't think we'll be counting that. They're in a similar conversation for Mouse, but where Mouse has discussed having no aura, Falcons has a lot of it. These are very popular players. household names. And you wonder if or when that time comes, or will they just continue to get painted with the choking brush? Will that perpetually follow Nico? Tessus goes down for the opener. So there is a little something in this. KSCERATO getting one back, and I think he's just...
he wants to fight.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
He's not playing scared. And nor is Skulls actually just jumping out and trying to bait them into that jump up, but Keekson happy to oblige. Looking like this might be a 13-1, folks. It looked like that a long time ago. Don't know why I'm saying that. Like, that's just... We're just realizing that. But yeah, maybe there's something to be said with this Cello. Did he get spotted? Yeah, surely Nico knows. Cello does too. KSCERATO, though, is the one you have to get past. And try. Oh, God, just the perfect amount of ammo to body shot him through the wall. Of course. Picks up the scout to try and finish it. Oh, and he does just nail it. KSCERATO, that's a big one. That's going to be a feel-good game. You can see that, just like a Zonic, the proud father, just looking at KSCERATO saying, thank you very much.
Okay, well, 21 kills for him, just a casual day at the office, and plenty more Counter-Strike to come from Falcons as Major, you'd hope. There's the loving embrace of Zonic there. You only get those at Majors. You got to work hard for them. And now it's just one best of 3 separating them and the playoffs, which is where this team belongs at a minimum. You've got Falcons who would love to be their Vitality too. I think Mouse, we've got Furia, you got Spirit, you got G2. There's so many big names at Budapest to round out the year. And hopefully the Counter-Strike, look at him. He's telling the stories. Oh, this is how I own them. You know, he's come home from the school trip and he said,
dude, I threw this and no one was looking, and so I came this way. And
this is what's great about these majors, especially when you have a rookie as talented as this guy. The love of Counter-Strike, it's infectious, right? When you see, he's loving his life right now. They've just dominated a team. Sure, they're going to shrug this one off, and they weren't expecting Imperial to be a huge opponent, don't get me wrong. But to be able to, you know, have this game with your boys that you're working hard with, there's also some framing around the people going, oh, they didn't boot camp. They, you know, spent time at home. And it's like, well, at this point, right, these guys have been playing together all season. Oh, this one right here. It's not like it would have cost them anything, right? But it's a flashy moment there for Nico. But this is what we expect from Falcons. And this is what we hope to see going into the best of 3s tomorrow. More of this from Maxim, please.
And still kind of, you know, we didn't necessarily need m0NESY today. He wasn't really, you know, he was there. He was definitely there. Impact on that pistol. But as you were highlighting, you know, because his form coming into the major had everyone thinking, oh, here we go.
It was hard. So in the best of 3s, maybe that's where we get to see the best m0NESY.
Yeah, absolutely necessary today.
You can replay that for me 100 times. Those headphones come off and the biggest smile on his face again and again. So really just feeling the good vibes, aren't they? We're going to have to wait until we finish populating the 1-1 games and our 0-2 and 2-0 games before we know what the 2-1 bucket is going to look like for their opponents. That'll be happening at the end of the day. So there's a whole lot more Counter-Strike where that came from. This is just a quick appetizer. And I have a fortunate fact for everybody. We are on an accelerated schedule round here.
Oh, what a
So there's
what a
no
lovely
waiting, right? These have been 2 quick games, and we're just going to keep it moving.
Yeah, no, and talking of, you know, appetizer, the main course is actually cannibalism, if you're interested.
Yeah, it does sound violent, and it is.
Yeah, I mean, not human eating human, but American eating American.
Yeah.
I just called Americans, not humans.
Well, we know what you mean.
You know what I'm going for.
You're going for
North American
eliminating
Counter-Strike.
North Americans eliminating North Americans.
Yes, which is a bit of a running theme throughout, but we'll get into it.
We'll get into it. We're just going to be waiting to get an interview with one of the victors. Don't you worry about that. And then we'll throw over to Donna and hear what they have to say. But who do you think it's going to be? If you had to guess who's going to do the interview?
Oh, the interview? Oh, it wouldn't be KSCERATO.
Why not?
Maybe a happy KSCERATO or a Zonic would be my guess. Or maybe you get a smiling Nico.
Well, Zonic and Zach were on the pre-game.
So you wouldn't we don't recycle?
I don't know, you could. But I think Donna, you know, maybe wants to get it.
Yeah, true, because it's Donna's request.
KSCERATO played the best.
Donna requests KSCERATO.
I reckon she does too.
Yeah.
But they might say no.
Yeah, and then it probably is Nico.
Yeah, okay. Well, here's some scores on the doors. So you can imagine why they didn't have many CT side kills, guys. They didn't play many CT rounds, right? Whereas Try did. And that's where he got most of his frags. So that makes a whole lot of sense for everybody, doesn't it?
It's all computing.
You know, keep it simple, stupid. I want to recommend that everybody also go and whack on the A-Stream game, Pain versus Na'Vi. They're all tied up over there on their map. They are playing Dust 2. And guess what? We were right. It is a KSCERATO interview with Donna. Check it out.
Well, that was an easy match for you, and now you're up 2-1. So tell me now, after starting with a loss but ending with 2-1 today, how is the mood in the team?
Good. We are enjoying.
Yeah?
Spending time together, enjoying.
Okay. I think you also have been enjoying yourself. You had an incredible performance. How do you feel about your own performance today?
Good.
Yeah?
Yes.
Only good?
Yes.
Okay, there is, although I feel like still pressure on the team to like win, because you came here to win, right? But what about you? Do you feel any pressure?
No, I just play tournament.
Okay, that's amazing. So you're the chill guy, good to know. And now you're up to 1, so tomorrow qualification matches, and you're gonna head into the best of 3, so no more best of 1 for you. How do you think your team will perform in the best of 3s?
I think team likes more best of 3 than best of 1. Their opinion. I don't care best of 1 or best of 3. So team will enjoy more.
You enjoy both, team enjoys more best of 3. That's amazing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to machine and sponge.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny bean? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Who introduced you to CS and how old were you?
I was very young, like 5 to 6 years old. My brother introduced me. He was playing like semi-pro.
Okay, you still play with him sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, we get some fun matchmaking.
Well, the first time I got introduced by Counter-Strike was in 2007. I was 14 years old. It was a friend. A guy just opened a cybercafe in my town, and I wasn't such a big gamer back then, and I said, okay, let's go. And I realized CS was a good game.
Do you still play with that guy?
No, I don't. I saw him 2 years ago. There are two brothers that opened that thing, and I saw them 2 years ago because it was fun to see them again because they were the one that introduced me to Counter-Strike.
I've always been around computers, but I was 12 years old when my brothers took me to the Cyber Coffee. Had only 6 PCs on the beginning. It was amazing. I loved it first time.
Who introduced me to Counter-Strike? I mean, my parents, they were having a PC cafe, so I was just hanging out with them there, and I saw some people play it, and I started playing, and yeah.
How old are you?
4 or 5, something like that.
I was, I don't know, I remember it since I was born almost, like since I have conscience and memory. My big brother.
You still play with him sometimes?
Yeah, he still, until recently was we played Face It. But both of them were playing CS, both of them introduced me to it, but yeah, once in a while we'll play.
Older brother. I think the first time that I played under his control, it was like I was playing on the mouse and he is on keyboard. It was like I was 3.5 years old probably, and like since 4 years old I can play like by myself.
It was my brother and my cousin. Like they started to play in a cyber cafe, like together, and actually my brother bought him like his first PC, and we were doing 1 hour each every day to play CS. So that's how I learned the game.
And do you know how old you were?
6. I was 6, yeah.
I think no one, but I'm starting play Counter-Strike, I think 14, but I'm not play so much because for me when you so young you don't know it's good to play so much Counter-Strike or no.
Who's gonna be in the major grand final? I would go with, I don't wanna put us, I don't wanna jinx us, I'll put Furia versus Vitality.
Hope for us. And why not against Furia?
I really hope we do, and I would like to face Furia in the finals against us.
Hopefully us against Vitality. I always like to play against them, so Vitality.
Vitality and Furia.
Spirit and Falcons.
Who's going to play in the major grand final this time?
Spirit and Vitality.
Us against Vitality.
Mouse and Falcons.
I think Mouse and Furia.
Mouse and Furia. Vitality and Mouse.
Us and don't matter who.
And who?
Doesn't matter who.
Us, I hope so. And Furia, yeah, great final, right?
Division and Furia.
Oh, that would be cinema.
Hello, it's So from G2, and today I'm doing pick'ems for the stage 3. I will go with Furia for a 3-0. They have a pretty good map pool, so I think they can do good in best of 1s and best of 3s also, and then yeah, overall I think they can match up against other teams pretty good. I think we have had some time to practice and we can show good form here as well and need to believe in ourselves, so let's put us there as well. And then for the 0-3 teams, I think Imperial surprised by getting into stage 3. So I think it's a likely one for 0-3. We're gonna win Passion in the first match, so I will put Passion as 0-3 as well. The rest of the playoffs teams, so Vitality kinda straightforward. Can put Mouse there as well. They haven't skipped too many playoffs, so that's a clear pick, I would say, as well. Then for the rest, yeah, I think Falcons as well, they're gonna make it to playoffs. I think Navi showed good form in stage 2, went 3-0, so I would put Navi as well. And then let's say Spirit because of Donk. Let's put FaZe, actually, just to make it interesting.
3-0 choices, Vitality and also Team Spirit. I believe those are the two most likely teams to go 3-0. My friend from Passion Way might be one of the 0-3s, maybe Parivision as well. Even though I love watching Parivision, I'm watching them a lot. If I were to be emotional, those wouldn't be my picks, but I mean, this is me trying to be rational. So now let's go for the qualifying teams as 3-1, 3-2. Furia as my first pick. Not 3-0, but I think we can make it 3-1 or 3-2, hopefully. I need to consider my boys from Falcons. They are having a a very good season, even though they're not getting the trophies. They're playing so well. We just had a grand final against them, and they're gonna come in hot. I have to consider Mouse. They are very solid, consistent, the entire year, deep runs, and every tournament they play. FaZe, I have to consider them. Also because of FaZe magic, you know? I really believe G2, they always come up with some cool things. And hard not to consider Navi from what they showed, stage 2.
So I will start with the 3-0 category, and I'm gonna put Mouse 3-0. My team, gotta have belief. I also think a smart trick for the pick'ems is you need to play the system. With us, I'm gonna put Falcons. I think if we calculate out the system, there's a chance that we are not meeting each other in a 2-0 game. Pain, 0-3, and I will also put Passions UA, 3-1 or 3-2. I will have Vitality for sure. I'll go with Spirit. I would also choose G2 to make it through. I will have Furia. I will put Navi as well. I'm actually gonna pick Liquid. So that's my pick.
So 3-0 with Vitality and Furia. And for the 0-3, maybe 8, maybe Passion UA. For 3-1 and 3-2, I'll put us. We are not solid, but we are playing a good CS. I'll put Navi. They went good in the stage 2. Of course, Mouse. Falcons as well. Spirit, of course. And G2. That's all.
Welcome on back. The best of ones are done, and now it is time for the real deal. This is rather intense now, folks, because the loser of this game will be eliminated from the StarLadder Budapest major. Team Liquid coming into this one as the name favorite. Passion UA coming in as the one that started this competition a step behind. They did manage to claw their way back in, though. It was I don't know how to frame it. Like that win against M80, the ticket for them to be in this stage of the competition, it was a new accomplishment for JT and Co.
Sure.
They got that next accomplishment, and since then it's been two best of ones where they'd probably rather forget.
Yeah, and it's just yesterday, right? So was it a bad day, or is it the step up in competition that makes the difference? Well, going up against Liquid, I'd say these two are much more evenly paired. I understand in terms of the name value, yeah, stronger on one side than the other, but let's remove the mask. You may as well call them complexity. I don't think Passion as an organization would appreciate that, but this is the core of the team. They've just gone and moved org, and they've added Kvem instead of Sixi, right? So with these two teams going head to head, there's actually not that much history, at least recently, right? The last game that they played against each other was much earlier in the year, I do believe, and I think that's when if I'm going to be honest, there was still JKS and Twists on the Liquid roster, right?
No.
So Liquid's come a long way in this year.
If we're calling M80, NRG, obviously NA teams.
Yes.
We can still call Passion and Liquid NA teams. Clash of Americas. You've got some of the founding fathers, your NAF, your EliGE on one side, and then you've got the disruptors that were Passion now, well, Complexity now Passion.
Now technically, Passion are still classified as a North American team by the VRS.
Yeah, they get that.
Liquid are not, but North America will claim them. So because of that, I think we're safe in calling them North American, right? So if we want to take a look at the run so far for North American teams, right, it's only where the strong may survive. M80 defeating NRG, Passion eliminating M80, and now Liquid must go to war with Passion. Only one can walk away from today still alive in the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. The other will have their season come to a swift close, right? So this is going to be heartbreaking for one of the two. On screen right now, you can see 10 maps played, a win ratio 50%, guys. That means that they've won 5 out of 10 maps played. That's crazy. Mirage being the most played is also crazy because this is once upon a time, man in the middle of the screen, JT's permaban. They started removing Ancient since they moved into this Passion roster, and it's just the man Kvem with the Ukrainian flag that is the newest addition to I want to make sure I say roster, not team, right? Because he was already on the Passion team, whereas the roster has been brought across from Complexity. So this is tough for them because Mirage is something that JT, I'm pretty sure at the time we saw them playing one of their first within this stage, that he'd only played 10 times in the last 4 years, right? Since 2022 was the last time that he had a win on the map. Well, that's changed since.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be a pressure point, and I would make a really large assumption, because it's one of Liquid's best maps, that they are going to pick Mirage today against Passion. So there will be that pressure point immediately, and that is going to be tough, right? You're getting more reps in, you're probably starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but this is a map that I think the likes of your EliGEs, your NertZ of the world, even Ultimate, Big Tim I'm calling him, should be able to get your number. This is where the rest of the map pool is something that we're going to have to explore for Passion, right? What's their pick going to be? They've seen Donk absolutely smash Liquid on Train. That could be a choice that JT and Co want to go for in the matchup today, because there'll be no overpass. That will be removed from Liquid. And then in terms of where else do you want to go, right? Do you want to pick in an Inferno? They've looked pretty good on Inferno. Liquid have played a couple of those as well that have been up and down. I'm just interested to see the map pool essentially between these two, because I don't want to just say Mirage is a gimme for Liquid. It should be a gimme for Liquid. It's not going to be that easy, right? They are going to have to graft for it. But we've got an interview standing by, so let's throw that over and see what they have to say.
Kvem, thank you for joining us. How do you feel today?
I feel pretty good. You know, 0-2 game is always rough, especially when playing some of my friends, John and NAF, Keith. So, yeah, just, you know, we got to go and win because it's either us or them, and I don't want it to be us.
Yeah, you've been playing with them for a while back then in Liquid. Does it help you actually facing ex-teammates? Like, do you feel like you can anticipate their moves better, or does it not make any difference?
I'd say sometimes, but since it's been a while since we played with John, and been like almost 3 or 4 years since I played with NAF, I'd say like they can change and stuff in terms of like their preparation and the way they play the game. So I'd say it's a bit different, and this is not something I'm personally looking into going into the game.
I mean, yeah, you're 0-2, but I still think you guys have chances. You have really shown huge potential. So how do you honestly see your chances? Maybe if you could give us like a percentage or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we have a good chance. Obviously, we've been struggling in the best of ones this tournament, and I think it's just hard because of our pistols, but our pistols have been better as well. But best of threes, they give you a bit more leeway to make mistakes, and even if you mess up on the first map, you know, you can always come back in the second and third. So I'd say we're definitely going confident for today, and yeah, we'll do our best in the best of three.
Well, it's good that your pistol is getting better, because I remember you complained about them in the last stage. And how is the map pool against them? Would you think it's good for your map pool or not to play against Liquid?
I'd say honestly we're as oh my god, if things go well, I'd say we are gonna get 2 of our best maps or better maps. So I'd say overall it's gonna be a good veto for us, and we just need to capitalize and do the stuff we've been talking about and come in with more energy than yesterday, because yesterday we definitely felt flat. Even though we got some hard matchups, we still could have beat them. If we had like a better start against G2, I think we could have beat them. And yeah, just need to come in today and do good on our map pick.
Okay, hope for a spicy match, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Grim there ahead of their matchup, and a big focus not only on maps, great questions from Donna, but also just talking about how strong starts feels fundamental, even coming into those best of threes. Passion UA, one of those teams that can kind of, you know, fade into nothingness if they don't get that strong start, but something that I think that, you know, once there's wind in their sails, they can get cooking.
I think if we reflect on the M80 game that they played, it was very direct calling within that series, right? On Mirage in the tail end where they got a string of rounds, and on Train, right? They were just flooding in towards the B bomb side. Everything was very direct. It wasn't chessboard Counter-Strike, which actually might play into the hands of some of these Liquid players. We've got Flashy on screen, coach of Liquid, and one of the 2 Hungarians who are representing the country with the major concluding in 2025. Now, Shui, the in-game leader, he's been brought in this year. EliGE has been brought back this year, and NertZ was brought in at the start of the year. So the roster looked completely different to kick off the campaign. Obviously, JKS was in the team, Twist was in the team, in-game leading for a while. For me, NAF has really found his form again, just confidence. He plays these extremity and anchor positions, and it's a position where you still have to make moves. Ultimate is one that when he first came onto our screens, we're like, wow, where did they find this kid? Can look quite flary. He's had some better moments at this major, and he's going to be a win condition. His interviews I always find quite funny, because I know he can be a bit of a troll, and he always comes across as quite a serious guy in the interview. So back to the veto, I think with Grim saying probably get 2 of their best maps, so I imagine that means they will be picking Train. Just depends if Train's the first map or if it's Mirage is the first map. And then I could see it simmer down to probably Nuke as the third and deciding. Now, if it goes 3, I'm going to take Passion, but Liquid will get to start CT side on Train. When they took on Donk yesterday, they started T side. And
that will make a difference.
T side Train is hard, right? It is very hard. It's hard like Overpass is, right? And those are, I don't envy anybody having to call into those. So we got the video on screen. Yeah, Train will be the first, so Liquid get to kick things off on one of the stronger CT side maps in the pool, and then they go into their choice of Mirage. So if Liquid pick this opener up, I can see them winning the series 2-0.
So it kind of starts here for Passion. Train, your pick. Grim says it's a comfort pick. Let's find out whether or not they can start this series, as they mean to go on a fight for survival between Liquid and Passion.
Yeah, that is, I guess, very important stakes because of the extra pressure. Heavy over towards B early.
NertZ hearing this, but he wants to fight, and he's going to drag. Does get one. It's EliGE as well with a chip in. He's going to be committed to the corner. He wants to play forward here. Kvem's trying to close that gap, and EliGE looking good. Sharp shot for the second. Just dips out and removes Kvem. Nix will find the necessary rebuttal.
Yeah, it was impossible to help EliGE there. He was committed, so had to find his way out. But Shui has now pathed up the high ramp, and this is the bomb.
It is, and a nice opportunity for Nix to have brought down Shui. Forces him away, so a bit more territory gain. NAF is considering a flank, but doesn't want to go overextending.
Yeah, he's also miles away, right? So that's the problem if they do commit into B. Ultimate and Shui need to hold them at the door.
Okay, lots of space for Grim. Moving on forward. Look at that one tap. Doesn't quite nail it. Shui on the ladder. Hard to track.
Gonna get the plant.
It should be. Yeah, Nix gets it in. Grim, half of his magazine gone. Has that flank onto Ultimate potentially. Who's going to hit the headshot first? Grim, that's a lot of missed shots.
Labored.
And that is a nasty way for the pistol to go down. That will already start sowing seeds of doubt in the Passion camp.
Okay, I think the fact that they got the bomb down is good.
Yes.
Right? I think that the shots there didn't look great out of anybody to close down that round, but that went both ways. The way that that started, Nix was actually past NertZ, so they were much quicker on the timing than that flash was ready for. So this is the exchange again. You can see here, yeah, Nyx is literally behind NertZ by the time that frag happens. EliGE does well to get another. Getting the bomb down, consolation considering how that kicked off, and then it looks clean with the final finish, but we saw it was labored before they can get there. So bomb going down does facilitate a force. We're going to see 3 Galils, 2 of which don't have head armor behind them, a UMP and a Deagle up against a fully fledged rifle round for Liquid. It's just a FAMAS. Again, heavy Lear over towards B to start. Some util thrown towards Yard to keep them busy, but NertZ is aggressive again.
Yeah, he's not letting off the gas, is he? This is kind of making a bit of a statement of intent. And now he pulls away, draws attention, and Shui. Oh, he profits as well. Swing for the trade. hallzerk gets it. EliGE down after 1. It's a bit more bloody than they would have liked. NertZ, he is playing a very aggressive brand of Counter-Strike here. Nyx will bring him down, but the damage done. Nyx already starting strong, but he's just run on down the ramp into NAF-FLY's loving it. Embrace. FAMAS finds him.
He upgrades into a Galil. Okay, couldn't get one of the M4s. And you saw right there with the forward position of NertZ, the first bullet out of the gun into the head of an unhead armored opponent of Kvem. He's removed immediately. If he had a head armor, maybe there's a chance he doesn't go down straight away. So this, yeah, as you mentioned, it gets pretty dicey, but it is against a force like this, so you're happy to get past it with denying the bomb. It doesn't go down this time, and you will be up against the full eco. Oh, what happened here? Oh, no. Okay, oh. Well, that's back where he started. All right, well, as long as he's happy.
Sometimes my mouse mat's not the right type of diagonal.
Yes.
Ultimate has made this eco.
It's over.
Quick.
It is very quick, isn't it? Okay, just hallzerk. And he's gone too. So that is a quick 3rd round of play, but we now will bring out the guns. hallzerk's AWP could be equipped right now if he would like. Has enough to get Kevlar behind it. Will not be the opportunity for head armor. And it's going to depend on what the game plan or the call is. Now, the fact that he hasn't bought it is telling me that he's asking the boss man the question, or at least waiting for the call from JT. Still yet to buy. 4, 3, and he's in with the AK. So no AWP just yet. Also, spawns could be telling of what type of play is going to be made, but lobs out a sandwich smoke from the Instas as they throw through 2.
It's a very early lurk smoke.
And they want to really deny that pop control, don't they?
Hard commitment to the Ivy fight. Now, NAF had a chance. He feels that pressure. Kvem feels like he's done enough, falls back. And his boys have taken some space here.
Now you'd want to execute. If you know they're playing for pop, if you go for this B-execute quite quickly, NertZ's rotation is going to be far away. You took a duel on Ivy, you have a good idea. You don't know for 100% that they are playing aggressive pop, but the way that the stance, the util, it tells you that they probably were. So NertZ has no rotation. If they execute right now, all is on NertZ. Shui's trying to hedge over, but he's not going to be there in time.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot of work to do. He's standing in the Molotov, burns down to a crisp. Nyx finds the finish. They're going to give this a go. Flash through the smoke, trying to get some space to stretch their legs. EliGE is going to take that fight with Nyx. He's going all the way around for it. JT will be punching in the code, and yeah, already looking uncomfortable in the 5-on-3. Did Liquid even want to have a go?
Well, NAF's worried about the Ivy lurk still, so as he worries about Kvem, this is just going to mean that Ultimate and EliGE need to fight their way out somehow, but they are having a look.
Here they are. Ultimate should be dead. Oh my goodness, Grim. Finds Ultimate some bulletproof corrugated iron.
EliGE might go overlooked here. No, never mind. Spotted his feet under the board and gets wall banged. Now, this is slow response time from Liquid, right? They were rustled on the play because NertZ throwing in that pop molly that you saw him, runs up low ramp, throws it in towards the entrance to pop, is showing that he wants to make sure the T's can't drop straight in. But once they throw their own and then a smoke on top of it, somebody has to be rotating back. That responsibility could have been on NAF, but he was kept busy with Kvem early on that initial exchange that we were highlighting, and NertZ just got sold down the river. So that right there is showing that slow rotation time is really going to cost you, especially with how direct Passion can like to call. Ultimate just hoping he wasn't spotted there, but here it is. You get to see little tippy toes underneath as JT demonstrating to you. I'd be feeling a bit, like, okay, so NertZ has 2 options there. One, he should have stayed more aggressive and tried to do damage so they couldn't execute, or dropped all the way back to play retake.
Kind of ended a weird middle ground, flashed into flames.
Grim spotted the player on red, and again, they infest the brown walls. Ultimate's orb posted in pop. And it looks like it wants to be more of the same as Grim is coming over to join this, so they'll push back pop. Can Ultimate get one?
It's going to be Flash, but I think he's tight enough on the line. He does get his opportunity, but jiggled out. Missed shot.
Yeah, it's just been left alone again. I'm so surprised. If you watch the M80 game, Passion UA were just doing a lot of set pieces.
And the game plan is working. Shui looks like he's coming over now.
But, well, he's got a smoke and a molly.
Poor guy, he's just booked, and that's surely sight gone. Round 1. They'll have a look. EliGE, head-to-head with Grim, ex-teammate on for a 4-on-4.
Oh, NAF's found the lurk.
Oh,
okay, now they can focus on the retake. They've got kits for this. They've got good util as well. Couple of mollies, couple of smokes.
EliGE isn't rushing this as well. Shui plays for the fade. hallzerk last seen towards Thomas, and it's a free headshot for Shui. hallzerk looking a bit silly. JT, though, loses his partner in crime. Nix goes down, and EliGE, a really nice, stable retake from Team Liquid. Finding that lurk as well on main. Freed them up.
Yeah, it did look like NertZ was sold again there, but able to hold out this time. So that is confidence-inspiring. The bomb going down will facilitate another buy into the Passion UA camp. So right now, AK is equipped for everybody once more. We'll see if they want to try for more of the same. Obviously, there's been... damn, okay. What's all that about? Well, nice shot there from Shui either way, as we do catch this in the highlight package. And that one's going to feel good, right? To be able to win a retake like that. And, oh, I like this from Flashy, because he knows that they probably got away with one there.
Yes.
He does take the tack timeout himself, getting on the mic to say, boys, like, if we need to be ready for these direct plays, we can't just be leaving NertZ on his own. I would imagine that would have been the conversation before they got into this. But either way...
It looked like he just pointed down the line at NertZ, said, that guy needs help.
That guy does need help. Oh, he dropped his pen. Here you go, boss. Unless he's like, admin, hold my pen while I talk, and I'll take it back once I'm done.
All right, well, timeout elapsed. Team Liquid 4 on the CT side. Passion, definitely opportunities for that to have been a second there.
Ultimate has a good spawn right now for high ramp. I'd expect him to take it with the AWP. That way they can get some early information. Obviously, he can be smoked off, but that's information in itself. And we see teams play behind that toolbox and then jump up on the ramp on low ramp contact. They're out, mate.
Fast, yeah, okay. Punchy, like the call from JT. And just look at them cowering. Overlooked on the E-box. Oh, Shui couldn't spin in time. Perfect off the back of the timeout.
Well, you play heavy towards B to mitigate the problem that's existed in the last 2 rounds, and JT is the one who calls the change-up. So now you're going to have these two left in a tough retake. The cluster of players around the bomb train right now won't persist forever. So this could just be the save, unless NertZ can find anything over the cusp of that smoke. It's faded now, and it might just be holding on to the goods. So giving over a second. Love that from Passion. Quick shift of the gear. Outside explosion, and we saw this as well against M80. One of the keys on their yard plays is not only would they throw the sandwich smoke and the camera smoke and have all the flashes, there would also be harassment utility on some of the first timing peaks for the riflers. We saw like a molly double nade combo down into Hell that cost Lake. This time around, EliGE gets caught by HEs. So those type of moves are going to remove the CTs from going to be able to spam through smokes. So it is a nice little addition to an outside play, and it's put the smile on the face of the Passion UA players.
I mean, it's always going to feel good, especially when an enemy team has called a timeout. You kind of theory craft as to what their adjustments are going to be, and then completely just bamboozle them, bulldoze them with a pace change out main. Not something you can, of course, replicate. You can't just keep going back and forth, but they might try.
And again, it will just be Liquid playing off of brown walls and trying to play for pop control. Well, Ultimate is going to start over towards camera.
Same sandwich and lurk start.
Yeah, but now you can go back to the B play.
Once again, NertZ finds himself on that island. EliGE a little quick, though. Ultimate trying his hand at testing on the flames. It was an opportunity onto Kvem.
EliGE is here much quicker. Okay, so Flashy's tactical timeout has netted in faster rotations. We've seen them just try and walk out high ramp before, but I think they need a pushback pop before they go for a B execute again. And Kvem just gets to lurk. He puts on Ivy pressure, then he gets to be the main guy if he wants, or he could join the rest of his team. So JT setting up his crew on the fade of the smoke. hallzerk and Grim to peer in. It's just Shui playing on the jiggle to block. Oh, hallzerk's played ahead of that.
Yeah,
he's got the bomb.
He's got the nade in his hand. Not the bomb! Did Shui see that? Did he register?
Doesn't matter. He can't do anything about it because of the molly.
Oh, you're right. Nix has spotted out NertZ in the meantime. Still weird death. Nasty one. Will need to be retrieved. Grim tasked with retrieval.
Does that change the call now? Because it did feel like they wanted to push back pop and then head in towards B. hallzerk makes the choice because of the incendiary that was thrown very deep. Thought he could scout quickly. Lurk smoke now. NertZ tucks in below this. Means EliGE has to be worried.
Oh, yeah, he's good to have an angle here. I think he caught a whiff of EliGE. Yeah, caught with a nade in his hand. Oh, the cover from NertZ keeps EliGE alive. 7 HP, but Grim's pathing out into the site. Ultimate now overlooking it. Getting caught out. Good catch from Kvem. Finds Shui. Closing the gap is Grim. Trying to pressure the AWP. Ultimate, some combat AWP.
There we go.
Passes the test. Puts his name in the feed and puts a 5th next to Liquid's name.
A couple of misses there from Ultimate, but makes good on it, right? Under a lot of pressure. If he was unable to convert in that situation, that would have really left a mark in the Liquid finances. But he's able to steady himself, and it's the Doc, TC. He's going to get on the mic. South African representation alongside of the in-game leader, JT. They like the initials over there, don't they? But the two of them were partnered up for an awfully long time. Then TC got let go from Complexity, ended up on Passion, and then when Passion wasn't working with the Ukrainians, he went, hold up, I know some guys. Maybe we can bring them over here. We know that finances were tough for Complexity, difficult to get sponsors within the North American realms, especially if your team's not bringing in any glamorous results. But one more of those now, and they will be forcing a partial out of Passion UA. So this one had some shaky moments, but this is what we're hoping for. The last two best of ones, if you missed them on the B stream, were Clinics. We're hoping for something a little bit more clutch heavy as Grim doesn't look comfy, does he? Desk adjustments, chair adjustments, but it's T-sided train. They've already got 2. There's still a bunch more rounds to be played. So if they can get 2 more, they can work with that.
5 going brown hole straight away. Oh no, excuse me, misreading the mini-map there. Typical pop nades. It's a main take. EliGE!
Oh.
There's his corners! Oh, it is crushing blow!
Good
3 go down! Charging main, bringing the fight to the T's. JT's committed to that angle. Shui has a deeper line, and so there's only Nyx left.
Well, this one won't have any saves, right? So with the 2,400 coming into the bank balance next, it's going to be quite limited in what they can invest. So Nyx, give it a go.
Look
you may as well. You are absolutely boxed in.
Shui's going to kill him as soon as he tries to bait him in. Ooh, I like the little bait and switch, and there's NertZ walking around the corner, catches him on the quick switch.
Okay, very well done. 6-2, 4-round gap, partial by now. There's the ability for a hero AK if they want in the hands of JT, some lighter upgrades. But this one here was a look. It's pretty common to see CTs go for the full crunch in main. It doesn't always work out that there's so many bodies in main. At least you won the round, Chief. The round was won.
Maybe that was from a previous round.
No, that was that round.
I refuse to believe that.
I guarantee you it was.
You just got like 3 kills in the opening and you...
I didn't get 4, did he?
Okay. What? I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, you should. NertZ has ripped off Nyx's head with a low ramp push. Ivy is the pressure point.
Caught in the smoke is Grim. Trying to path out, trying to get cheeky with it. Kvem's the one that's actually pulled off a cheeky maneuver here. Through that Ivy smoke, 2 backs are turned, and that smoke will fade. Oh,
EliGE doesn't know. But they must have known. This smoke's been down for a while. There you go. We'll be spitting more chips.
Give me the
after
EliGE
that
reaction to
one.
that one.
Give us an instant.
Just a picture-in-picture.
He's wearing an aura ring, so I wonder how his stress looks as well. Someone give me his data. All right, well, the bomb's in no man's land, but Shui should just be able to farm up the other 2 on this light investment.
Yeah, heart rate spikes when you get deagled in the back of the head, for sure. And there it is. Ultimate just puts it in.
Slightly concerning with, you know, a few of these little gaps, but he's... Yep.
High pressure game.
I'm not going to say anything.
It's an elimination game.
I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. Here it is. Oh, jump scare. You'd think they're losing.
Yeah. You won the pistol. It's all been kind of flowing quite nicely. 7 CT rounds.
You forced 2 tactical timeouts out of your opponent in the first half. But this is the moment that the game can shift.
Right.
Okay? So right now, 7-2. As I said, 4 rounds is enough. 3 rounds is also enough. Or 2 rounds could be enough in a while. But from where I'm sitting in the bar, let's just say 4. So at this moment, Liquid know they still need to keep things tight. They have residual buys available for almost all of their players, so that's going to be all good even if they do lose one. But if you're flashy, you want to keep this as spotless as humanly possible. This is your opportunity to take your opponent's map choice, go into what used to be their permaban, a map that they are still working the flow out on, and get this one done 2-0. You're in a 0-2 game, the pressures are the highest, you've been here before, that's where you found yourself in stage 2. And this is a whole higher caliber of opponent, but right now you match up against another stage 2 team. Mid play again, Stacknade's thrown deep.
Ultimate, ooh, missed shot, and with Grim opening up the account to Shui elsewhere. It's Kvem that feels actually a lot of pressure. He's actually going to hear the retreat of ultimate. Nyx onto NertZ elsewhere. It's the Nyx round. Grim out main. They're just aim mapping out yard. And it's worked out wonderfully.
This is in NAF's wheelhouse, though. They know that Kvem was Ivy, the other two out main. If they just keep waltzing his way, NAF can confirm this Ivy kill.
Well, Grim was smart to tuck in, but it does mean that NAF is perhaps in a undetected position. Could get the wrap around here onto JT. Nyx playing
so
heaven.
late.
It's very late. Can't seem to find him.
Okay, yeah, well.
Hiding in plain sight, on the site.
Looks like he's just trying to get out of there now, so NAF not giving this one a go. Round will be given over, and there you have 3 added to the tally. So that is a great little round. We saw all the action towards Ivy. So Kvem keeping 2 players busy. That was an all-in call from Team Liquid out the gates, right? There was a move over towards Ivy. They were unable to get that kill. Kvem actually gets to walk away with his life as long as he avoids the bomb, and does. But it was all the action out main. So when you're putting an extra man for Ivy, that does mean that your main and pop control is going to be a little bit lighter. So very well done there from Passion. We'll catch some of that in the replay, I'm sure. Yeah, so because of the choice to play heavier Ivy, everything else is going to be weaker on the defense, and you just saw them getting pipped. hallzerk has his AWP now. How does that change the flow? Do they want to head back into B and try and bruise outside of the map once more? Just 2 more rounds in this half.
Yeah, hallzerk's AWP's going Ivy.
It's quite fast. Kvem was very noisy.
NAF might be a little bit caught out by how far forward they are. Hits one headshot. It's the stray bullet into JT. I think he hadn't quite counter-strafed. It's Kvem that does find that immediate trade. And EliGE, good tracking. Actually just perfectly one-taps Kvem out of the round. Finishes what NAF started.
Action on Shui. Might get the timing here.
Yeah, he's got that back turn just as easy as that. Well played.
Bomb confirmed.
Dips away. Grim pulls that bomb straight into B. They are so disconnected, Chad.
Yeah, I'm just watching the mini-map. It doesn't fill me with much confidence for Liquid, but they have a huge advantage.
hallzerk's coming in from the late flank. Grim needs to live as best he can. Tagged up an ultimate. NertZ nearly caught with a nade in his hand. Shui ready for that late hallzerk, and now they know where he is. Some damage, but it's not enough. An 8-4 Team Liquid comes in rather, convincing on the scoreboard, 4 alive. But you had some doubts about the positioning on the minimap.
Yeah, the 3 players were essentially all around orange train, right? 6 train. I'm like, what's going on here?
Crazy little opening.
I know that Ivy was like a gap, right? But you've cleared out 3 players, or at least 2, and the AWP was there, right? So there's just some moments where I'm looking at it and thinking it's not so connected, which tells me that the comms are not clean on Liquid at the moment, and maybe that's also piling in with EliGE's stress. But Shui with 14 kills. The captain putting in a shift right now.
I was impressed he was ready for such a late arrival of hallzerk. Good understanding of where he started and how far he could have gotten off to. Ooh, EliGE versus Grim. Flash, incendiary combo, cover from NAF. These two been playing in Counter-Strike servers for a long old time. Sure, a little bit of a break, but EliGE's returned.
Nick's going to play on the fade. Oh no, drops the molly in. Oh.
Still has vision. Doesn't
it works out.
Doesn't matter. And he's taken down the highest flyer. Shui goes down, so that's a really important clawback from Nyx. Feel like we've been saying his name an awful lot on train, and understandably 11 kills if we're talking about Shui.
They're all playing through pop.
We should be talking about
through
Nyx.
pop.
Everyone is. And now from main comes Kvem. EliGE's ready. EliGE's fragging. That's his 2nd kill on the low HP. Dips in for the AWP.
Well, NertZ left
NertZ
B.
versus hallzerk. Oh, and he hits it on the cross. A 1v1. EliGE not necessarily known to be an AWP player. Grabs the rifle. hallzerk doesn't commit to the bomb. Forced off by the flames. A bit of a battle of wits here between the North American and the Norwegian. Going for a ladder no-scope frag movie clip, and it's going to cost him. Smile on the face now.
Oh, it's a full spectrum of emotions in that first half for EliGE. 9-3 on the half. We're going to a break, and we'll be right back for the conclusion of Train.
We're back in business. Best of 3. Loser goes home. Major dreams dashed, and the end of their Counter-Strike season, the end of their year. We got Passion UA versus Liquid, both seen as American representatives, albeit only with a couple in each. We're getting into that second half. We've swapped sides, and Passion UA managing 3 on their T side. Chad, you kind of set the bar. That was the base layer.
Yeah, the fact that they were all gun rounds as well, right? So decent output, but you have to convert the pistol if you're only going to walk away with the 3.
Okay, high stakes game.
Odds provided by our official betting partners who do get this one underway. Looks like it's a fast beat. Nix is here. JT's rotating.
Nix has got that P2000 primed and ready. JT doesn't get anything for free. Oh, good tracking from Nix. Keeps it up. Highest performer from Passion. JT with a chip in. EliGE goes down. That bomb doesn't either. They're running out of chances here. Liquid getting picked apart. Passion UA. This is a must-win pistol. Nix has had a great pistol. Impact on the way in, catches one on the way out. That's going to put a smile on the face, and that's going to put a little bit of belief in the ranks.
Yeah, great round from Nix. Yeah, he's the heaviest hitter right now for Passion, 14 kills. The next closest on his team being 3 players on 5. That's Grim, JT, and Kvem. And JT just got a couple there within that pistol to convert. So that's now what we're cooking with, right? This is exactly what they need to start working back into this game. hallzerk didn't have a great first half, but T-side, we know how difficult it be. For AWPers, right? So some really nice shooting, and good that they haven't given up, right? I can see them just chilling within that halftime break, and that's good because you are knowing that you're about to go to war in this second half. You know it's going to be difficult, but you know if you lock in, you can deliver a CT half just as good as what Liquid did. So it will be an eco, and it will just be peeled apart. NAF versus Kvem. We've seen their duels over towards Ivy. Kvem gets another. Now, we started off yesterday with Liquid versus Spirit, and they were getting blown out of the water. The only rounds that Liquid were able to win was over towards B, right? They were doing B executes into Zwei and Tania, and that B bomb site left a lot to be desired. Every time that they decided to go anywhere near main, Donk went, who the hell do you think you're playing against? And gave him a serve. He ended that with a 2.38 rating. He ended with 30 frags, 20 of them being headshots, an ace on the pistol round, an 11.72 swing, and 137.2 ADR. He was 4-1, right, in terms of opening duels. He had 7 multi-kills. He was just an absolute monster. There was nothing you could do against Donk if you were trying to go out main. And he delivered time and time again when asked upon. And when EliGE was asked about that in the interview for the next game, he was like, yeah, Donk just smashed us. We didn't even get a chance. And he was right. But now, you've got a lot of chances. You start on the CT side, you're warmed into this. You lose the pistol, sure. You're not going to get anything done on this eco. That's fine. But now that you're into the guns, are you one-trick ponies? Can you only pull off B executes? Because if that's the case, JT, TC, they're going to be well aware of that. And Nix, the inside anchor, is in good form. So Liquid, you can't rest on your laurels. The first half doesn't matter anymore. It's about your T side. You can take that first half out of the equation. Start from squids, and away we go. Well, it's 2-0 if we're going with that.
First opportunity with the AKs in hand.
Very heavy. They want EliGE.
Yeah, just straight in is Kvem. EliGE versus Kvem. Just force him back. This NertZ and Shui duo are going to be the ones trying to work towards that box horse control.
Yeah, this is what's problematic, right, is these 2 players postured in pop. So unless you block them, right, they're going to clamp down. Yeah, Nix is going to push high ramp, JT's going to put... You're exactly where you want them.
Yeah, and Shui has already had a very audible reload. Oof, easy for hallzerk. Gets it. Important from JT, activates. NertZ can be the difference maker, but they know exactly where he is. How's he supposed to win this? Incendiary doesn't spread. Grim is running at him. Oh, and he clears him out cleanly. So a man advantage after the dust will settle. Block smoke thrown. EliGE partners up with NAF to try and overcome this disadvantage. Now, don't forget that bomb is under their control.
EliGE should wait.
Yeah, you think he would.
EliGE really needs to wait.
He could. And he should. But he won't. Puts NAF into a near unwinnable one.
Even if, so in this situation, what could have happened was EliGE could have gone into White Walls, waited. NAF could have either come back to join him and they can at least try and trade, even though it's really pokey corridors. It's never going to be easy, but at least there's trade potential. Now NAF has a 1v3. Alternatively, NAF could have tried to work through main into pop to open up another angle, which could have then given EliGE a door, instead of just going in for that fight immediately. right? That move was perfect. That shows me that Passion have sat there and gone, all these guys had yesterday against Spirit was B executes. So what we're going to let them do is we're going to let them take Brownwell's control. They can have it, because then they're exactly where we want them to be. We'll throw a block smoke, we'll start pathing up pop, JT walks through the low ramp smoke, Nyx activates high ramp, and they just clobber them. There is so much. The comms are chaotic at that point, and there's not enough bodies for Liquid to deal with it. 9-6, very well done from Passion UA.
Yeah, that's convincing scenes that we're going to have a competitive half after all. 3 T rounds now quickly becomes 6. With 3 CT on the trot. First gun round falls through Liquid's fingers, and this is that crunch you were talking about. You can see this rundown of NertZ. He was put in such a horrible box.
Yeah, hallzerk's been loving that as well.
Feels good, rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it does. Plenty of Counter-Strike players are saying that one. So, saved AK, upgraded pistols. Unfortunately for NAF, unless they can get the bomb down now or he can get a couple of kills, it's going to be a pretty limp buy for him going forward. So, you're really hoping for NAF's sake into the next rifle round that they can get something. He's going to be the spearhead of this. Right now, NertZ is tasked with watching the B pushes. I can't believe NertZ's crosshair.
How bad is it? Oh, he's got the granddad crosshair.
Yeah, not everybody can see it, but it also depends on what resolution, right? So it could look slightly different, but that looks ugly as hell. Again, another staunch hold in pop as the rattles off a shot. So jiggled out, info given, and they're going to go knock on the door of Ivy again. But Passion really like to keep moving. You know, I know once you have the info, you're going to use that against us. So we'll keep this dialogue shifting. Kvem is going to play jiggling on the back of the 6 train. hallzerk playing new box, Grim forward on red. Kvem set up for probably a multi here unless NAF gets a clean trade.
The NAF trade with that saved AK-47. Ultimate just path in. Kvem versus that NAF. AK. Beautiful. Oh, he's nailed it. Okay, beautiful. Kvem in the server with a 3. And Liquid sent back to T-Spawn, still with empty hands on this attacking side.
All 5 staying alive is huge, right? Because moving into this with the win bonus getting injected into the bank balance, they are all looking flush for cash. NAF can get in with a Galil, so no AK for him, and slightly lighter on with U2. So for the player tasked with pushing the back off of Ivy, you'd love to have a molly, you'd love to have the smoke, you'd love to have a couple of flashes, right? You want to push the AWP off the line. Then you want to throw a lurk smoke, then you want to molly him back so that they at least sow in the seeds of doubt. So is going to limit the possibilities for NAF. What's the opener called? Remember, if you're a one-trick pony, you know you've got his B hits, and you can't successfully pull off a B hit.
You ain't got any tricks anymore. Ooh, that's something. That's an opening kill onto Grim. EliGE flashed, pushing smokes. Lovely to see.
Big miss.
Not what you want to see from hallzerk's AWP. Doesn't look like he's going to pay the ultimate price. He will get away with his life. 12 HP of it anyway.
Does JT really want to try and turn the screws, aware that EliGE could be loitering around in main after that exchange? Well, now it does make a B execute a whole lot easier. If they can't find one of these loose pieces on the other side of the map, then hallzerk is just going to have to play retake with this AWP. NertZ is going to be able to pop out high ramp. Should be an ultimate between the two of them. They've got a little bit of util. Smoke, molly, flash. Get that molly down towards Con. Get the smoke in play as well. It is just hallzerk full retake mode. And oh, hold up. Trying to get.
Ooh, head to head.
I'd rotate a second man now and I'd play 2-2.
That's exactly what's happening. Kvem's on the move. A little bit of an overextension.
Kvem has great nades to block. If he can get the molly down now.
He has thrown it. Is it too early? Is it too late? Gets that headshot anyway. Okay, just mincemeat. Running down into the spray. And Shui left. I mean, it's winnable with the health. Look how battered and bruised they are. He spotted 2 there towards connector. That's JT and hallzerk.
Well, the plant would go a long way. I'd get you another buy.
Okay, gets 1. Kvem is the unknown towards device side. Throws out a smoke. Will he go for the plant? Will do so. Kvem's going to try and walk in, find the angle on the uncrouch. And if he does, it could be traded. Nice attempt. A clutch comes down to a 1v1, and it's Kvem with 3 HP that picks it up for Passion.
Okay, good output from Kvem here. Something that was highlighted is just going back to get this AWP. Flash is going to call it tactical timeout. The diffuser will come in a little bit later than everybody's going to expect. Don't worry, he hasn't disconnected. He's just doing good reconnaissance. But the molly thrown towards Con there, if you don't throw it deep enough, you're actually able to stand on the barrels behind and get that low ramp angle. And that's what we saw him do, right? He's able to punish them. The whole point is you want to throw it in so it's deep enough to push them off of that angle so that you don't have to worry about it anymore. So an opportunity. EliGE gets you the opener flashed against Grim to start off the round, and then you can't convert the 4v5, and that is problematic. So the bomb does go down. That will facilitate another buy, unless they really want to get out an ultimate AWP, which could see them go into a partial now. But what felt like a pretty mundane, par for the course, oh, we've had smashes all day, 9-3. 3 rounds is enough on the T side. As long as you do exactly what Passion are doing right now. Get the pistol, get the conversion, deal with the first rifle round. Right now, they are the ones who, I understand, still have a 1-round gap, but it feels to me that the flow of this game has completely shifted. This is what I'm talking about, right? He gets to stand behind the flames. He also constricts them at low ramp as well.
Such a perfectly timed Molotov as well.
Great output. JT lining up the team main block smoke, so the change this time. You won't see them thrust themselves forward into main control. And they do buy in again. Kvem is pushing Ivy. He might catch Ultimate, who's just standing with nades out.
Oh, you're right. He's a complete
Ultimate's
sitting
not even acknowledging the Ivy smoke.
He's not even thinking about it as a possibility. JT swings pop, but Kvem's still just playing around the edge of that Ivy smoke. He's so lucky to be alive. It's going to fade soon.
I don't even know if he's going to pick deep, though.
Okay, okay.
Now he picks deep. Oh,
no, He's gone wrong for Kvem. NAF has adjusted in time. The damage was done. He got dinked at range.
Ah, okay. Well, another round for Liquid where it starts 5v4 in your favor.
Sure, but that can change in a drop of a hat.
Especially with them aggressive in main like this. Grim, he's so forward.
They're both there. JT attempting for the double. Need that trade.
But
EliGE provides they might overlook Grim. You wouldn't be expecting someone to be so pushed up. This is such an audacious maneuver from Grim. He might just get a freebie here onto EliGE. Yeah, pathing straight past him. EliGE sideline gets the double. NAF loses the bomb, then likely the round. It's NertZ activating out pop. Grim reads it like a perfect book. NAF might just be, NertZ might just be, ooh, caught off guard. Looking the wrong way, though. NertZ still hits the flick back, makes it a 2-on-2.
Someone has to get the bomb. It has to be NertZ.
He doesn't want to rush it. Worried about an AWP being on that line, but he will be able to back away.
Okay, well, he is starting to make that move. Shui's going to smoke off camera, and he's going to molly hell. That helps NertZ now get out into yard. The next thing I have to worry about is going to be that of connector. Well, hallzerk's going to play through the camera smoke on Nyx's contact.
Just like that, spots out the heads. Nice headshot provided by NertZ, but now hallzerk has to be the hero for Passion. Doesn't hit it. And there they are, breaking through. Liquid with their first to show on the T side, trying to match that output from Passion of 3.
Okay, so it didn't come with a B execute. The opening kill came their way. And in kind of both occasions, right? EliGE getting Grim coming into main in the previous, and this was that Ivy push. So Kvem, obviously he doesn't know, and he's trying to mitigate the risk there. He's thinking NAF might play around his lurk smoke. Well, NAF's still at range, and can understand this from hallzerk. The whole point of that situation is Nyx take contact, and then hallzerk plays through, but Nyx doesn't get anything for the troubles. hallzerk is having a very tough map, only 5 kills for the AWPer.
He's one of those players where it's kind of feast or famine, isn't it? It's like he's either found it and he hits those. We've seen him have a couple of like kind of nasty misses, whereas previously, you know, they're nonchalant hits.
If I was picking a nightmare attitude team, like for like huff and puffs down mics, it would probably be hallzerk, Grim, and EliGE would be my top 3
That's
picks.
True, they are very...
I'd add Justin in there as well.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you got the dream squad there.
Yeah. Well, and then it would be me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's the 5-man rotation.
I think I'd last 1 map.
Everyone would just mute their mic by the end of the pistol.
Jeez.
Huffing and puffing and blowing their house down.
Okay, so with all that residual cash, a full buy for Passion. Looks like there might be a gear shift out main, or is it just pop, harass utility? EliGE making a move.
He is, he's going straight out. He's had enough. He wants first blood and he wants to take it by force. Does manage so. Actually, Grim steals that away from him. Removing Shui from the pack. Grim noted towards hell. That molly makes life difficult. EliGE is hunting him down, but it's actually Kvem, excuse me. Back 6 gets it, keeps Passion with the advantage, backs away, doesn't go down to the flame.
They're fully committed to this now.
You've got ultimate spotted and executed. That's a little flash of the other side of hallzerk. Quick removal of the rival AWPer, extending their advantage deep now with the bomb lost. It's already feeling quite helpless.
Yeah, NAF is really unable to contribute to this, so unless NertZ can make a play, but just the way that they have this covered, these are not easy or traditional angles, right? This is obviously more mid-round and you're not in chaos anymore. You're going to be taking these fights with your boots feeling somewhat planted. Now, NAF doesn't even have a flash to try and flash up a fight for NertZ. They're going to have to jiggle out some contact, hope they draw some eyes, or this one is going down the Swanee quite quickly. 2900 lost into the next, and now they're having a gander.
Oh, nice shot from NertZ. Catches JT on that little jiggle. And now NAF plays. Hoping attention is drawn, as you discussed. It's Nix that's just looked away. Really brutal. He's tucked in. NAF's going to call it clear. Now susceptible to the flank. Is he going for the toe spam? Yes, he does. Catches hallzerk with his dogs out. Nix has got that flank, though. NAF's not ready for this. He called it clear. Nix was tucked this whole time. Now NertZ comes to activate. He just turns away. Kvem will catch him on the walk through. Passion, quick response. A chaotic round that then boils down to a really swampy mid-round.
Yeah, I know that it's when one door closes, another one opens. That felt like when one window opens, another one closes, right? With the timing there and all of that.
Oh, my God, yeah.
There was just so many gaps that looked possible for both teams. And that is the result that I think you're expecting based off of the opening exchanges. So going out main, Grim gets one. This is a nice little adjustment there from hallzerk into ultimate. NertZ does take down JT. There is this gap. If if NAF was prepared for that, that's a round-winning swing. But just going to be the partial now for Liquid. So it should be a chance for Passion to tie things up 10-10. But they are going to try their luck at a B execute again. hallzerk heading over. I think JT's coming swiftly too. He just blocked deep pop and he's going back to connect it. Kvem's coming as well. They have the full read of the situation right now. They will have 4 players on the B bomb site to dispel Liquid.
Would have to be one hell of an execute, wouldn't it? Here they come. Counter mollies land, a deeper one as well, added to the variation. And you're running through flames. Kvem's already removed one of you. Good angle from Nix. Sprays down one. Ultimate trades. Angle's working out for them. Kvem's had output running into the stack, and the likely result is found. 10-10. Kvem with 3.
Based off of that rotation, Liquid must be like a picture book to read.
Yes.
Because how early that came in, there was no Ivy presence, there was nobody in main. They just went, oh, there's nothing. Let's just, they rotated everybody bar Grim to the B site.
And within, what, 20 seconds of the rip?
Yeah, so that's something that you might need to go back to the drawing board if you're Liquid, if you do get to play on after today. But that'll be in question if you don't win this. Mirage up next, your choice. Nuke is the third and decider. And if it goes the distance, I take Passion in this one.
Grim's once again playing this aggressive org. Up close, one-shot headshot. Pushing down the low ramp. Kvem goes wide, this time with empty hands. Nix springs to action. JT draws attention. Limited by the incendiary, rather the Molotov. Ultimate will be getting that bomb punched. It's EliGE hunting them down. It's Grim with that flank as well. Passion UA versus Liquid in a 4-on-4. Nix finding that level up. Finds his 18th frag.
They're not ready for the Grim flank.
No, this Grim flank is going to come as a bit of a surprise, but there's a NAF flank on JT. Grim. Oh, he got flashed off. What are the chances that's a team flash? Could be awkward. Never mind. JT's caught them both.
But it's a default plan.
Gets awkward now.
What's NAF meant to do?
Absolutely nothing. Can't do a thing. JT just stands and bangs for 3. Liquid left wanting in this one. Starting all sunshine and rainbows, a 9-3 half, and it's just disintegrating before our very eyes. The advantage now lies with Passion. And a timeout called by Flashy. I don't know if that's his last.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
3 out of 3.
It is. Okay, because Grim's flank came in because of the main push, NAF's popped the entire time, right? So they're not expecting the around-the-world maneuver, but yeah, that is not even really the undoing, was it? It wasn't like his flank is the one that won the round. It's NAF coming in through con behind and everybody else dying. If someone is going to make the move that NAF just did, you need to survive. And they tried to press up. They couldn't get what they were looking for. Then they're marooned on the site, and that makes it very systematic for the CTs on the retake, right? You're talking through key positions. The whole point is when you have them restricted to connector, right, in those positions is where you need to keep them. As Kvem doing his best Grim impression.
Yeah, I think, his body, I guess, you kind of become, it's like liquid, you just take the shape of your container.
Sure, yeah.
Be like water.
Okay, well, they've shoved all in. 2 Galils make it 3. But this main control again, we're going to play through.
Thinks twice about it this time. Oh, it's the pop action again. Shui and NertZ have definitely had their fair share of woes up against this aggression. The fact that the hallzerk's taking
it does nothing.
Doesn't push them too far back.
JT's throwing a block smoke.
Oh, hallzerk, that combat orb. That's a frustrating death for NertZ. Now Shui has to throw out some block util.
You need your Ivy players to play, but they're also quite low. The map is so small right now.
Oh, he pushed through
my God. The map is tiny. This round is done. We'll call it 12.
12?
See, this is it. This is what I love to see, right? When we have such heavily CT-sided maps and people see the first half score, they just go, oh, this is a non-starter. No, this is exactly what you expect at the top tier of Counter-Strike. This is about the blue wall, showing that you can do it as well. And when you pick this map, you know you're starting on the T side. You've set the bar before you've even gotten into the server. You say, boys, if we get the pistol, yeah, maybe we can have a conversation about 4 or 5. We don't, 3 or 4. That's all good. And right now, just trying to scrap together this 3v5 disadvantage situation, Liquid. You have 1 round on your T half.
Kvem against his former team, turning it around with his new boys. Running him down. Look at the timing. Impeccable. And it's Liquid that are wincing. Kvem, spectacular. These timings on the flanks, puts himself up the top of the board with NertZ, who had a great shift in that first half.
It's just been nothing, though, for Liquid, right? What territory have they ever had? Ever since the first rifle round where the game plan from TC and JT was, yeah, we'll let them try and take the brown walls control, and then we'll have 4 players ready to unravel them. There's just been nothing. They haven't been able to get any Ivy conditioning. They haven't been really being able to put too much pressure on main. There's been that one time that EliGE won the fight. They're not using the lurk smoke. If you're not going to play late round train, you have to be able to get more space than what you're getting right now, and it's too little too late, I think.
JT's just ready to take the duel. EliGE strafes in, happy to oblige. Thank you very much. Opening kill. Round 23 could be the last on train. Passion's picked. It was a must-win. Chad explained why. Heading into the unknown charted waters of Mirage, a former permaban. Flash and go. Shui's booked. Oh, he just holds down the trigger. It does find Kvem. It's JT that stabilizes, but the labored spray leads to Ultimate finding the trade. A 3-on-3. Weird one now. Getting into that mid-round.
I think you play retake B. Oh, NertZ. Mate, the first half was NertZ, right? And then coming into the pistol round, he had impact towards B.
Yeah, you're praising those 3, and I think NertZ is a big reason as to where they came from. NertZ is actually ahead of this. This might be a surprise. Oh, we got him off the ladder. Great movement from hallzerk in order to secure that information, but not ready for the walk-up from NertZ. Booked and planting. Ultimate securing. NertZ holding. Catches NiX on the crouch peek. It's Kvem in the clutch. He's got NertZ. He could do it right here. Ultimate, because he jiggled him out. Kvem is the dink! Oh, so very, very close.
Okay, down to the wire there, and I think they were ready to get up and go have the team talk for map number 2. So they do snatch that one away. Very well done from NertZ. When he is able to get space, he's a nuisance. But so far, space has been the thing eluding Liquid. They brought the fight to them after the opening exchange for JT, and it's Ultimate there with that extra frag that really brings the muscle in this one. So close, but not yet. One more attempt. Full buy for both teams. Round number 24. Liquid win this, and we're going to OT, and then everything resets, especially the mental for Liquid.
Oh yeah, if you can overcome that. Ooh, hallzerk with an opening. Goes aggressive. NertZ is in hot pursuit of that repositioning AWPer though. Head in hands for Ultimate. Doesn't want to be watching this one. Just going to listen to the comms and hope it goes their way. NiX has taken down another. Now NertZ is in a similar position. Kvem an overextension again. NAF will punish.
Okay, can't do that again, can ya?
I like this from JT. Low. With Kvem dying, he's just going to immediately make sure that like Ivy's not a problem, boys. You can get your numbers in the right place.
Yeah, well, Grim is going to have to give up yard space, right, if you do this type of a play, right? He can't play for Pop, he can't play for main, he just has to monitor it. Actually, hallzerk's coming in, so NiX is going to play high ramp on his own, and the timing of JT looks like it is going to be able to snap into that of NAF. He's just going to backpedal into this and go down. This is easy.
Oh, that's going to be a sinking feeling in that Liquid ship.
2v4 now.
Shui and EliGE. Grim, that's where the scope comes into play. Able to pivot, try and find that low ramp. EliGE does put it down. It's a good cover. NiX gets them both. They run down the ramp into his crosshairs. Passion take their map pick.
Yeah, they strike first blood in this elimination game. 0-2, stage 3, StarLadder Budapest Major, and the mental of Liquid will be tested now. They go into Mirage up next. They know that this is a map where they can strike back, but I want to have a nod of the hat to NiX, who ends up with a haul of frags. I think it's 23 in total, and hallzerk, sure, he had a tough time, but he never backed down from looking for openings. He ended up being 3-1 in that department, and it is a close map, but this is Train, the resilience from Passion UA on display.
adrenaline rushes, it's numbing the pain. So competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne that it's me. Are you moving slow when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Shot and I'm already grinning, you know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending, you know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
So this is Dubs. Yeah, I think he has a beard, no?
I'm not so sure.
I feel like he
beard is good, but I was also thinking about the tattoos. I don't really have tattoos, but it's really difficult to spot. Yeah.
I would say his beard. I don't know. It looks like he should have one.
We can go.
Let's check.
You can check. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew it. I felt something was off.
Yeah, it's really different. Okay.
This is a bit of Latino broccoli.
Yeah. You like Latino broccoli?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Thank you, right?
Broccoli with tattoos. Sick, actually. You should do it.
It actually fits him.
Yeah, it fits him good.
Okay, please.
Oh.
Okay. Haircut, yeah.
Frozen's hair is light blonde. He's not blonde.
Yeah, it's all, I think, yeah. No way, bro, he is blonde. No way, yeah, let's go next.
No, elephant.
What the hell? I didn't see because of the light.
Oh my god.
StarLadder Berlin major, it's not the good major. This is Budapest.
Ian has a
helicopter or a
Peltor. What is it called?
Some sound headset, sound cancelling. I've never seen that in my life. I think it's pretty old.
You use this for like wood chopping, or I don't know, like something with the loud noises in when you do something like this. So yeah, it's the headset there.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's the second guy who's playing in it. Yeah, it's like keyboard thing. Maybe he plays like this. No. No trophy?
Zebnex
with wonderful hair.
With Ariana Grande hair.
Wonderful.
Actually, maybe you should do it. Looks good.
Okay, wie Zebnex dan?
Oh my
Nice.
The Phoenix for sure.
Looks good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
The mouse is the mouse is not missing, but it's another mouse.
Well, well, well. What do we have here, Mr. Birchall?
Two guys talking about a video game.
Yes, and what about the specific video game? Other than Liquid and Passion, of course, you know, one of them goes home. That is like one of their major stories, and years just comes to a close. It could even be at the end of Mirage. That's if Passion were to win Mirage. But you have previously sowed seeds, so that might not be such an easy task.
Yeah, to make a long story short, once upon a time, or for an awfully long time, the core of this team, hallzerk, Grim, and JT, they have been permabanning Mirage, right? They've been removing that from their map pool, and they have been actually, you know, enjoying maps like Ancient. Now, Ancient, when moving to this roster, has become their permaban, and they are playing Mirage. Now, they only have a couple on record, I think it's 5 of which now, and they played a few of those at this major, right? So coming into it, they only had 2.
It's cool to have, like, you know, a developed map that people aren't expecting and stuff.
Yes, but it's Mirage, which is a map that a lot of teams play, and it's probably the best map in Liquid's map pool, right? So if you just take a listen to this, the times that Passion have played it, they played it at Rivals. They lost to Falcons 13-10. That's not bad, is it? 13-10. They then took on Foot, which is the ex-Na'Vi Academy, who now have Lonks in there instead of Makazi. Makazi obviously on the Na'Vi main roster. And they lost there at Dracula in Season 3, 16-14.
Okay.
So also pretty close. They played MIBR here. We covered that game with Kickit and Klim. And that one, they won. So JT, I think, got his first Mirage win since 2022. And then you had a loss against M80, 13-11. That was a close one that M80 eked out. And then a loss to G2, which was just yesterday, 13-8. So those results are not actually terrible.
They're all close games.
And the fact that they have started off this series by getting 3 rounds on their T half of their map choice against Liquid in a bit of a derby, and then being able to bring it back with the blue wall in the second half, I think inspires some confidence now. I'll be honest, and coming into this, I thought the Mirage was going to be a gimme for Liquid. And I don't like flip-flopping, but I do like doing armchair analysis of people's psychology. And I know that there are some players on that team who I'd say don't have the strongest mental game. I also don't think that Passion have the strongest mental game, to be fair.
Well, yeah, we were observing how much huffing and puffing there was going on from both sides of the server.
So let's see if the huffing and puffing from Liquid has blown the house down, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, this would be the perfect storm, wouldn't it? Like, you've got kind of, you know, a team that you probably consider yourself better than. You've thought you actually were dominating them in that first half. They managed to get away with 3 and convert. You only got 2, 13-11. On that train pick. Does that lead to more speed wobbles? When,
I think it's all going to come down to the start, right?
Yes. So Grim talked about that a lot in the interview as well.
Yes. So if the pistol and the first rifle round go against Liquid in this, and they can't really get their teeth into this game, and they're going to have to work back into it, that's where you could worry about things really starting to get away. I did also give a nod to hallzerk, who didn't have the best game statistically, but also didn't back down from looking for opening picks. You can have some AWPers who are just having a tough game, and you can understand why. If you're not playing your A game, then you got to go to your B, C, D. But he continued to look for opening picks, which is instrumental on the CT side of Train. He found a key one there towards the tail end that helped them close down the game. So yeah, both AWPers were quiet by their standards on Train, but I expect that to change with Mirage about to get underway now. We've just seen the players walking back in the hallway. We're not on the main stage for this one. Atari and Hugo bringing the action of Spirit versus Mouse. They're playing Mirage as well. That will be qualifying the first team for the playoffs here at StarLadder Budapest. Now, will it be the hometown hero of Torji and Mouse, or will it be Donk and the boys over there in Spirit? And Donk has been in some fierce form, but we're talking about the sad side of the stories here. This will be elimination.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be very telling. I'm actually very curious to see because there's 2 ways this goes. You've already highlighted one of them. The other is that Liquid win the pistol, get that momentum, put Passion down in Mirage in a lickety-split fashion, and then we end up on Nuke as a third and deciding. Am I right, Nuke?
Yeah, it is Nuke. Yeah, you bang on.
Deciding map.
Just with some of the protocols and rotations I saw from Liquid on Train, I understand it was picked against them, right? But it didn't look clean in terms of rotation, so I would have that same type of a worry for Nuke if we get there. It does feel, though, that a map like Mirage is where the individuals can insert their will onto the map a little bit more once you get space, and NertZ is a prime example of that.
Yeah, no, he is one of those individuals that, I mean, you saw it, and in fact, you highlighted it perfectly on Train, where, like, when he gets space, he's a real nuisance.
Yeah.
However, they didn't get much of that over on that second half of play. You'll get a lot more of it on Mirage just by default. Never mind, you add on top of that there will be some more, you know, discomfort from the Passion ranks on this particular map. You can see Team Liquid. This is a map they've played the most over the course of the last 3 months. Solid win rate, best map for Team Liquid. So everything points towards a third map, despite Passion's successes, albeit a full 20 24 rounds.
Yeah, again, I just feel like the other side is they have been getting in Mirage reps here. So they're coming into this as a map that they're seasoned at the major. Sure, it isn't the best results, but they are building, right? And every time you finish, it's like, okay, let's go back, let's review. What can we do differently next time? So there's a lot to say as a positive note in that regard. When you look at Liquid's Mirage wins, they beat Astralis here, they beat MIBR. So both these teams have beaten MIBR and Mirage, but theirs was in 1917. So Counter-Strike maths dictates this is possible.
Okay, love me some Counter-Strike maths. Let's get this one started then into map 2, elimination, do or die for Passion and Liquid.
Good stack out the gates from Passion, right? They've got 3 players over towards B, and that's where the Execute is getting lined up for.
Ooh, JT's even got like this little reaction flash. You can like scuttle it across the floor so Nyx can get away if he gets that one tap, and it's coming. Ooh, he gets away with his life. Flash does connect. They want to try and jump out. They want to try and accelerate. Flash is back. hallzerk's there, tucked into the corner, tapping heads. Nyx is there as well. Awkward, it's EliGE that stabilizes. JT's got a lot to do. Oh, a clean one on the fadeaway. Puts it onto Shui. A 1 versus 3 to get the ball rolling, to start with some momentum in your favor. Has he got it in him? Dancing around the pillar. It's Kvem. Pressure as well from Grim. They're trying to run him down. 2 of them closing in on him. Can Shui handle the chaos? He cannot. Grim takes it, and it will be Passion's pistol.
Yeah, JT, the difference maker there, wasn't he? That double kill, very well done for the South African. Big smile on his face.
And we don't know it, but he probably called the stack B as well.
Well, so. Yeah, look, he's part of the brain trust. You got to give him something. But yeah, a little bit worried for hallzerk there, right? It was sketchy on the aim. Lucky JT gets this double. One. It's the fadeaway on that one. Beautiful. Clotheslines EliGE, sends him to the Shadow Realm, and eyebrow raiser there. So this is the way to get things going. Bomb doesn't go down, and Liquid will take the eco. So they're going to get the guns out into the next, but this is the perfect storm for Passion right now. Right, you win this, you go into the next rifle round. Let's say you're able to topple them there. In a round like this, you want to keep all 5 alive, right? You want to make sure that there isn't the bomb going down. You're not giving over too many casualties whatsoever. And if Kvem can get activated on this map, I feel like they have this map in the map pool for him. I know that seems like a crazy thing to say, but...
I echo the sentiment. That's a lot of damage from the nade. These pistols wanted to go and search mid, and all they've found is bullets. EliGE's D connects onto Kvem.
If Nyx could start heading over now, they can scavenge that M4. And yeah, he should, because they know where the last is, right? So the biggest problem is the bomb isn't loose. So, that, you know, by coming and doing this, you might give away the plant. But if he can grab it, which he has, okay, good. And now if NertZ doesn't get another frag, it should be fine. JT will worry about B. It does leave the gap in the mid avenue now. NertZ is going to come back over and see if he can find anything more. But assuming everything stays the status quo, it will be the rifles carried through. So handling the eco. I asked Flom the other day, well actually I asked Twitter the other day, and Flom got activated there, and I pressed him for an answer on who he thought was going to win.
Oh yeah, what did he say?
He was very political.
Oh.
So I wonder,
sat on the fence, firmly?
Yeah, and I think it was the attitude of, no matter what happens today, North America wins. Well, no matter what happens today, North America loses one team, and the other survives to play another day, so...
It's this glass half full, glass half empty kind of situation there.
Dog eat dog world. Ooh, he'll get the bomb. No, Grim's got him.
Yeah, Grim. Oh! Swings on out and catches a deagle bullet. NertZ demonstrating his prowess on the Desert Eagle. Does way more than he was worth. They're going to double up towards CT. NertZ hears that.
4 bullets.
Has to tuck in on this. Just going to have to play it perfectly. They're coming in, wrapping around. NertZ, are you really capable? This would be ridiculous. Oh, it's not far off, you know. Yeah, NertZ, he knows he could have very well got another. Some stunning deagle shots. We saw a couple from him over the course of the major so far, but not quite able to manifest the full conversion.
Well, that was nice, wasn't it? So putting a bit of a highlight reel here and doing more than they should have on that level of investment. Yeah, that's a great try. EliGE giving him some words of encouragement there. And that also keeps the money ropey. So what should have been a full buy round now has Grim on a poor MP9.
Ooh.
So this is where the opportunity to shift the dialogue early from Liquid. Very heavy right now presence towards middle and B. Now staying in spawn, nobody putting pressure on A whatsoever. hallzerk and Nyx both starting short, so they're going to fight for mid control.
Yeah, there's the flashes over the top, and that top mid smoke provides cover. Shui and Ultimate will get away. Nade does do good damage, actually. Kvem with good timing on that. JT, ooh, he nearly lost his life there. But actually, it's Kvem again. Chipping in through the smoke, catches EliGE.
Okay, so this is where we need to really see the protocols on the CT side. What type of gaps Can Liquid find?
Oh, it's a free frag onto hallzerk.
Ooh, sketchy.
Yeah, stick to the taps. That deagle works so much better. The claw back catching hallzerk, looking a little bit chaotic.
Well, there's the gap. Everybody else backed off. hallzerk stayed around and gave one over.
Oh, and Kvem does manage to dip away for a double.
Grim's pushed spawn.
Grim has pushed spawn.
NAF's going to hear him. NAF's going to hear him.
Oh my goodness, Grim. Clothesline by NAF, makes it a 3-on-3. Nyx will start to probe. Goes further forward, hoping to catch them as they progress. Covering fire, nice from Ultimate, mantles up, swing on out, spots the bomb. There's so much chaos on this Mirage already.
Both of these two are so low, though.
Yeah, Liquid should have this. Kvem and JT. Maybe this double up, he's going to overlook the jungle. Yeah, spotting the barrel. Barrel! JT gets him!
They can't line up, though.
This is still winnable for NAF-FLY.
He's going to pipe through connector.
Okay. Ships in the night type beat.
If they're worried he's gone underpass to B, that's the wrong call. NAF's going to be able to plant on A for free. No, he's going towards him.
Towards JT, spots him out. JT's on the
There's not gonna be time for this now.
Okay,
Oh,
what?
no!
JT takes down NAF! Kvem and JT somehow wrestle back. Passion. Take the third, and Liquid, they are going to be miffed about that when you were talking about their mental, Chad. I mean, I think that's tilted you.
Yeah, if it's taken a dent after the map #1 loss, right now, this one could be a crack. This is...
what a weird round of Counter-Strike.
They were such a nuisance towards middle. hallzerk overstaying his welcome, the kill back in, the back and forth, and okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, partial buy, AK in, heavy mid presence. They're trying to biff EliGE with pace.
I think for him to spot on the smoke break, fires off a pot shot. If he does dare go for more, might overstay his welcome. It's JT fancying his chances. He hits that,
Lucky
managed
he got
to hit
something.
one. Catches ultimate with a stray bullet. EliGE's already up in window.
Yeah, this is beautiful from EliGE.
This is a really further forward than I think hallzerk's going to be ready for. Has he even considered that as being a possibility on that smoke? Kvem playing a jiggle. Oh, on the fade, spots them. Throws out Incendiary, they're running on in. hallzerk does manage to punish EliGE, just had that bloodlust looking for the two players. Backs turn, they overlook, or he overlooks hallzerk.
Okay, so that one was with pace. It was a full mid biff. JT lucky to get one, but keeps it level at a 4v4, and then they just correct from there. So a pretty quick 4-0 start right now. We'll give you the guns back out. No ultimate AWP and no flashy timeout. Thought maybe going into the second rifle round, the coach would like something to say. Remember, there's two pieces of Hungarian representation here, other than all the fans. One of them being Torji in the Mouse jersey, playing right now. The other being Flashy, sitting and watching this all unfold. Oh, they're pushing around.
Very aggressive from Grim. He's definitely got an aggressive flair to him in this game.
But JT's here as well. He's a joker. If they move fast in towards A, they're not.
They're not necessarily. They'll park Shui towards Con. He's got a lot of room. And, on the walk mid is EliGE. And what a shot from hallzerk. Justin hands him a haircut. 2-on-2. JT really going for more here. They're above. How did he spin around onto Shui? Outrageous.
How do you cross this line if you're NAF?
Yeah, that's the question. He's asking the same one. The AWP's on the line. He just walks on into his demise. More brutality, more suffering. Ultimate and NAF's best efforts thwarted in a 1v1.
Yeah, tone setter. Oh, look at NertZ here. Just stumped. This is tough now. And so that was full gamble mode, right? Play heavy towards ramp. JT's here as well. He gets close ramp after the other two put in the grave, and frustrations on all the faces of Liquid. Nyx rotates over. JT with a miraculous double. hallzerk hitting a couple of bangers. And there's the timeout. Maybe one round too late. This is Liquid in free fall. The bomb not going down. A couple of players on about the 3.5 mark, two with around 4K, and NAF is not a happy chappy right now.
No, quite the contrary.
It's an ultimate great. Gets the trade and more. I mean, huge shot from hallzerk onto EliGE.
Shot.
And this one, easy. Wow, Johnny.
Johnny boy, 8-3.
Okay, well, now this is a must convert, right? It's a partial buy. You're doing the hard work on the rifles, but you're having a scrap for him. Don't worry, they can't see him through the walls. He's back in spawn. They are grouping up for a bexag. It's currently just Nyx here on his own, jump spotting.
Ooh, okay.
He's tested.
He doesn't have an incendiary. He's just going to throw a smoke and hope that they run through it.
JT's here as well now. And JT with the spam. Ooh.
Spanks EliGE's bottom. Down to 39.
Now the nade could be potent. They are backing off. They're cancelling the B play. EliGE, his low HP, is that enough to really cancel this? Apparently so. So with the nades available, they could go back into an A execute, right? If they can get the ramp control, you can get the smoke for bench, you can get the molly for stairs, which is pretty meta. They could do up-down smokes if they want and use the molly elsewhere. Grim's tucked in towards Sandwich. So this is going to be a tough clear, and hallzerk is playing over towards Ticket.
Especially because their only molly's gone Palace. It's going to be much harder to force flush out or flush Grim out.
So he's going to be using that likely under the balcony right now, NAF.
Grim will have an opportunity for the multi.
And it means that hallzerk should be able to maintain the line as well. It'll just be flashes.
You're right. hallzerk looking the wrong way. Now works it out. Does have that sight line, trying to hold onto the ramp side. They're already slipping past Tetris. Pathing forward. Grim goes down. Big one. How is he using a deagle like that to entry? hallzerk playing for the retake now.
20
Sees
seconds.
the space. Bomb needs to go down. It's EliGE's job, tasked with doing so. It's actually in the middle of the side. Those bullets whistle past his ears.
On the fade, JT
Two on
could
the
be in
fade
trouble.
from the bench. JT's certainly vulnerable. Kvem starts to probe in. Backs are turned. Too many backs are turned. Oh, it's just too easy. They collapse. Kvem with 3.
Shout out to JT there. I know that he doesn't do a lot in that situation, but what we saw, if he hung around either stairs or closer on the precipice of connector, he probably dies on the fade of that smoke.
3 people were looking for him.
Exactly. So the fact that he backs off, it allows these Ticket players to play first, and look at the faces of the Liquid players. They just continue to get sourer and sourer. You wonder if it could have been different if it was their map choice first, then into that a train, but that's not the status quo. That's not the situation at hand. And right now, 6-0. They just continue to layer these rounds on top. Now,
it's that blue wall they just played against.
But the bigger issue, I would say, at the moment is these rounds. A couple have been relatively clean, like that. 4 players staying alive, but there's been a couple with only 2 players surviving. So their money is still fragile. Liquid still have a way back in.
Just has to start sooner rather than later. Kvem's committed. hallzerk's having a look, and down goes Kvem. JT just the one.
Nice double from EliGE.
Just what he needed. Just what he needed. Same for NAF. Double kill. Now a missed shot from the AWP. Shouldn't really cost them. Nix goes down. And that's just a mid-biff the Liquid do manage to post around.
Yeah, the T1000 of EliGE just activates there.
I go mid, I kill.
Yeah, and that is necessary. And that was a full biff, right? So many bodies thrown into that, hoping to match the firepower output. Was that a passion? But if they lose this next one, just touching upon the financial ramifications, the money goes down the gurgler, they go onto an eco round, and Liquid can start stretching their legs, as I make sure I say that one properly.
Thank you.
They're going straight in towards an A execute now. So Ultimate is just tasked with firing off the AWP, making it look like a default, throwing some mid-protocol utility. It's drawing the attention of Grim and Kvem. Grim is the A anchor, playing on stairs right now. 2 through Palace, 3 through ramp. Here comes the U2. Smoke for CT, up-down smokes as well. They'll get full control of this. It's going to be about the retake.
Yeah, how do you format this? A flash high from Grim. A nade smoke break. Now it's already across the default. Now the bomb's making it across as well. Spam doesn't do too much. EliGE just down to 66. It's a good opening. EliGE's molly spreads and removes Kvem.
Do you want to save now?
That's the question. You talked about the finances. This, if they put all their resources
No, it's playing forward.
He's giving them away
full
back
blind.
in. That's a big one from JT.
They've got a kit and a smoke. They can go for this.
Conversation. Hang on, the AWP's ramp. Okay, throw a smoke. Have a go. Taking a look. Tucked on sight. You've got EliGE and on Tetris. Can't see all of their cover. Shui's going to have to activate here. He's going to track one. A second available, but it's looking good. They could go for it. Nix gets off
Has to sit it.
He's just going to get spammed on down. Nix, where's the knife? Where's the kill? Not the Confuse! Their mental's got to be broken after that one.
He's stolen that one away. The default plan, only 1 man on the site and all the smokes. They had 3 available on the retake.
I can't
It's
believe
just a grey screen.
Oh my God, he's just slashing his knife into thin air. That's going to make things so much worse. How do you recover? They're all smiling. They know they've just stolen around. Even TC can't stop himself from showing how much he enjoyed that one.
Yeah, Flashy takes the timeout, understandably so.
Oh
but
my
right
God.
now, as the coach, you come straight back in. You say it's fine. We lost the round. There's still 5 on the table. Their money's shit. They just lost everybody. It was already on the ropes. Right there, everybody goes down. They got the rounds, but right now we can break the money. We break the money here, we break open this half, and we get back into things. If you want to play at this major, if you want to play again tomorrow, you need to start putting it together, Liquid. It needs to be an inspirational one right now. Not a what comes next in terms of the play. The strategy was fine. You were in the site. The post plant is what sucked. You weren't expecting those smokes, and that's been snatched away. Passion with a statement as the looks of despair continue. Flashy, this is the tough part about coaching. It's the human side. You know the X's, you know the O's, but right now you got to find the key to the heart of these Liquid players to get them back in this.
hallzerk's missed his shot. Smoke break. Is Kvem going to swing? Oh, expecting Ultimate to take a look. Missed shots on either side, firing through the smoke grenades. It's JT tucked on short side. Will Liquid be able to rebound? Bounce back. Money very fragile here for Passion. Distinct advantage in the buy from Team Liquid.
It's going to be an A-round flash. That's going to Grim going to activate.
Just on the fade. NertZ is ready. NertZ is ready. Catches Grim's aggressions.
Okay, now they're going to hunker down over towards A. NAF will be the late piece. If JT can find him, it'll soften it up, but the sight should still be theirs. hallzerk is low.
hallzerk versus Ultimate. It's a head-to-head he's willing to take. Takes down. A lovely second. What a sequence. And now another one available for Kvem. Tracks it comfortably.
They know he's middle.
Especially now as he unloads his mag. Makes it all too clear, the 1v3. Careful now, Nick spamming smokes, could have got caught. Licking their lips with the bomb down ramp. It's right there for the taking. And 8th on your CT side. They would have bitten your arm off if that was offered to them today.
Yeah, this is massive for them. They've had their struggles so far throughout the major on this map, right? It was going to be called against you as a weakness. Then that's probably what you're hoping for the moment like this. You're getting your reps in, you brought it in, you're pracking on it. And right now, this would be the breakthrough moment. Send Liquid packing. Get to play another day. As NAF, surely he's just saving right now. He's gone. I thought he was rerouting to go A ramp and give it a go, but now that he's gone around the world, he's just going to hold on to this. hallzerk needed this double, right? You lose that opening kill, and hallzerk delivers. That really softens things up. Kvem gets to activate. He gets his 2-piece feed as well, and eating good at Passion.
I imagine Team Liquid's comms are going to be rather quiet.
Look, it's been a tumultuous year for them. They've changed roster a bunch of times, right? So they removed YEKINDAR at the tail end of last year. I'm pretty sure that's after making. Did they make the playoffs in Shanghai? I don't think. I don't think so, right? I feel like I've maybe overcooked the pooch on that one. But either way,
they did make the roster change.
And then YEKINDAR goes out, who we know had some woes. And from the, they were. The quarterfinals of the Perfect World Major. So they come into this year, they get rid of YEKINDAR, right? That was with Twist at the helm. Then they come into this year, they bring in NertZ to replace YEKINDAR. They're hoping for an aggressive piece. Well, NertZ actually has probably more of a similar player profile to that of Twist's. So that doesn't work. They get rid of JKS right before IEM Melbourne, which is a real kick in the dick, to be completely honest with you. And then they bring in Shuey to be the in-game leader. They change leadership. Twist don't want to be there. He ends up leaving the roster, going back to FaZe.
This is more aggression. Grim is just constantly undeterred. He tried it ramp, he's trying it palace. He just constantly wants to be a thorn in their side, and he's way more than that. He's the demon under their bed.
I can't say the same thing with the scoreline like I did on Train, right? Right now, you are attempting to salve. If you can win this and you get 8-4, okay. But you're right now in a 3v5 disadvantage situation, so I don't see you salvaging this.
Flag forced away by the flame. Hope wanes, EliGE jiggled out. Kvem happy to take the biff, doesn't manage to hit the pre-fight. It's NertZ working on this smoke. Spam trying to bait him in, master the steps, and thank you very much, Grim says as he takes another head. Last seen Palace, now Con walking around the corner. Oh, a double take. Ultimate didn't have a diligent clear. It's just EliGE, not 5 alive. Not 5 alive against EliGE, just the one constellation frag, but it is slipping through Liquid's fingers.
Yeah, the bar on this map is 405, and again, this is it, right? This is not a team that I'm going to attest to having a strong mental at all. They are done. They are done like a dog's dinner. Even if they salvage 2 at the half, it is going to need to be some massive comeback. They have to dig deep. Liquid are looking like elimination lies ahead.
They're just not letting any of these extremity lurks do anything without someone trying to test them.
They are the ones dictating the tone of the game.
Every round.
They've only been bulldozed in mid once. That's where the one round came in. EliGE got the double.
They're doing it again. You send the AWP apps, you have Grim and JT close ramp.
This is what happens when you're owning like this. You're in the flow state. Everyone's calling their shot, making the plays, opening kill at range. Kvem spans down Shuey.
Oh, he gets away with a long spray.
Ref, throw in the towel.
Kvem gets to dip back thanks to the smoke. He fakes the runaway, lets them in. NertZ going to be parked. Actually, no, he's going. He's going. He's trying to be that hero. This is that nuisance you were discussing, the NertZ nuisance. Kvem might even be calling it clear, but little does he know that NertZ has managed to burrow deep behind enemy lines.
NertZ isn't actually going for a play. The longer he stays here, if JT ever heads back through spawn, he won't be ready for it, but NertZ isn't looking in the right direction, so might get caught off.
This is funky now. Surely they want NertZ to activate
He needs to make some type of a move to cause the mid-round chaos. He can't just sit here the whole time waiting for rotations. JT's coming back now.
Here we go.
JT's got him. JT's got him!
Oh no! NertZ gets caught! That was it. That was their golden goose. That was the flank at least. Never mind. JT gets a freebie. It couldn't get worse.
And you've got Grim up in apps.
Yeah. I mean, this. You'd have to be Falcons to lose this. It's just not going to happen. JT's there, walking out, back turn, good cover from Ultimate.
Now Grim.
Oh, he does manage to remove Ultimate. That's a belated trade. Now awkward more for NAF and EliGE. hallzerk picking him apart. It is just falling away. It just is horrible. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. 10-1.
You know what is crazy about that whole move? So NertZ gets all the space. Oh, that is 3 from 3 tactical timeouts in the first half called by Flashy. Well, he's still believing. Well, he's got to be. I guess that's his job. But in that situation, as soon as you note NertZ in spawn, it actually informs you, even though it wasn't guaranteed at that moment, it was going to be an A play, right?
Oh.
Well, because he's transitioning.
Oh, he's walking towards he's walking towards CT.
Right? So you're like, well, guess what, guys? They've just told us that they are coming to play A.
His intention was there. Yeah, bang.
So it was so early, and Liquid were not even in a position because NertZ took the space, was hoping to find a rotation, and it looks like Flashy is going to get eliminated here today, unfortunately.
How many of these highlights, when we run through it at the end of the map, are Liquid not looking at Passion? I mean, just the pathing. It's not been working out for them. Passion are flowing nicely. And I love your framing as well when you talk about how many reps, how many close, narrow losses on a map that you're trying to reintegrate into the map pool or integrate for the first time. Kvem, you're a big reason as to why.
And he's at the top of the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, he's delivering his team. Oh, hallzerk. Oh, okay, so it goes back and forth. Kvem goes wide! Kvem gets 3! Strafes on out for the multi! Liquid left wanting once more. Good clears from NAF. NertZ picking up the piece. Puts it into a 1v2 clutch. I think that bomb's going down. Grim does too. He's got the knife out, heading market.
He can stop the cross.
Good. Ooh, tracks him. Spots NertZ on the cross back.
Knows where both are.
He does know where they are. Oh, and NAF is there. Long range Galil to get a little bit of something. Is that hope or is that just cosmetic? 10 rounds, only 3, and Liquid are out of the major. Welcome back, folks. This could be the last couple of rounds we see from Team Liquid here at the StarLadder Budapest Major. Shortcomings on train. Passion picking up the first map, now coming into what should be home soil.
It's interesting with these replays of the faces. That early response there with EliGE saying nice try to NertZ was, what, the second round of the game with the Deagle in play, where he had a couple of nice shots, got a plan that he shouldn't. And that has probably been the highlight of this T-half, other than EliGE running down mid as a Marauder. Brought to you by our official betting partner as we do get this second half underway. And Passion win this, there will be 4 maps of Counter-Strike played so far on the B stream, 3 of which being absolute drubbings. Vitality owning Bait, Falcons owning Imperial. And would you believe it, JT on his permaban of Once Upon a Time, now the new in the map pool, looking to blow out Liquid on their best map.
It's not the major exit Liquid would have wanted. It's EliGE though. And he's got a bullet between his eyes thanks to Kvem, boosted up, set up to succeed. Ultimate though, he can shoot. He demonstrates with a nice double. hallzerk with a rebuttal. Takes him down, acceleration, not vulnerable to NertZ. They're going to path into NAF. Weird. Can't be going through the murder hole. hallzerk does bring him down, wins it out. Now they can slow things down. Looking for the 2 of them.
Okay, Shui has to worry about the vent to B. Oh, but he's worried about A.
Oh, and NertZ provides the cover. Great shot. Liquid holding on.
Okay, dicey round, and it looked like once EliGE started there and Window was about to rip off that headset, but his teammates keep the round together, and if you consider the last of the first half and the first of the second half, the first consecutive rounds for Liquid. So this is going to be an awfully long way back in. And at what point does belief start to creep across the table? It is going to be a force buy without the plant. And also, because you're so close on Passion, you need to keep it together too. We know this team's mental is also quite susceptible with the leg slams from hallzerk, the table adjustments, the chair adjustments. Grim never looking too happy either as Kvem catches a bit of an aid for light flak damage, but wants to get you on the jumps. Still searching, wants to pressure NAF, who's on his own. NertZ will chip in from short, but NAF needs to delay. Here comes NertZ back over, they're out.
They are going to start stretching out. NAF with a double kill, and there's covering fire from NertZ. Excuse me, it was NertZ with 2.
And it wasn't a force, actually.
No, it wasn't. It was just Nyx.
Just Nyx, so... Yeah, okay. So Nyx is the one who invested, so now there will be the buy. We are going to get 3 AKs of Galil, and then Nyx will just be operating on a Deagle or a Tech 9, so make it a little bit lighter. So what was 10-2 is now 10-4. There's a bonus round available for Liquid, but because you were so close with your back against the wall, when you have these type of bonus rounds, you might not be as aggressive as you'd want to be if, let's say, it was a 6-6 half, right? You want these MP9s to get stuck in. You want to be making a move with them and really extrapolate the most value. So mid-standard smoke, top cap. That's from JT. Kvem's going to be on a big lurk as the other 3 set up towards A. Ultimate, will he be flashed in? Shui can set this one up. He's just jump spotting for now. Ultimate plays close. Not playing for mid Liquid. They're more worried about the extremities. Sure, NAF's somewhat isolated, but remember, NertZ is tethered close.
Ooh, they're theory crafting some aggressions. It's ultimate, though. Ooh, he gets nothing. Shui makes up for it. Still knocking on that door. EliGE will catch the aggression through the con smoke. Kvem goes down. It's EliGE with a multi-kill. Quick flick as well for number 3. Quick shutdown of the rifles. Trying to build their own blue wall in order to secure another life.
If EliGE gets going with the key positions that he plays on this map, right, he can be everywhere. It'll feel that way if you're Passion. So now it's 10-5. It's going to have to be another partial for Passion. It's crazy how quick even a 10-2 lead can slip away.
And it's, you know, it's no longer such a rarity as well. MR12, CS2. It's a long list of teams that have fallen foul to pressure on the half change.
Pretty quite quick on the underpass scaling. Has been incendiaried. I think he wanted to be on a faster timing.
Nyx again with a bit of an overinvestment. Poor guy's not going to see a rifle for a while.
It's 3,400 next round. He'll be fine.
He'll be all right?
Yeah, 3,400.
Ooh, and with EliGE going down, Grim has managed to open up the account for a conversation in these sidearms. I say that as an attempted double. JT's managed to find NertZ.
So now you know B anchor alive, A anchor alive, AWP. That's the info you're working with.
And Grim, oh, he retrieves it. Is he going to get away? Just jumps out the window, says thank you for the AK.
I think he should hang around because he can patrol rotations. It's a tough clear.
He's going to be cleared by NAF.
Because of the vent, it's hard.
It is, but I think he can find the angle. Oh, it's not so easy. So reveals that the B player is short.
Now
StarLadder, there's the jump out the window, but NAF will just pluck him from the skies.
Okay, Ultimate
and
has
he's
to
got
miss.
this. He can't miss this shot. It would open up an avenue into the side. Nice little peek into the AWP. JT going to go down. Oh, and Kvem's Deagle is in town.
Okay.
NAF, got to be careful here. Chewy's a mile away, does nail it, so impactful round there from NAF.
Yeah, NAF steady, right? 2 important kills, and they actually couldn't get back Ultimate's AWP. Fortunately for him, he has 6.9, so he can get dropped one or buy one himself. So no issues there, but that's a little bit wonkier than they would have hoped for. Now it's just a 4-round gap. Is hallzerk going to bring out an AWP of his own design? Right now he is yet to buy. First timeout called by TC. Things have been flowing so nicely for him up until this juncture. Wants to get on the microphone, see if he can call an adjustment. There's only been 4 rounds played in the second half, but none of them have netted the bomb going down. The closest they've gotten is just 2 Liquid players staying alive. So they're right there in the conversation of being able to break through. But if you wait too long, this could be going the distance to the third. And it never felt that way in the first half. But remember, at a certain point, this will go from, all right, boys, we're down in the dumps, to we're back in this. And if we win this map, it becomes a best-of-1 on Nuke.
Best-of-1 on Nuke, where you've potentially managed to get under Passion's skin.
Exactly. So it's mental warfare at the moment.
Oh, for sure. I think it was at the moment we saw this matchup head-to-head, especially with the stakes on top. You know, this is the World Cup of Counter-Strike. Everyone wants a ticket to those playoffs, and now you're just fighting for survival day 2.
Might be the battle for the bottom here in the sense that you've got Chewy with only 4 kills and Nyx with only 5. So any impact that those two can have will be huge.
Ultimate seems destined for an opening, and there it comes. Down goes Grim. Orb starts B.
Kvem's got a bit of a gap here, Alex.
He's working up mid.
Yeah, this is a great timing for Kvem.
He's going to catch it. Oh, nade out for EliGE. Lucky to be alive. Kvem's now position noted. Will be blocked by NertZ's smoke. EliGE might go looking for a rotation. Concedes the space in window.
Nyx is waiting on the fade. Nyx is waiting on the fade against... Oh, had a fight there against Ultimate. Does force him off the line, so they know that the AWP's still on B. NAF's in spawn, mate.
NAF is making a move. It's one hell of a flank, especially considering the bomb is outside the B apartments. Does he path mid? Does he go for the full round the world? JT considering this option here.
It feels like it's going to have to be underpass to A, and NAF is going top mid. So NAF's going to mow him down.
Perfect. This could be another impactful NAF round. Has he booked him with this one? Yes, he has. Look at them. Sitting ducks for him. hallzerk does spin around to stop it.
Chewy's the only one here right now.
Pathing in towards the A side.
He's just smoked off.
Kvem can hold rotations. Chewy flashed off.
Open for
planting. Not vulnerable, safe and sound. Chewy, however, picks off Nyx. It's a 2-on-4, but that bomb is planted. Is there anything to be said about this one? Kvem versus hallzerk. It's EliGE versus Kvem, and EliGE does reign supreme. hallzerk in the clutch, but no real conversation.
It's planted for him, though.
Sure, and there's low HP. Maybe you're right. Maybe this conversation is available. Jumps out and found by Chewy. Important to be playing forward there to ensure a safe defuse. Liquid find another, so these consecutive rounds are running. It was the 7th, if my math is correct, 7th round where we saw the first T round from Liquid in that first half. Currently, Liquid are running away 5 consecutive.
Yeah, so the belief is creeping back in now. It's no longer that defeatist mentality. The bomb going down with the lost bonus, right? That's the first time that the bomb has been planted.
And you can see Kvem does like this map.
Yeah, he is 17 kills at the top of the table right now. Has had assistance from some of his teammates in key moments. But NAF, EliGE, they're starting to activate. Ultimate's having some moments too. So they're working back into this now. It's just going to be direct. Going straight in with an A execute. Chewy's on the site, has a smoke over towards Palace, has Ultimate also to assist. So how good is this exec?
He's going to get cheeky with it. Ultimate's been caught. No trade available because Chewy's provide the covering fire. Again, Grim down. 2-man advantage for Liquid. Passion just spamming smokes, hoping a bullet connects, and it's Chewy's that are connecting right now. JT brings down NertZ.
Getting wrecked.
Oh, wow, that nearly killed EliGE. JT just a little burst through the smoke, forces EliGE back. It's Chewy's round here. Is that a quiet one? 3 kills. And another round for Liquid.
Yeah, the dialogue's completely shifted now. This game is just back on. I understand they're still just walking that fine line, but what was a massive void has been closed up. And Passion again, sure, they look like a team who are seasoned on this map, but we know that they are not. This is something that is still new for JT to be able to call, and this is, you're on the T side now, right? This is where you have to be able to find the solutions, and at the moment, that's not the case whatsoever.
It's a firework display going on out there.
Yeah, well, with Torji playing, you know that Budapest is going to turn out to support their boy. I think if we take a look at that M80 game and you look at the first half there, that was 6-6. So it shows that their Passion do have something to work with on their T side.
But a lot of it revolves around these kind of, not gimmicks, I don't want to use the word gimmick, but, you know, these grim walks through smoke, so hoping people aren't looking. We saw him try it there in Palace. We've seen him try it on the CT side to great successes with his aggress set up by his teammates. But on the T side, it seems like Liquid have kind of got his number.
What won them rounds against M80 was direct calling, sight hits.
Right.
And
well, it worked on their train as well.
Yeah, so look, if they're going to try and play default with mid-control and underpass, I think Liquid will have their number in that regard. And this was a sight execute. That's why you see him coming through the smoke, because he has to, right? Yeah. They're hitting the sight. That's the call. That's what you do. And you're hoping that you're able to capitalize that your util is on point, or they're not in the positions that can lock you out of those spots. So a 2-round gap and AK saved, the second tactical timeout called. And well, this is a run of rounds right now that is to be feared. I don't think you can, like, you could shove, right? So you could get out a couple of Galils and you could join JT into the mix, but I think it's best to operate with a partial behind this and then get the full again if you really want that hallzerk AWP. But if you want a hallzerk AWP, that's less indicative of an execute and more indicative of a default and looking for picks with the AWP. Speaking of AWP, his ultimate back in the feed.
Yeah, Shiriko's completely overlooked and he farms up 3.
Yeah, and the frustration's creeping in on the other side of the server, so...
It is just who can tilt less. Like, that's what this battle is.
And if you get your tilting out of the way in the first half, then maybe, just maybe. But this will all come down to the finest margin. There'll be one moment with an explosion where a player gets caught with a nade or a break of a smoke and a kill goes the way that it shouldn't. We know that JT can have massive moments, right? This is an in-game leader who can get a clutch.
Set from Liquid, you can see 4 players having a little dander. EliGE was vulnerable to the boost, doesn't quite go down. It's a scalp for hallzerk.
Catch that.
To his face. Misery amplified now. EliGE just gets the one, put down. Shui's ready for your walk through the smoke. And that's another round for Liquid. So a 1-round gap. It felt like it was really out of control. It felt like Liquid were about to be on the chopping block. But they have come into this CT side and showed anything Passion can do, we can do better on Mirage, CT side hall.
I wonder if you get one of the less media-trained members of Liquid. If let's say they win this series and you get them, you take them to one side after you go, did you guys really think after the 10-2 half you were going to win? Like, if you get EliGE, he's going to say, yeah, you never stop believing. But if you take somebody like NAF, he'll probably give you the real deal. But okay, fully strapped now, running out of chances, Passion.
Send their seasoned Mirage veteran Kvem to be the brute force on mid. JT to join him through under, just him. It's Grim working on ramp control. The standoff all across the map. It is that default spread once more. Dead silence on Mirage. You could cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah, it's key how many pieces of utility that Passion are holding on to you right now, but the same to be said for Liquid. They still have 2 players who essentially have full belts of utility. And that's going to be key, right? They're going to be able to block a lot of choke points with that when the execute comes in, so you can play smoke molly defense. JT's up through con.
Kvem does. Good pathing from NertZ, gets away from it. Might be caught by the forward position. Kvem has caught down the short player.
Pressure on now.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is a vulnerability that Team Liquid may not be accustomed to. You've lost NertZ early, pressure applied. NAF will tuck behind the smoke. Safe from the Molotov. The bomb's moving to join them in middle.
JC's up in window.
Oh, he's been boosted, yeah, okay.
He jumped up himself, but either way, EliGE might be aware.
Free frag for ultimate, doesn't get connected on.
Huge from JT.
Does catch EliGE on the window
sandwich,
position.
20 seconds.
He's tucked on sandwich. There's an opportunity for a hero
Has
play.
to go massive.
Can the captain deliver? On the cross, he's cleared. Kvem knows his angles, clears it nicely, and there's the breakthrough. There's that 1 round you were just discussing.
Okay, NAF, well, you're going to go through Palace right now. They need to hold on to their guns. I don't imagine they get too far away from the bomb. Nyx is investigating. JT's over towards the window room. Grim's watching ramp. hallzerk is completely trained on Palace with the AWP, but I don't imagine he's going to want to stay here forever. And NAF not getting any closer to the bomb. I thought maybe he'd attempt the Goblin defuse on the way out the door. But even limiting a couple of these guns and forcing the rebuys into the next could be nice. So here's one. Grim goes down. Sorry, Kvem goes down. Excuse me. It's Grim up next, and he will hold on. But there's a whole lot of cash that you have to get through. You've got 13k on Ultimate, 14k on Shui. The polls are rich right now. NertZ and EliGE can buy themselves. NAF will need a buy. And Kvem gets the opener. JT gets the jump on EliGE. And then from there, the dominoes just keep on falling. Shui, with the time, would have had to have gone absolutely gargantuan in that moment. But that's the first of what needs to be 3. So still 2 more of those. Do you go with the same pace? hallzerk doesn't think so.
Try his luck on that window fight. Get himself across the taps, try and challenge any of those short players. It's NAF that started there this time.
And they've gone into double orbs, right? The rifles were working so well, so double orbs is crazy considering what you've been able to post so far.
You're just hoping that perhaps in their clunky approach, you get gaps and opportunities. Now Kvem does!
Done it again!
Punishes ultimate! K takes down the AWP, it's JT removing EliGE, and then you just go strafing into the second. hallzerk's AWP connects, Grim gets a freebie onto Palace, Liquid just jump into the Passion jaws.
And now you have an AWP to try and fight for your honor. You're going to either try and hold on to this, NertZ, or you're going to try and get stuck in for a 1v4. The A site is open for business, the bomb comes over,
Yeah, and
NertZ, you're not getting away with this one, mate.
He's going to get sidelined. Just not ready for this. A creepy, crawly Nix. A one tap to the skull. He's playing it safe. Just knows the kill's going to come to him eventually. And a secondary AWP investment has not worked out for Liquid whatsoever. Not the knife kill. Truly is a twist of the knife. Team Liquid, it started to look like they were believing. And it's 7 consecutive, Chad, and 2 now in response from Passion.
And those 2, Kvem get the opening kill in both of those occasions, right? So he has come up massive in these dying stages when they need him. The Ukrainian organization. It is
Board
a
not letting EliGE get away.
Board, isn't it? Yes, it is a great one back. And look at this, final round, or potentially, and money broken. NAF's just with a 5-7. The rest have M4s. There's an AWP again. There's only 1 kid if we get into a post plant. And it looks like they want an uppercut.
Oh my God, hallzerk's alive and kicking. Missed his shot on that stairs player.
Surely let Kvem play first again. Let this guy go for an opener. Don't have him on the lurk. Should we an ultimate on A? EliGE patrolling window. NertZ and NAF hunker down over towards B. EliGE calls middle clear for the interim. Kvem is going to throw out a window smoke. Or is he? Everyone chilling. It is the time that they are allowing. JT is the one who is on the alert. The in-game leader playing through the underpass. Kvem now heading back towards top mid. hallzerk's also backpedaling away from A, worried about a Palace push. Still looks like they want to finish on this site. Shui's currently up on the balcony. Ultimate's over towards Ticket. And NAF could call B clear in a moment. They might have to go for an info play. They don't have a lot of that Liquid.
Yeah, in pursuit of info.
That util tells of a potential B split, but at least he's nothing.
And Ultimate remains posted. Shui tucked on Dark. It's Ultimate. They wants to try and draw that first blood, but he's let one go. EliGE versus JT. Crouches in and finds the headshot. JT's got the opening. Shui with the response. Quick flick out of Ultimate's AWP. Trying to hold on. Trying to survive. Liquid's major. Is it going down like this? Is this the last round they see in Budapest? 20 seconds as the bomb goes down. It's NAF and NertZ. Everything to play for. And everything to be lost if they cannot convert on the retake. A kit, an AK, and a dream. A single flashbang, a kill onto hallzerk. It's Grim and Nix representing North America to take down Team America, Team Liquid. Time is ticking. You got to get on that, NAF. You got to get on that. It's a fake. He gets him. Oh, hits the headshot on Grim. Nix to be the hero. I don't think there's time. I think we go again.
Yeah, he's going to be able to pick up that kick, get the defuse, and they just hold on. All right, well, they've got 2 more opportunities to try and pull that off as they pull us into double digits for Team Liquid. 12-10, another close map. What looked like it was going to be a blowout in the first half has definitely found its heat.
That shot from NAF. If he doesn't win that duel, if they get away with that info that he's off the defuse, different round. NertZ just gets that trade necessary. They are on the brink, Chad. And that is the last time I will see until OT.
Okay, well, it is a slightly better looking buy on the Passion side of the server. Everybody has an AK, there's an AWP for hallzerk. Ultimate gets his AWP back, but EliGE is operating with a FAMAS. is someone else going to take the sacrifice for EliGE? It would likely be NAF if it was going to be a play-up. And that type of moment, you bang on, right? For NAF, if they're not coming to his site and they're going onto the other side, to retake in a dire situation like that, those kills are worth so much.
Yeah.
And they keep you in it for a moment. It might not matter at the end of the day. Something I do note here is they only have one defuse kit. Ultimate has 1,300 left over. He could have bought one. So that might not matter at all. Yeah, NertZ has one, but only one.
There's only one.
You could have had two.
We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. What's the plan? What's the play?
Again, they're just letting the clock rot early, right? Making sure they don't give a casualty over as an opening pick. We've seen Ultimate find success on this position before. NertZ not starting short. NAF is the joker over towards A, traditionally the B defender. So they are hedging. I'm expecting some type of an A finish.
hallzerk reveals the orb, progressing. Oh, the wallbang connects. NertZ takes a lick of damage through the wall. hallzerk has him softened up. Smoke window. NertZ plays across. Nullified for 20. 50 seconds on the clock for this T finish. Passion start to search and open.
That's the AWP.
Found. How's he done that? That was a solo V AWPer. Hang on, that's an opportunity. The conversation, oh my God, is starting to shift. NertZ has been caught. Grim's probing Palace.
They might not expect NAF still.
Yeah, NAF is a bit of a joker in the dark position.
Bomb's
Where's that bomb going, though? It's going B. EliGE needs to get over there as soon as he can, but he's got to worry about JT on that flank. JT reserved. Forward position. Util thrown. EliGE hoping to catch him on the cross. They spotted him out.
Oh!
hallzerk hits the headshot. EliGE is gone. Confirming NAF is nowhere. JT can catch Shui here. He's done it as well. It looks like that's it. JT can close it down. Liquid running out of time, running out of players. It's only NAF-FLY that can save them.
That kit from NertZ. There's no way you're getting that.
It's too far away.
The time's going to be the problem. NAF has no chance.
Absolutely right.
This one's done.
If only there was a kit on site. 13-10. Liquid eliminated at the hands of Passion UA.
That is the first team removed from stage 3. And the fact that they brought it back from 10-2 down in the first half doesn't matter. Ifs and buts and maybes. Passion march on for another day of play here at StarLadder Budapest. And the run comes to its close. It's been a tumultuous year for Liquid. A whole bunch of different names in and out of the roster. A leadership change with Shui coming in to take over the reins. But Passion reign supreme. This is
no less.
It's going to be a feel-good win for Passion, but for Liquid, you get to see the emotions on the other side. They battled back from 0-2 in stage 2, but this was too much of a task. I think for the likes of the core, it's going to be nice to get a win over EliGE, right? For your Grims, your hallzerks, your JTs. They once played alongside of EliGE in the Complexity jersey, and a lot has changed since then. Changing of organizations, changing the rosters, and Passion. They definitely played with it today. To be able to come down 9-3 first half of Train, they did the heavy lifting. If you're going to pick a map like Train, that's the expectation, that you can win the CT pistol and then show how solid you can be on the CT side. And the defense was beautiful. They carried that through onto Mirage.
And I thought Liquid were going to give us a little flavor of their own version, their own variety of turning it around into that second half, starting to believe perhaps themselves a little bit as it really got closer and closer. Just watch that number go up. Passion were kept on 10 for a while. A knife kill coming into the mix on the save. And it did look like NAF had done enough to extend play, give them hope, only just temporary.
I think now the conversation is about how far can Passion go. We need to wait and see what the draw looks like for them tomorrow when today's games conclude. Tough for Flashy, his first major as a head coach, and suffering defeat 0-3 in stage 3. The Hungarian representation alongside of Torji will be sent packing for now. Torji is still battling on right now on that main stream. You can go and check it out. Mouse versus Spirit on map number 2. But we have Paravision versus 3D Max coming up next. That'll be brought to you by Scrawny and Launders. But all in all, it's tough when you get to this point, right? The eliminations in earlier stages, stage 1 was a little bit rough around the edge in terms of the form. Stage 2, you know, there was a little bit of heartbreak for certain names. But that's it from us. We're going to throw over to Donna to hear what Nix has to say.
Nix, congratulations. You're fighting for another day and you survived today. Please share with us, how do you feel after being with the back against the wall, but you made it through?
Feels good. I don't know.
Okay, so you had a really good performance on train. That was absolutely amazing. And it was a close match, though. Were you worried for a second?
On train, I mean...
Train, yeah.
Not really. I mean, it felt like most things were going right when... when we got into the right spots. On T side, we made a lot of individual mistakes, but then, I mean, once we got to CT side, we just played our normal CT side, worked out good.
Okay, and Mirage, you had a crazy half. It was like 10-2 or something, and then you kind of like lost control. Can you maybe summarize why you gave up the control to Liquid?
I mean, kind of the same as why we lost some rounds on T side. On train, like we weren't really playing together per se. But again, like once we got to CT side, we were able to just play our CT side, and our CT side bought us enough time so that on T side we were able to close out those mistakes.
Okay, I also want to talk about that 1v3 ninja defuse. How did it feel for you? Like I know people were shooting at you and trying to knife you, and you just like sticked it. How did it feel for you? Were you worried for a second that you're not going to be able to make it?
I thought there was a 0% chance I was going to get that stick. I tapped it. Crazy. I tapped it and got off because I thought I didn't even have a kit, and then I like looked and realized I had a kit, so I was just like, why not stick it? No way I'm getting out of the site.
That was crazy. How did it feel to win that?
I was insane. I just thought about the round swing I'd get.
Yeah, I also saw that the whole team was hyped up. But anyway, thanks, Nix, thank you so much for giving us some insights. I wish you best of luck tomorrow. It's still not over for you, so I guess you're probably going to have to prepare. And yeah, maybe something you want to share to the viewers.
Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for supporting us. Thank you guys for supporting Passion. Yeah, thank you to all the NA fans watching as well. See you guys in the next game.
Thank you so much. See you.
Now, back in your day, you didn't have swing to be checking.
Thinking about the round swing.
Thinking about the round swing. Yeah. I mean, I get it. You know, it's a nice looking stat when it's green.
And a necessary round in the scheme of things, right? Because they got damn close. But JT can add another Mirage victory to the tally. Right. But we have to wait and see who comes next for Passion. Now, this is great. They have been able to at least play another day, eliminating a big organization like Liquid. That's going to feel damn good. But there's a whole lot more Counter-Strike to be played here. Yeah, we've got another best of 3 coming at you, Connor, and we're going to see Mohan bringing you the action for that one. But we're going to go and watch that from home. So see you tomorrow, and see you stay here for the next best of 3.
This is how letters are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne in this league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull up the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
My name is Sonic, I am the head coach of Falcons, and today we are doing pick'ems. Let's start with the 3-0. I will put Furia, I will put Vitality, and this is just for the Jinx. Passion UA, sorry guys, as one of the 0-3 teams. Imperial, sorry again, feel bad. For the 3-1, 3-2 stages, I will put ourselves, I will put G2, Na'Vi, I think they've been, boot camping, showing some promise. I will put Spirit. I will put Mouse. I will actually go with Face, just for the cinema. This is how it shapes here.
В групповом этапе грозно играет всегда Маус. Поставлю их на 3-0. И думаю, что Falcons будет второй командой. Pain будут претендентами на 0-3, потому что они не разыгранно играют с третьей стадии. Вторая команда, вероятно, Pation, у них были проблемы на предыдущей стадии, плюс они играют против G2. Так, 3-1 выйдут команды Vitality. Фурия тоже проход 3-1, Spirit 3-1. Я думаю, что это будет команда Na'Vi. Они сейчас набрали в предыдущей стадии, плюс разыгранная G2. И последний коллектив назову Parivision. It's all.
3-0. I have to put my team, I guess. And Falcons. I think they are really good right now. With what happened last major, I think this time they will be good. I put Imperial 0-3 and Patient. 3-1, 3-2. Furia obviously is the best team in the world right now. Then Spirit. I think that's a bit obvious and I don't see them to fail the group stage. Mouse, they are good on usually. They don't fail. I think G2, they didn't do blast travel, they had time to do a bootcamp, I guess. I think Na'Vi. Okay, they didn't place the best opponents in stage 2, but they played good. FaZe, because no matter what, they are in playoff, so I put FaZe.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the B stream here for the StarLadder Budapest Major. It is, unfortunately, one of those games, Launders. It's one of those games where if you win, your reward is you get to play again tomorrow. But you do not secure anything here other than avoiding the embarrassment of the 0-3 elimination. Before it came to us here on the mics, you said, man, this bums as a 0-3 match.
Yes, this is just awful. I mean, like these two, this feels like when Paravision played against Legacy in stage 1, and that was a 2-2 game, so at least, you know, you made some progress there. But here we are, Paravision and 3D Max, they've both shown some amazing things this major. Obviously, 3D Max joined us a stage later, but the wins they took, the performance they had to get here was so amazing. Now, it's 0-2 for both of them. Now, it's only one who goes through. We just saw Paravision have to take down Liquid. It feels like shades of that, but then both teams are a little bit better. You know, they didn't get to take down one of those two teams. It could have been both of these guys going. There's another situation where both these guys could have gone through with a better draw, but if you go 0-2, well, you have to accept what you have made for yourself. You know, you've made your bet here. This is a bad day followed by what could be a worse one. The end of a major, it just feels too soon for both of these rosters.
Yeah, player break on the other side of it, but nobody wants to run into that player break off the back of such a sour note, right? The 0-3 elimination is where nobody wants to end, and yet here we are. Paravision also, we had you know, a great showing in overtimes, so consistent. I believe it was 7 for 7 in OTs until finally losing their 8th, and that was something that we kind of kept giving them so much credit for, because they just grinded out these victories. It was so stylistic, it was so typical Jame and Doston, and it felt like, you know, Paravision were going to do it again. They were going to tap back into what made Avant-Garde so great. They were going to tap back into what took Outsiders to a major champion win. And now, obviously, they could still dig even deeper than either of those previous runs here with Paravision. Or are we left, you know, impressed by Paravision regardless of this shortcoming? And all we'll say now is, nice. We can see more of this team in 2026, but this is where their major may end.
Well, at least they'll get another chance to play Overpass most likely. They're going to pick this map up first. I think that 3D Max, unfortunately, so far in their 0-2, they got beat up by Vitality, sure, but they probably should have been able to at least take the paint win. Paravision go to overtime on that Overpass map. It's a map you'd expect to go to versus Mouse. It's one that Paravision have every right to because their record's been so good at the major. And going to OT means either team could have won. Like, let's be real. They were a couple of mistakes away from closing that out. Instead, it ends up, you know, Mouse having a great day. And now we're in a position where maybe the veto can save them, but unfortunately they lose those games.
Let's see where we can get anything from their mentality. We were able to catch up with Beltranok ahead of this elimination 0-2 game.
Beltranok, welcome and thanks for joining me. You just explained me that your name means little squirrel in Russian, right?
Yes.
How did you come up with that?
I just was like 12 years old. I just put it on random, you know, and now I'm becoming a professional player. That's it.
Okay, this is also your first major, and I just want to know how you feel being here and also being in the third stage, playing against some of the best teams in the world.
To be honest, nothing special. I'm just glad to. So we have competitive against the best, so that's it.
Okay, and now yesterday, for example, you guys went 0-2, right? And you had, I think, a 3-win streak in the last stage. Do you think you just had an off day, or is it because the competition is harder now?
I think with roll game against Mouse, I think it was our game. Against now we was playing really bad clutches, stupid mistakes. So deserve it 0-2, and now we try to come back.
Did James prepare anything special today? I think you have a pretty, I checked the map stats, and I think you have a good map pool against 3 Max.
Yeah, I think we have a good map pool, but nothing special.
Okay. Excited to see it. Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Bye.
I mean, just good self-awareness there from Beltranok. Unfortunately, the game versus Na'Vi didn't look like the same Paravision that we've had in previous matches. And then, yes, it was their game to win versus Maus. A couple of critical errors and also a couple of critical Maus pop-offs is what prevented Paravision from securing at least that much coveted 1-0 start.
Yeah, so their draw is obviously a little bit harder than 3D Max. Both these teams, you know, 3D Max get to play against Vitality, so there are easier runs to be had. We've seen them in some of these previous weeks so far, but again, now we'll have to go up against each other. So 3D Max so far at the major, 10 maps played, won half their maps, and they rely on Train, which is something that's actually been nice for them, but I think in this series, I don't know if this is going to come up.
Train in between them. I mean, Paravision showed a willingness to play it. Their T side is what kind of impressed us when we were willing to write them off in a previous best of 3.
So they actually, yeah, they boosted up their train stats heavily because they came in, it was a low win rate map for them as their worst.
Yeah.
Now it's up to 38% with their past couple of tries, and they look seriously fierce on it. I wonder if they're willing to like go out on it, you know, and they have shown some bravery in picking train, so why not stick with it?
Well, one of the newer pieces of 3D Max and one of the highest rated 3D Max players at the event. Let's get some thoughts out of bodyy ahead of this first map.
Sorry, bodyy. Hope you're doing good. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good. Feels like a revenge in my head. I don't want to get out of the tournament and not in the 0-3 fashion for sure.
You guys, I think you played 2 times Nuke yesterday, and so far I know that's Paravision's permaban. So I don't know if you guys worked on the Nuke mistakes or if you just focused on other maps.
That's a good thing we don't play Nuke as of now. For sure we fixed our mistakes, but also we knew we're not expecting to play it against them, so fixed the rest. Like there's a lot to fix and there's a lot to be proud about from last week. So pretty much being ready for this match.
Okay, yesterday you played really amazing on both maps, honestly. Even the map against Vitality, I think you lost 13-3. You still had a really good rating. Also the first match you played. Are you, like, does it sting a bit that you lost even though you performed so good?
I don't really care about performing so good as long as the team is not winning. I've been trying my best, obviously, to put everyone in the right direction and try to lead the way, because it's been our strength. Like, someone has to lead the way in some way, and I've been trying to do that yesterday, but it didn't like work as good as expected. But obviously, it's a team game, and we are all focusing for what's next. And it's gonna be a tough game today, and I expect everybody to perform.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough game against Paravision, but you're gonna play at best of 3 now. Do you think you have better chances?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, yesterday we played Vitality and a team that just joined the 3rd stage, so they had a lot of time to prepare for this tournament. Today, Paravision has been playing like both stages and also 2 games in this stage. I feel like it's gonna be a tough matchup for sure, and Jamie is not a one to take lightly, but I'm kind of confident.
Okay. I wish you best of luck and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paravision had waited to be able to play versus top 20 opposition until this very event, and now having finally given that chance over to them, they've shown us that they can compete. On the other side, you've got a 3D Max that self-proclaimed they are the ultimate Tier 1 gatekeeper. So if you are Paravision, this is where it stands. Your challenge versus a 3D Max who has had as slow of a start to this 3rd stage of the major as you yourself have. Explosive riflers on both ends in the form of Shello and Nota, bodyy versus Maka. You know, these are those X-factor moments where I think we could get fireworks out of the gate. If it's going to be fast tempo, kind of something like what Tyloo threw in the face of Paravision, they were so unable to come back from that.
Oh, okay. So we've got Paravision's pick as Dust 2, which makes sense, but they're not actually going to play Overpass, which is kind of interesting. So that's extremely strong map for Paravision as we've seen so far. Ancient coming down, they might be able to get revenge for themselves for the fact that they lost Na'Vi in the second half. And 3D Max are going to take 2 Inferno. So there's like a lot of things in this veto is actually, I think, caught me off guard. I was thinking maybe we get a train pick, but probably we get an overpass pick. That's not the case. Let's see if it throws the prep into disarray as we head into the game already.
All right, action-packed adventure for the rest of the night between Paravision and 3D Max. Top-middle walkout and getting beyond the flash, but AEW still the first victim. body's able to come through with that assist. Shello will take over control of Catwalk. He's got 3 players out long to work with. And this is going to be pressure on XRCs. He was waiting for the cat arrival, instead turns it over to Belchanok. Oh, good headshots coming out from 3D Max's side, and it's a slaughter. 5 strong for 3D Max in the pistol.
Damn, that's such a great round at XRCs. And he's somebody who we talk about sort of, after Gravity's individual performance, after Maka has actually shown amazing consistency throughout the first stage that they entered. XRCs actually has been having a great major too. I think he's put up so many multi-kills. Very, very strong stuff. Aim, obviously, is just a big factor with him, just a core rifler on the team, and I feel like he's been definitely delivering, so that's something to watch. But yeah, this veto is a majority surprise for me. The only thing I really expected was Ancient to come up.
So just to go back, there's something weird with that graphic mode. It was map pick Inferno, not the decider. Ancient the decider in the third.
Was that how
No,
it was? I thought I saw it reversed.
It was weird, but they just put the picks on the outside.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So yes, Dust 2 Inferno into Ancient. Now I got that cleared up. I'm actually kind of disappointed there's no overpass still.
Big time.
Yeah,
But I
right
feel
there
like
with
it's
you.
also just a missed opportunity
Sure.
for Paravision. I wonder why they would stray away from it. It's not like they got beat down on it.
Nope,
They
nope.
basically are 3-1 on it. Their only losses to Mouse, who are amazing on it. And you know, we got into a space now where you watch Paravision games and you don't care if the team's top 5, top 10, or top 20. You just think they have a good chance of winning.
Right.
Like they have established that.
They could grind it out.
Yeah, like you know, even they lose to Na'Vi, people are like, oh, they could have done way better than that. But Paravision, if they just got into the major, it would have just been like, oh, well, yeah, of course you're not going to beat Na'Vi, but they have really raised their stature live.
Gravity here is given a chance to peel players off the tunnels walkout. Paravision kind of stuffed out by that smoke, lose their bomb awkwardly in the front of it. So for now, 3D Max happy to charge down around long. This is going to show kind of a willingness, I think, for 3D Max to get aggressive in the faces of Paravision. I was very curious to see what kind of 3D Max kind of steps out of the gate tonight. We've seen them be a bit disrespectful, some really explosive starts to games too, where maybe individuals can't hold them back. You know, when you look across the server, you're looking at Shello and Nota to be the guys to stop 3D Max in those pushes. So far, not the case, and 3D Max, I think, with the XRC's push, knowing you have an advantage, you know, they will slide into any space you give them.
It feels like they're two different teams hovering around the same tier. You know, 3D Max has been around here a lot longer and proven themselves a lot more. We clearly see that Paravision can play a major to the same level. So I think this match will mean a lot, even though for one of them they won't care that it's it's going to be the end of the road for them. I think to the stories for what they've done so far. Ooh, this is a huge find. That's a site taken. That's a round 1.
There's the 2, right? Shello, Nota. 2 instant kills on that walk up from CT. Paravision's gun round goes perfectly with that cat walk up.
Happen actually? There was a T-smoke on the doors.
Yeah.
There was a massive gap on cat. Nobody had been watching it.
I think it was like 3 players start long for 3D Max, and then they walk back, but they both go down into CT spawn.
But the read, I think, was maybe that Paravision were going to throw default grenades on cat before they take it every time. And they start off not throwing any nades and just walk up. So, well, not fun to lose a round like that, but it's pretty cute here for Paravision. It's 1 Tech 9 down. Just shows you how much Paravision really had to work with this round.
Belchanok dropping Maka. And so the price tag of this round is starting to kind of get racked up against Paravision. Nota drying out to the bomb. Certainly not ideal. Down goes Belchanok as well. So there was at one point 4 players comfortably up, and now they finish with only 1 surviving.
Yeah, don't know if that was worth the hunt. Don't know if that one was worth the hunt. If the juice was worth the squeeze.
You know, we're sat there saying like, oh, what a round. Walking up catwalk, everything's for free. But I feel like Dastan,
not in this economy.
Not happy about that one. Still be a rebuy, of course, for Paravision.
They're lucky everything's on sale on T-side.
But it feels like 3D Max, blood in the water type situation with all those deaths.
Yeah, they'll be hungry for this one.
Blocking smokes down middle, Maka peeling away.
It's not often a JAME team makes economic errors.
But this is that new JAME 2025 flavor.
It's the one we've all wanted to see. We've been cheering, we've been goading him into playing faster, more aggressive, and chasing down exits.
But now that I see it and they've lost all those guns, I think, no, go back.
Don't listen to the masses, JAME. You had it right. Just because it's popular doesn't mean it's correct.
Flushing back the A setup there with just a bit of presence from Nota. 4 players strong inside of the tunnels out of Paravision. Gravity just sitting here. Low utility as well for the CT side, right? Losing that last round, coming in with they can. Smoke cuts off half of them. Flash is great.
Oh boy.
Body's going to be under pressure now. Mac 10 tries to swing out and then doesn't even take that second duel. Good on AW, wants to make sure he guarantees he stays alive, allows for Shello to come through with the kill instead, and it's a Paravision hit into the B bomb site that goes as swimmingly as the attack on A last round. And this time around, James going to secure an exit route. And on top of that, his first kill of the map.
Why don't we ever see Mac 10s leading a B hit on this map? Now, obviously, this isn't a weird strat. They do this all the time now. Even Dust 2 towards B, they're going to run out and pop. The way that that doorway is being spotted is fine, and they release their grenade. But you see what happens when the team on T side doesn't let go of W. They can run you down, and with a MAC-10, you can jump, you can shoot all at the same time. But oftentimes we'll see like an AK entry.
Sure.
And they'll get like one bullet to try to tag, then they'll stop, then they'll start running, and just that fraction of a second is enough for the CTs to get back in order.
I always think it's because the AK in the front is so ready for the door duel. And if there's somebody out in middle, suddenly it feels like that MAC-10, like right there, would have been useless. But yeah, in this moment, just churn through the front runner. Bodyy with a look of French disappointment.
That's a different kind of disappointment.
It's the worst kind. It's very judgmental. But that's 2 rounds back to back. They can't do anything about stopping Paravision.
These guys have not played each other, which also makes this interesting. Because again, like Paravision are a team that have been brewing. 3D Max are a team on the precipice all the time. So you'd think that they would have met at some points, but well, to do it right here at this stage of the major with a new style of Jame and, you know, the prep, we'll see how the prep goes in this matchup. It's funny because, you know, they might end this match and 3D Max will be like, I really like the way they played, you know?
Right.
But it might be too late.
It's going to be respect, sure. I mean, you heard in Bodyy's pregame interview as well, just saying like, they won't have as much time to prepare this time. You know, that's why we kind of lose our best of ones. Our opponent had plenty of time to prep for us coming in on stage 3, but I think Paravision's been prepping for a year now. And if you look at the top 20 teams, top 15, you're looking at 3D Max on that cusp.
I've heard a couple of their players say our boot camp was a year long.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Shello going to go down with nothing as Bodyy and
looking a bit trapped.
The MP9 both push through. Gravity catches a second. AW's the only one to recover, and he's so worried about the sight push that Bodyy tries to go back. Great recovery here for Paravision, I think. Certainly caught off guard by that 2-player push in, but the fact that Noda's so willing to come clear it from the bottom of tunnels, and on top of that, AW doesn't hyperextend, make sure to get one and go back into the corner.
There's a piece missing from this push, though. Like, that should have been a B player pushing tunnels at the same time that they're taking over lower, right? So that they can properly crunch. But they don't actually open up an exit route at the same time as make sure they have high numbers. If it's going to be this B default, they were really hoping it's maybe one guy or two, but at least they also get this push going. I mean, it's getting late into the round now. Paravision have to make an idea happen, so CTs will know now it's not going to be the A site unless it's a catwalk up. And for now, Maka is just trying to play it safe. Careful for the next peak. Noda's low, though. Has to be a first bullet for Noda.
Here's that AK on the entry. No jumping MAC-10s this round. 12 health left over from that exchange, and Maka's just going to stay on the angle. 20 seconds to that clock. Fast flank into the tunnels, but it's still walking as well. So Paravision won't know about this, and the perfect time to strike comes through.
Okay.
XRC's guns down 2 of them. AW's answers clean, but then Lucky right there as well will find him off guard, and 2 players strong for 3D Max as they go right back into that lead.
This one's a little slower for the wrong reasons. I mean, Maka outside the door was such a threat because they didn't have a smoke for it. So I think they were really hoping either get that kill or I'm not sure what. But everything 3D Max did was fine from this point on. It's a minute 20. They're still in tunnels. They haven't made a choice. They slowly walk a long flank because the CTs are the ones who feel they're at a disadvantage in a 3v3. And then they clear out long. They know at the very worst case, it's, you know, no split on the A site. So why not take a risk, start leaning towards B? And Destan is getting involved big time. I feel like we've seen Destan be so much more emotional in both directions at this major than I've ever seen. Like, as noted, after they beat Legacy in stage 1 and got through, he had a pop-off bigger than when they won Rio.
Yeah.
What is that?
Both arms in the air.
Yeah.
He told you, Mohan, it was all for the cameras.
All for the cameras, apparently. But it's not. You can see him. He's just definitely just being more expressive. James getting more aggressive. He's being more expressive. I mean, who are these guys?
Jamin Doston 2.0. 3.0 at this point?
Yeah.
Evolution.
Oh, that's a rip. Oh, that was a free shot, man. Gravity was peeking that from way far back. I wonder if it's on the back of their mind, though, just to do that same thing. They know he's going to go into that same spotting protocol over on B. Are they just pretending here it's a regular default with some cat presence? It looks like it, yeah. All right, this one's going to be on Gravity again.
Sat there, pin pulled, and now bodyy inside the site with him. We saw last time this kind of crumble underneath the sudden Paravision pressure, and it is set up once more. Looking for the same result. This time, smoke comes over, though. And so the announcement's been made. Fire in front of it. bodyy, critical cover. Belchanok gets a team kill, but he'll make up for that. bodyy and Gravity both go down to the same angle. He survives on a mere 10 points of health to put that bomb down. And with this USP, because of the auto shotty flanking around, what's XRC's going to do? Retake in through tunnels with a shotgun? That's great until you get to the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, auto shotty on long's kind of nice, but now it's more of a liability than anything else.
It's going to have to join up with the retake. Right now, Lucky's got a kit. There's also one towards Car if needed. Remember, Belchanok down to just 10 health. Certainly not ideal. Molly comes over. Oh, bounces back in their faces and then just pops inside of the air. Failed utility for the retake. Now suddenly they're not going to go for this. And that's going to be Paravision again. Group up and pounce. I guess the USP is not a liability. Find the one guy low health. Exit here for Nota and Jame. And tie game, 6 rounds in.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much information. Whether Gravity didn't realize it, because I don't think he saw anything when he got spotted the first time. But right when he was, they started to calculate, how are we going to make this happen again without making it look like it? And it's that same spot that's not working out that well. I mean, they get the molly down. Because body's behind him, he gets some damage in. If they didn't have that exact setup, I mean, Gravity's probably dead with nothing. And it gets a lot scarier. But, you know, maybe bodyy was going to stay there, and they would always have that very strong setup to defend B.
AW peels back from that one. Oh, fully blind is that auto shotty.
It's a free long hit, actually, and it's a little bit scary for Maka, who he's casually spotting from the A site back along. But they're seceding a lot of control here to the T's. The T's have cat as well. They're not actually pushed up on, oh, okay. I mean,
there it is. Ooh, and another.
This one's a little messy, and now look what could happen at long if they wanted to.
Happy with Belchanok's presence outer already. You know, Jame clearing the corner to make sure, but
wow.
The fact that Maka gets that headshot on the timing, yeah, not prepared for Jame to be out on the angle. Maybe a bit too overzealous for Maka.
This one's just looking a little messy from 3D Max.
Sure. 3D Max tucking back into elbow with Lucky, but that smoke's going to allow for an easy cross on the bomb carrier. That's a waste of a Molotov. Chucks it right into the other smoke. But so be it. I think the numbers here should still make a difference. Lucky tries to challenge on that first bomb plant. Frag grenade for the planter. That's a bit of damage for AW. Susceptible now to the one bullet of these M4s. And on ramp, Shello gets popped. So the retake's now, in full effect. And that's the effect of the frag. Nota comes back around trying to keep his head low. And you've got Jame towards long, waiting for a chance to strike. Another opportunity for Gravity to get lucky, but he has to concede this, and that was scary for a second. I don't know, Paravision not quite ready for that player in the corner to find his damage. The instant headshots out from the M4s. I think they're still content with it in the end, though. 4-3 Paravision as the bomb pops. Eesh, but more cost added as Jame misses a shot, and Gravity's going to punish Nota for it.
It's nice that 3D Max can get these kills, but I would like to see like their early to mid rounds just cleaned up a bit, because that one was like, I mean, the molly that XRC swings on isn't even for his side of mid. He didn't even have to move at all. And when he died, and when they come to push long, like Maka's casually shoulder peeking long, has no idea what's there. He's lucky to get the first kill, and then he runs into his death on the second one. They do not have the info at all this round. I mean, they gave up a lot of space of their own volition, and then they paid for it each and every step of the way. So I'm just more worried about like what that means for their mental right now if they're feeling a little bit messy.
Part of me wonders, you know, what percentage do you think 3D Max put the odds of playing Dust 2 tonight? I wonder. Just because we were also very surprised with Paravision knowing that they could have gone into an overpass pick.
But you know what? If they're the team that's coming into this major pick and train,
sure,
they got to be ready for stuff.
Absolutely. Here comes Maka. Just that USP down with. And it's going to be a fast flood forward from here on out, you'd assume. Just pistols in play for 3D Max. That's another part of me, too. I was thinking about that. You mentioned that 3D Max kind of didn't play train until they got here. Maybe that's what Paravision are thinking as well by avoiding overpass. Like, if you can just suddenly start playing train, maybe we shouldn't go to a map that we've shown them a lot of game tape, where we know this 3D Max team is one that likes to kind of develop meta, push new strategies.
And you know what? I mean, their map pool is strong versus 3D Max because they have so many maps that they can play.
Right.
Like, and this is saying that their map pool is strong, even though 3D Max banned Mirage. They would have gone to Mirage as well. So that really shows you the difference in, you know, confidence and that's what 3D Max tried to come into the major with. A little more confidence on their full 6 outside of their ban. And they did prove that to some degree.
Exercise.
But now they're coming to play against a team who proved it before the major began.
And a team that's shown us very real potential in the firepower. Let them loose on Dust 2, perhaps. You know, once you get through this wishy-washy start, this fight that 3D Max tried to put up at the beginning of the game, we, you know, went back and forth, tied twice. Now, Paravision clearly putting some distance between them and the CTs.
I also never want to criticize a player for being honest in an interview, but, you know, the best we got out of Bodyy is I'm kind of confident today.
Right.
You know.
How confident can one any be when you're down in the 0-2 pool?
Yeah.
That's just a bit of truth creeping in. Shello creeping out middle. Oh, right as the Opera got onto that angle, he eats the flash, right? And then that's what I'm talking about. Headshot coverage from Nota.
Just playing a little fast and loose inside of middle, though. That's not the first time that they've done that.
And it's cost them.
Yeah.
Maka sent back into the CT spawn. XRCs comes down. You know,
This is those like peaked as if the guy coming out wasn't covered. It's always the CT though who's not being covered. Now it's Gravity alone.
Boom, sudden pop, right?
Just B-split's coming.
Jump on top of this. And this is that evolution of Paravision we talk about. These kinds of rounds where all of a sudden this was the commitment out of nowhere. It's not because 3D Max gave over anything too much.
I think there's a time window where the information you have is valid on Dust 2. And when you get kills in mid in particular, that opens up mid to B timings, right? No one could have crossed back. Clearly, 3D Max were not stacked B if they were coming in from both sides of mid to try to get back a kill. So here's the moment where you know if you got one, unless 3D Max do something now, we're splitting B. And it's as simple as. There's just no time to actually react. I love the GTA cam.
Sixth round on this T side secured, and this one shows a little bit of that time to kill pushed out by Nota. Boom, just like that, Bodyy hits the ground. And you said it, right? Just kind of playing a bit looser, gets punished once more, and James knows how to figure you out, so confident in their commitment to that B bomb site.
And you know, if they had lost the op on the right side, then there might be a justification for coming in from the left, but he didn't die when they flashed out mid, right? He got away, actually barely took any damage as well.
It's kind of 2 for 1. You push the Opera back into the A site. You can assume there's 3 then in that direction, and Bodyy also just kind of puts his head on the silver platter.
And I don't want to put it to a microscope because there's always exceptions, right? At the top level of the game, there's always exceptions. And if you can't find those, you can't win either. The problem is now it's happened twice.
Waiting for that one, and missed opportunity by Maka is not ideal. Good push by Bodyy, trying to get this round.
He's still peeking.
Back into his control. Whew. Pushed back by Belchanok, same time as we get another kill from Nota. And with Lucky still lingering on the catwalk, he's going to be ahead of the utility. Oh, but it's covered, man. And that presence of mind is huge because 2 players back turns running away, and Nota keeping that crosshair where it needs to be. He is the one individual in the server that is keeping his impact constant to what we've seen at previous stages of this major. Yeah. Bodyy was great yesterday, 3 and 8. Maka's had X Factor, missed shot at the start of the round. Shello, sure, couple kills here or there, but we look to Nota and his mid impact, and it cannot be any more valuable at the moment.
Yeah, in each of these situations where we're highlighting where 3D Max have made a mistake, it's actually Nota to pick up that kill and to make them pay for that error. We missed it a little bit in the action, but okay, first of all, Maka could have stopped this from happening. If he gets his first kill on Cat, then it's way easier to hold on. And we say, you know, you miss sometimes, but that's a setup that's so good for him. That shot is so reliable for him. He puts himself in where he should have actually died for missing, a spot that definitely gives him a good chance to get a kill, and he can't hit it. And when body's coming out to frag here, Noda picks one up in the back. You know, he doesn't even pick up body. So body thinks he has a bit more freedom to come and swing. Oh, my teammate's going to help me trade. Well, he doesn't realize in the kill feed, like, he's not the guy who dies first when he probably thinks he's going to be in this setup.
Scary situation starting to emerge here for 3D Max, feeling like a shell of yourself down in the 0-2 pool. You thought you had a solid start with those first 2 rounds, and this streak of victories from the side of Paravision's gone uninterrupted.
Yeah, and it looks like Paravision have been just going fast every round and crushing, but really they kind of been picking them up apart in the default and then just having a free win.
Right.
You know, they rushed B once and got it cleanly. The other time was kind of a struggle.
Yeah, it's a fast-moving Paravision, but it's one that is banking on information they're correct about every time, and information that they're gathering by kind of dominating the middle of the map.
Yeah, dominating the middle. And normally, when you think about James, it's going to be him getting op kills on players crossing CT side of the middle of the map. That's not even needed right
today.
now.
Could have been.
Close call.
But XRCs and his Desert Eagle will live on. I like this. I like this a lot. Pushing in through the smoke grenade, taking control. I mean, you're the one player who should really be risking himself.
Yeah, he just has to wait the smoke out, and then he can actually move. Just make sure no one's actually phased it.
He's had good timings in top middle flanks as well, but it's going to be Maka also trying to press forward as XRCs finds all this open space, doesn't go to clear out middle.
They're looking to rearrange, leaving Gravity in the same spot.
Going to wrap back all the way around into the tunnel side. I mean, you're going to find players with backs turned to you, but you've got to hit a difficult shot, and he will. AW gets popped from behind. XRCs peels away. James could try to go chase that, but now you are dismantling Paravision off the flank. Risky business with just that Desert Eagle, but damn well worth it.
And XRCs is completely out of this. He's going back to support the A site while they can keep this B stack going.
Trying to figure out where the hell he went, but
A site is still very vulnerable, though.
Oh yeah,
they know the op is over it, but look at the guns on the A site right now. The players as well. I mean, what are you going to have XRC support with? Just a Deagle over here on long. 3-up Cat's actually the way to go.
Why not? Take a swing at it. They put down a smoke in front of the site. MP9 maybe giving cover to the bomb plant attempt here for Shello.
Through the smoke.
Wow, wow.
How?
Not just that, but then they also pull off the long player. 3 versus 5, equalized. And then the CT player comes up with a good kill. James then takes it into his own hands like he did with that smoke spam. Fast cap play punished.
Wow.
Maka into a 1v2 clutch out of nowhere, trying to inch his way closer to the site. Has been confirmed here by Paravision. It felt like they had to take this into the A-bomb site. He's going to get swung wide by Shello. What is that?
I want to know if that shot was out of nowhere from James. It looked like a full smoke and a CT right in the middle of it.
Felt like he was at the top of the ramp, right?
Yeah, maybe his head was peeking over top of it. I'm not sure. Either way.
3 versus 5.
Yeah, they opened that up. They found the one place that was vulnerable. They attacked it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Sees him just moving behind it. Lucky trying to crouch under, but just that edge of the smoke. Yeah, it's not some baloney. Ooh.
They earned that one.
Gut-wrenching result. I mean, after the flank from XRCs, the fact he hit the 1D, that was the hardest shot of the round. And he executes AW, trying to interrupt this streak of victories out of Paravision, but 3D Max no longer in this game. They may have started 2-0, they may have sprinkled in the 5th, but no longer is this CT side putting up a fight.
It's going to be one of those interviews where it's like, we didn't wake up. And if you don't wake up early in a elimination best of 3, then it's over. Paravision have. We know 3D Max can play better than this.
Grouped into the tunnels yet again. No flank this time around. No pressure on middle either. Just gravity tucked into the corner between these two smoke grenades, and bodyy outside of the window. Wow, they try to spam through on him, and it's convincing. body's double kill is going to stuff them, and this mid walkout from Nota is all that remains. 1v5 cut short. 3D Max get a little ground at the very end, and well, with a 5v3 in the 1 round prior, maybe I write them off too soon. Oh, what could have been, but what is a dominant 8-round half out of Paravision's attack. Hopefully that was a lifeline in the final round of play. 3D Max are reminded of their capabilities. An utter shutdown of Paravision, in fact, right? 5 players strong ending the round. Well, that's great when it's in the middle of the half, but in the middle of that half, it was nothing but Paravision. That 6-round streak is what really drove them to this lead, and now all they've got to do is swap on over and finish off their map pick in this best of 3.
That's pretty much it. I mean, they look at the score, they got to be proud of themselves. You're going to be happy to see, you know, you're looking at your Jame and you see Nota really delivering. And, oh, okay.
It's a fast one, Mo.
Here's a moment. Here's a moment. bodyy gets an opening frag. They scare Nota back. They take over mid, and they take Jame out with it. How much can Nota do, though?
Ooh, there's another. Oh, there's, yeah, he could do it all if you ask him to. Maka gonna put an end to it to get man advantage back for 3D Max, and AW wants to come look at Catwalk before they inevitably will have to retake this A site.
He's a scary man himself.
Maka sitting around still towards top middle. Whoa, wide jump out from AW.
I love the little pause, make sure that aim comes back.
bLitz hasn't wasted a moment, has actually started to put these Berettas against the smoke, and so AW coming up from CT spawn as well. Maka coming to join from long, good flash, but it doesn't stop Paravision from getting this retake going. AW's now got his one, and with gravity behind the barrels, whoa, down to 9 health. They're right there for the taking, and they will.
No way.
Fueled by Nota's pistol play out middle, a huge reroute from AW that catches them off, and Beretta frags from bLitz. 3D Max give up an advantage in a much-needed pistol.
Dude, they gave up an advantage, material, positioning. They had a flash in CT spawn with a ramp peak. They had 2 players on a crossfire versus ramp, and out of all that, they didn't get a kill once this retake started. This is beyond disappointing. I mean, at some point, you do just have to hit your shots, 3D Max. That's part of your charm, right? I mean, when we talk about 3D Max on a good day, a lot of it has to do with aim. Like, these guys can really pop off, but they're not doing that right now. 2 3v5s in one map is enough.
Yikes.
And let alone it being a pistol for a comeback. They have to be beyond tilted right now.
Yeah.
Paravision didn't even get too excited about winning that round.
I think because Paravision, unlike 3D Max, who are trying to play this round by round at the moment, you know, trying to get back into this map, I think Paravision, they're so far in the lead, and now with another pistol, you're kind of thinking bigger picture. Map in the series, you know. I'm not saying they're thinking about tomorrow's games just yet, but it feels like you are, you know, 80% of the way done in terms of this job, kicking it off with a strong map pick. It's right there for the taking. So Dastan comes through, Paravision off of a pistol win, decide to take that timeout. Make sure that you do not fall victim to the force buy of 3D Max, because you know 3D Max have the potential, right? We know the Desert Eagle of Maka is nasty, and he comes into this one with a scout, but there's also an AK, so clearly stuff to work with.
They haven't had any energetic victories, right? Like a round where 3D Max got excited about, and I feel like get the blood flowing because you're not really getting you're not getting a team that looks really alive right now.
Right.
And so it's one of those intangibles that you feel definitely has an impact on 3D Max.
I felt bad. It's like their most energetic round win would have been the last round of the half, but then they go instantly into the halftime pause and have to start this new project of attacking.
Sure.
Right? You get 5 up. That would have been a real hoorah moment, but the half was over. It comes too late and off the back of a 5 versus 3. So now this one...
This won't be a third 3v5 in this game.
That's what we're talking about. The deadliness of these pistols from the 3D Max camp. Here's AW trying to pull back, and he will with headshots as 3D Max maybe start getting rambunctious. Body's instant headshot is critical as AW gets back into the cover of ramp. bLitz tries to come and add this. Good coverage here from Lucky, but Body made the mistake. He took out that nade, and it's another moment at this major for AW's impact to be felt.
Man, and AW's the 5th guy we talk about on this team. What a round. That was that 4 kills? Yeah. Hey, you just pieced them up there coming up, Cat. That was just stunning, to be honest. I swear, nobody gets more double dings than him. Like,
gotta respect.
The clapping is crazy.
Jam right into it. Maka's dead.
All right.
And 3D Max trying to come in with force buy after force buy.
That was the clap that's like, marathon, not a sprint. All right, let's go.
Get me off this map. Just trying to get into the fresh start that will be Inferno, maybe. At least that's the hope if you're 3D Max. It's not a given up fight just yet on Dust 2, but surely some of these rounds, the advantages that have been thrown away.
3v5s? When was the last time you saw that?
Right now. I'm not going to forget about it anytime soon, and neither will 3D Max if they're not able to recover this. What a crushing way to just kind of take away a team's self-belief, you know? Because one thing that won't change map to map is the fact that you lost 3 3v5s.
Yeah.
That can happen again if you're not careful. So somehow 3D Max have to just let that wash over them and somehow also pull something off with still this 4 versus 5 and disadvantage in lesser guns.
It's kind of
still
a big
scout
gap.
Galil. It's not bad, but yeah, this big gap in mid is huge.
I mean,
whoa. Popping the smoke open to try to challenge that pack, but
it slows down the split.
Yep, it effectively cuts the pack in half, and then Shello finds one. Insta-kill back from Lucky's great. Gravity finds bLitz, so the B-side falls. Man advantage, but low health. That's where Paravision find themselves, met by Flames on the doorway. Gravity looking for a deeper angle, and it's a good up-shot hit, but survived. Even if barely, Gravity will get a chance to continue to fight, and he'll just stay tucked down beneath that window, playing in anticipation of flashbangs.
No kit, it looks like.
No nades either.
All right.
CT Sai got to come through raw with the duels on the low health, but Lucky, okay, puts that crosshair back where it needs to be. Window player starts to challenge, and they're going to double swing out through the doorway. There we go.
Not
Gravity's low health, still enough to clutch out the round.
Yeah, he got tagged, but the way they played that post plant was perfect when no one was coming tunnel. So no nades, no confidence, I think, coming into that, and knowing that there's time pressure with no kits on their belt as well. So, all right, that's a way back into this map, excuse me, for 3D Max. And it's a 4v5 win for them. Full credit. Oh, they're just avoiding this entirely.
Walking up the walls of middle, but
yeah, totally avoiding this.
Will the lower players find it?
They did this on purpose.
You know, the only thing worse than 3 3v5s is 3 3v5s and then a USP round win.
That's too much.
Is it?
That's too much.
It's too much for any mere man, but
They're nervous
James is
about
no
this.
mortal. Yeah, you'll find that big pack out middle. 1 frag, not so bad. 2 kills, that's about the limit here. And so 3D Max chew through it, and they're going to find that vacant A bomb site. So leave it to James to, again, come into a round. You know, if you don't have an idea for every single round of play,
you might as well skip it.
Exactly. And in this case, they come away with 2 frags, keep that 3D Max money low. But the lead is cut into, and it'll be that 4-round gap with the 3D Max rounds now coming back to back.
They're looking for a spark. They're looking for a kickstart. It's an energy problem, not a strategy problem.
Chased down and dealt with. All's good. Majority alive. 3D Max, 2 rounds in a row. So be it that pistol round goes the way of Paravision and the conversion. I mean, that's what fueled only 4 rounds for 3D Max's CT side, so do the same.
Just as an aside, I mean, everyone's pick'ems are dead, but did you have these teams, these guys going through?
I have Paravision in playoffs.
Paravision in playoffs,
3D
yeah.
Max, I don't.
Yeah, I think it was like, I think the bet is that you pick one of them.
Yeah.
There's like room for
exactly.
one.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah. But who knows?
Oh, they're gonna boost right in. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. I mean, they had 2 chances to get that kill. And that's Noda on the receiving end on the left side of middle, which is a nice bit of revenge after the first half. And now it's just about good IGLing, because you see a big risk here from Paravision as they keep Zello alone in B. I think he's going to want to play retake in this spot too, so if it's going to be a B hit, he just lets him win the round. And Paravision, they don't look like they're in a position to move, right? Belchinok is at Goose. He's hoping this is a cap play and that 3D Max outcall themselves. And unless Zello gets like a 2K here, there's no chance of a retake. But he is playing dedicated K-Sharp in this spot. They're just leaving mid wide open. So not the best setup here for Paravision to like split the difference. The only thing I'd like better than this is like fully committing to giving up this side of the map, because like how is Zello going to win this round? Full split coming in his direction.
Tries to block it, but has to reposition. Cover the front plat, goes for the spam. I mean, that's a mag dump and a half. And so comes back to the duel to XRCs, but Shello with nothing to show for that B defense, and I think this is majority save for Paravision, made easy.
Yeah. So in the end, all you do is give a kill over.
Yeah. Unlucky. Paravision making a couple mistakes here and feeding free frags over. You know, again, it's not that energizing round win for 3D Max just yet, but you're getting back to the 3-round difference. You can chalk that up to literally the 3-3 versus 5s. And
I mean,
you can convince yourself you're in this game.
Yeah, and they start off with a nice tactic. It's not even they just wide swing mid. They do the boost up as well. They didn't really need to, but it makes it better. I mean, maybe they didn't have vision on Noda without it. I'm not sure.
Well, so be it. Suffering from success.
Unlucky.
You know, it's not a... We talk about like the energizing round wins, but I see 3D Max players laughing at Lucky as he kills himself with the bomb. He's got to take the edge off. Relief comes in many shapes and forms.
We'll keep an eye on Maka as well, because there were definitely some rounds that...
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah. Destan getting involved. I love you guys so much. Keep doing what you're doing. That's the live translation. Don't sweat it. Majors happen every 6 months. Something like that.
We're definitely guaranteed to be at every major in the future. Don't worry.
Keep a smile on your faces, guys. Chin up and crosshairs high.
And most importantly, I love you.
Signed,
Dastan. He's proud of himself. You can see it.
Let's see if they got the message.
He's told them everything they need to know to win this round. You can see it in his eyes. It's a great opportunity for Paravision so far this map, but that opportunity is starting to slip by. 3 rounds in a row come out for 3D Max. You know, low buy situation here for Paravision as well. They keep a bit of money in the coffers, but not a lot.
This is where containment comes into play, because they see the smoke. They know that this isn't a full buy, and they might sense it. So they know the CTs are going to try to push. And yeah, really good kill.
Gravity starts to chase that one. That was one of the rifles dead as well. We talked about the limits of the pistols.
Actually really fast on, extremely fast on this flank.
Okay, but
no
there's
kill.
that limitation. XRC puts him down. Gun advantage here, making a difference for 3D Max as the pistols both come up empty-handed. And Jame would love to get away with this off, but no guarantees. Totally flat round here for Paravision. As 3D Max happy to just work their way pretty quickly into that A bomb site, step up to the tests of the sidearms, and Paravision starting to probably feel like that lead is disappearing way too fast for comfort.
Yeah, it's excellently called round. I mean, again, I think they see the long smoke and the way that it's set. It's not just an offhanded decision, so they know that the CTs were intent on taking it with probably multiple people, right? 3, 4 guys sometimes to go for long control. And they have long guaranteed blue bin player, so they go, okay, let's just go slow up cat. And there you have it, the push is in. And a better buy now for Paravision.
Wow, dude, the timing. He's, dude, to the T.
He was in the Matrix right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jame knew that was coming in that moment and still reacted. I love how he takes that extra half second.
How do you know that Gravity was going to miss a little bit?
He just knew he could have that extra half second.
The bull is just, he's just like Neo.
Like you said.
He still has all his health.
Lives in the Matrix. And now we have a round where we can point at and say, Jame has given you this golden ticket of a 11th round win. He did that on his own. He was alone on catwalk, falls down into seat, completely alone, just reads 2 perfect timings out of 3D Max. Imagine what that feels like if you're 3D Max.
Yeah, he kind of got manhandled.
Right?
Yeah.
You're going to start thinking he's got cameras behind you or something.
Yep.
Jame is in the walls. Playing up against him can be so suffocating at times. This round is a perfect example of what Paravision look like when their op is a part of the success.
Kind of a key momentum stopper in this spot. Get 11 rounds and answer back that last great call round out of 3D Max, but at the same time, Paravision, they had 2 pistols. They're kind of waiting for this buy. All right, Exorcist could actually make this weird. He can weaken the B side a little bit with a kill, and he needs to be a little aggressive with it because, oh, why is he peeling back? There's 20 seconds. You can't actually... Wait, you're not even going to go for it.
Nah, they're going to save. They're going to call it quits. They don't believe
but you're not guaranteed to save.
Ooh. Does get the read on Nota. Gets the drop on him. And will find a way to save this. I don't think anybody else from Paravision's coming at it. They go throw a player on B just in case there was a commitment, but 3D Max didn't believe in the ability to follow through. So James 2 kills.
Wow.
Nets them a free round win. And 3D Max, from the moment those 2 frags come forward, give us nothing really to talk about. Woo woo. 1 player walked out long. That's all you did after Jame has his way. That's it.
Real scary. Yeah. They puttered out right there.
Man, we got to remember that round. Round 19, Jame gets 2 kills in the first 20 seconds. Both those kills down to a second of timing.
The first one, he could have got caught off guard. The second one, he didn't think he was going to die at all, not for a second.
You know, and that banked on Gravity also kind of missing a little bit, right? Jame was willing to just aim the extra half second.
I ask again, how did he know he was going to miss a little bit?
Because he's Jame.
If he panicked there and missed a flick, it's a whole different match.
And instead, Paravision 2 rounds away from the victory here on Dust 2.
Knowing the future is very powerful, guys. Use it wisely.
I guess silver lining, 3D Max still majority alive in the last round, so got all the tools you could ask for.
Yeah, this one's a little different. A B start for Jame, no one inside a middle. It's not something they're going to be able to suss out. But if they B split, it's still going to be difficult just because the op's over here, so we'll see. Jame kind of puts responsibility on himself because now he has to camp the window, and Belchenok has to also make sure he doesn't get lurked on. But if they do try anything towards A, there's 3 guys, so...
It's good nade damage on Body. It's going to make his entry all the more difficult. On top of that, layered defense is Shello and Noda. These are the 2 players whose rifles have impressed us the most throughout this major. And so sitting on this bomb site, as the utility comes over top, they'll drop a smoke to play behind. Now they're out of nades. And they've got to hope that this fire doesn't spread to their footing. Nota will get flushed into Maka's line, and still waiting for a second player on site to emerge. Shello starts to step out wide and goes down with nothing.
Ooh.
3D Max put the squeeze on that A bomb site, and a lack of utility is a burden for Paravision. Too much to ask of them. 3D Max again find another round on the attack.
Very clean. After the save that they just had, the money would have been very awkward here. They make up for it. That's nice. 5 alive, and the attack is just perfect. I mean, it's a spot where the 2 riflers on site, they could play however they wanted to, but it's obviously, you know, it's a pretty asymmetrical setup with the op being over in B, and it's just not their usual positions. But 3D Max, the way they approached that, they were like, why do we not hear an op shot? And if there's no op shot and no rifler, no one was in middle, like, are we sure there's no extra player on site? And they very carefully came into that. I think it was bodyy showed a shoulder and backed out.
And then that caution just gets Shello to jump the gun, and it'd be one thing if Shello was at least able to kill bodyy. There's plenty of people there to trade it, but the fact that he also missed that chance makes him a sitting duck for bodyy to shoot right back.
And the game becomes 2 rounds and more interesting. I don't expect Paravision to play that setup again.
What's scary is the only thing that's interrupted this 3D Max streak was that Jame 2K. CT side has left a lot to be desired for Paravision. Maka sits on the angle still.
3D Max has been really good at stealing long control. And they're getting it frictionless, right? It's not like they have to fight and kill somebody to take it. They're waiting for the CTs to come and try to retake it, but AW doesn't have the support to do that just yet. But you know what? They might be right in the long term, right? Because a lot of times you're not going to want to sit on cap late into the round. This is probably a very curious moment for 3D Max. They're just wondering what the reaction is going to be. Meanwhile, Paravision have... Oh, this is going to be bad, actually. This smoke goes over. They're hoping tunnels isn't pushed. I think this just shows to Paravision for sure now that it's going to be A soon.
They can be comfortable.
Yeah.
Ooh. And Jame confident in that duel, wins the head-to-head over Maka. Smoke in the middle of 3D Max. They could try to charge through it. They'll give actually another smoke of their own to let them get that much closer. And now with CT cross-smoked, all the bodies here. Gravity and Shello still kind of lingering out middle, but this is the critical juncture, this cross of the CT spawn. Gravity strikes. And as they dismantle their boost, the smoke fades. That timing almost catching multiple kills. Jame collects one off of the off. And Gravity, quick reposition, but not fast enough. He will find the trade to Belchanok, but he wasn't able to cover Exorcist. And so his 2 kills crossing over, caught out by Jame. It's another impactful moment for Jame to find a round to Paravision's favor.
And they're about to close out Dust too. I mean, I feel like Gravity's got a lot to answer for on this map because the calling is just not as fast as normal. 3D Max usually better at moving into other ideas. Here it feels like very last second thrown together when he's sitting in playground. They don't have B tunnels cleared. He's throwing a smoke over to make it feel like a fake towards mid B. Meanwhile, all that does is confirm to Paravision it's definitely A. There's no way they're going to come in clear tunnels that late into the round. Then 3D Max, by the time they cross, Jame, yes, he gets his kills, but he also mollies the ramp. He flashes them back. He makes sure that smoke expires
while they're there. All down to the T, but all done because of the confidence earned by knowing tunnels was vacant and that the commitment was right on the other side of it. So made that uncomfortable for 3D Max. You know,
faking at the wrong time is one of the most damning things you can do to a round.
Right.
Because if you don't fake it, then at least there's but maybe they rush. You know, maybe something happens. They're lucky it comes down to even a 2v1 in this spot. Wow.
Just when Gravity thought he was into the cover as well. But no, sir. Jame is going to lock you down. And it's Jame who has fueled the 11th and 12th round win for Paravision CT side. In a sea of success for 3D Max, Jame remains a problem. Sitting on 3 chances to close out.
Who's going to be a hero, 3D Max?
Could at any moment be bodyy. XRC's in best form. And Maka hasn't just actually seen tons of action in comparison to the other players, so will the op find its moment of glory? We know he wields the X Factor. We go 50 seconds and still just sat outside of the cat
We
smoke.
could have had a way more explosive game, and normally you'd blame James for that. And that's
Right.
not the case, man. You got to blame 3D Max. They're moving slow.
Gravity, good headshot, and the flash out of Lucky saves him.
Okay.
Wow, supportive utility there. Just saved the day on Cat. Look how quickly Paravision scrambled. They know the round was lost with that death, and they know these 3 guns are critical for the save.
I was here just
Lucky splash.
signing off. Yeah, that's a great flash. Oh, man, I thought this was going to be another disaster in the late round for 3D Max, but no, they had it under control.
I think the point you were making, though, you know, slower pace to the round, felt like Paravision were going to have their way with this aggressive move. And if it's not for that flashbang, I would say Noda gets that trade every single time. Lucky saving Gravity, and Gravity delivering. And no save guaranteed, right? There's a bit of extra cash for 3D Max to play around with. They know how badly Paravision wanted this save, and so they're going to clear out more. Down goes Belchanok. At best, 2 players. XRC's on the doorway is going to be denied. Giving a fresh gun over. Here we go. James dead. Oh, the whole board swept under the rug. 3D Max giving themselves a real chance to run 2 more rounds to overtime.
Oh, that's very nice. Nice hunt. Good delay there from XRC, even though he doesn't get his second kill. That's so much leverage. I gotta wonder, do they still see the win? Do they still believe because they have a massive chance?
Gotta save. That's how important that round was. Waiting for number 24 to come back with anything to really offer. 3D Max can truly do no wrong here. Not with James down to a quarter health already. What could go wrong? Nothing. Lucky walks out into the B-bomb site. Even smoking off the majority of Paravision. So we're gonna go round 24, and the money's gonna be good once we get there for Paravision.
Okay.
They knew they'll have one final chance at closing this. That is why that save was so instantaneous in the round prior. And at this point, we're discussing a 3D Max that's pushing this game to round 24 despite stomaching 3 versus 5s, a critical James 2K that they then kind of forfeited a round for.
Kind of makes you wonder how much better it could have been.
Right.
Map could be over in favor of 3D Max, but that's not to say Paravision have played badly or anything. Like the lead is solid because their punish game was on point. But round 24, that decides that feels right.
We're right on the brink of it, but Paravision was flawless in overtimes up until that game versus Mouse, finally losing an OT. What kind of a dent does it put in their confidence once they get there? Because I'm sure after the streak they had put up, they felt invincible in the post-regulation rounds.
Comeback versus Legacy on Dust 2 as well.
There's a lot of X-Factor win conditions for Paravision so far at the major. Ooh, Maka tagged down to 54.
It's another big chance missed.
Look how dinky these incendiaries are.
I know.
Like, what's that supposed to do?
Should line them up, though.
Fair.
And then nade with them, and then throw another molly, and then flash it.
It just feels like they came in with light util.
Yeah, they're definitely broke, actually.
It's all they could afford. Yeah, their utils on the other side of the map, but that's the thing, is that's all you can afford. You waste it on that.
We haven't really seen a mid-B like 5v5 situation, but 3D Max look like they're trying to prime it. And Paravision, they've gambled in this direction with the op a couple times. They've never leaned over with 3, though. They're really hoping that 3D Max call themselves to death here, and the bomb is going upper tunnels.
Man, AW and James not moving a muscle on A.
The split kind of needs to be perfect.
Can't help but wonder if you're at 45 seconds, what that incendiary would have been worth here on the B site with an execute about to come through.
They're going to get what they're looking for here. That is the CT side.
They tried to flush Maka out of the corner, and instead down to no utility inside of the bomb site.
This hold's not guaranteed, but they have 3.
Just hanging on with guns in hand, a window player ready. Smoke comes down to the doorway, here it comes. 3D Max at 20 seconds, trying to walk through. Caught out by bLitz, it's Shello with the frag. Car player was not spotted, and that's what's gonna blindside it. Lucky starts to stutter step, and a Molotov comes back from the attack. Big moment here for Shello, eats the flashbang, and 3D Max's utility comes down to the wire. It is perfection in the end.
Wow, the lurk play through the B smoke, and they got info. Now they still didn't find out about the car player, but they had enough players to trade, and that's why even though Paravision had 3 players inside B, I can't help but feel like they were all overlapping a little bit too much. If they had taken out the mid-B threat before he got to the site, then maybe they have an interesting round. But 3D Max, I think they're definitely going to take a breath of relief here as they find that they ran into a stack site and still won.
And that's that round we needed for 3D Max's spirit.
And now it doesn't matter if you didn't wake up. It's all reset. You get to play in overtime.
You've survived 3 versus 5s. You've survived Jame in the Matrix. You've just cut down a stacked bomb site to push yourself into overtime. No doubt this feels doable for 3D Max. Momentum is in their hands. Resets the timeouts as well. We'll see if Dastan comes back in quickly within this OT. Last time he had a chance to speak to Paravision, looked upset with how things were going.
They're trying to manufacture the exact same thing again. You know, the position that I feel like was so key was just playing outside of the scaffolding outside B. Then you catch the lurks, then you get a player early info. Here it's coming in late again. Okay, same split.
Gonna find that car player first. Ooh, Shello tries to hold back body. And then that black kill comes out of bLitz. He turns it around. And the pressure from top middle looks great. Not gonna find it twice.
Okay, well, you tried the same strat again. You run into 3 B players again. Paravision obviously had a productive conversation in between the last round of regulation and overtime because they got what they were looking for. And those 3 players ended up delivering. It kind of still feels scary, though, the way that they're handling it. Like, the amount of peaks that come out that aren't just easy kills for them, but it's really on 3D Max for calling to the stack site twice.
Ooh, I thought we had Jame unleashed. He stalls out a second, then does get onto the angle, and Maka's already announced that he's here, so another good flashbang. You know, you got to give it to that. 3D Max have given themselves great chances with those flashes, but here comes Shello with an angle out through mid. Not something 3D Max have had to really deal with, so a change up in the setup, and Paravision's 5v4 is found. Jame on the hunt. 3 players on the Xbox, working their way towards catwalk, bomb included.
This one's surely coming up, Cat. Cello playing very proactive here inside of middle and making the executive choice to go and help out A. He's right. Perfect nade as well.
Gets back around the corner, ramp player. Yeesh, trying to dodge the flames that fall on top of him.
No op here to help out.
That space over for 3D Max. Bomb nearly on the site, but they're still worried about somebody just kind of jumping on them, and they will find bLitz trying to do that from the spawn. Maka awaiting the backup from the CT ramp. Doesn't happen. He'll smoke boxes. Molotov comes through. That's going to keep him off the angle, but you've also got smoke coverage created here by 3D Max within the site. Noda comes through with a headshot. As he gets around the edge of that smoke, Maka's going to put him down right thereafter. All while AW is inside of the bomb site, but so is KSCERATO. And he's waiting for a chance to find Back's turn, but his teammate's dying all around him. Oh, look, this has gone unchecked. No way Shello kills him through the teammates.
I thought there's no way he saw him. I can't believe he got that. KSCERATO nearly conjures up a magical 1-on-3 situation. I think waiting was the perfect thing to do. The only way to actually win. but the awareness was there. And to be honest, man, he took fast steps here.
He did.
He took fast steps. There was no T's left over. So there had to be something going on. 2 rounds in a row for Paravision. And this is a situation we don't even see really retakes.
No.
So far on Dust 2. This is the closest thing to one. And now we see, yes, it's the cap play, but it's Zello. You know, we've been talking about Noda all Dust 2, but it's Zello gets a kill inside of middle. He's the guy who overstacks the right side. As a mid-B player, your job is to pick when you're playing game helper, when you're playing mid-doors, and you either dictate if you're going to have a successful mid-B defense, or if it's an A hit, a cat hit, that you're in the right spot. If you're up the ramp, you're good. If you're in CT when they start execing, you can't come help your teammate, it's over. And so it's a bigger job than it looks like. If you're anywhere in the middle, you've lost on both fronts. And he made the right choice at the right moment and had a kill to bring back to his team too.
Looking to go flawless. Nobody signs up for that mid peak, so that's space for James down in tunnels, and Nota to the top of mid. Insta headshot on body. Won't be able to best Maka, but the trade's right there. Oh, but the fallback not given over.
Oh, I see the money's actually dried up. Lucky's got to go back and get a gun. Luckily, there will be one. 3 AKs now.
Oh, while AW's remained deep down on long, committed to this corner. We'll see if James tries to take any kind of a lookout through mid, but he's not got anything coming his way. XRCs has to clear this. AW finds the headshot.
Lockdown.
This guy delivers in the high-pressure moments, and there comes the next challenge, but the disjointedness is what allows him 2 separate 1v1s, of which he wins both. Gravity 2 kills deep into this with bomb, confirmed, out long, and worried that A-site is already stacked. It's not the case. You've got Belchanok down in spawn, and James on the hunt, still walking around in middle. Oh, Gravity's gonna push the smoke. Oh, instant on the headshot. And reads him like a book for 21 frags.
And playing from down there, I think James gets nervous about going long because it looks like they had too much control. Is this the move? No.
James has switched out to an AK-47 as well. He's not coming at this with his op, but
he's a genius.
He goes right back.
He was going long. He's a genius.
Returns to spawn with an AK. And shuts Gravity down. That was such a nice attempt from Gravity. James, bro.
You have to be better than a genius to win that.
James is just different.
What?
And I don't know exactly what I mean by that. I just know he's different from all of us.
Dude, he just jumps into him. Gravity made such a good play.
Wow, flawless in the overtime off the back of that clutch.
He was worried about long and cat.
Dude, Gravity's time to kill pushing through that smoke. Belchanok got blasted to tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, the poor guy's already 11 and 19. You push through the smoke in the 1v2 like that, you know, James gonna judge him because he dies. Or does James even give a damn? Because he knows he can always rely on himself. 15 and 13 off of that clutch. Double op setup here in the first round of CT overtime, where 3D Max have to keep it flawless, fighting tooth and nail to get themselves beyond the 24 rounds of regulation.
Body was opping there, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. 2 ops.
Instant bullet out of AW, who, dude, he's the guy Spirit have been looking for, right? He doesn't have the best roles, but he is always delivering in these quiet moments where he's alone, has to anchor, has to go for a retake.
Oh, he'll be waiting some time because he belongs to James now. See if the second op at 3D Max in the hands of the primary opper is going to be able to do anything about this one. Util to support Noda or Belchanok's exit out through the long doors, and he's got himself a 1v1 queued up versus a hot-handed Exorcist this evening. Trying to give himself the best chance with these flashes, gets him to turn from the duel, but Exorcist stands up to the test.
So well handled.
Paravision at 30 seconds, starting to get cold feet about this A-site commitment, decide to double back down towards the mid doors. And Lucky's gonna have utility in front of him. He has to get into this corner. A W goes with knife out into the smoke. Nota covers. Another big moment here for Gravity incoming. He will keep his head tucked, and if he pops up at the right moment, it's a back turn, but they move over towards him, now locked in against him, and they've already cut off the support, trying to walk out towards middle. Maka's op versus 3 on the brink of a map 1 win, our Paravision. And they post Shello on the shelves to close this. So many close moments that could have just been a Paravision win earlier on. 3-3 versus 5s. The Jame impact late and then the flawless overtime. It looks like that Mao's overpass loss is nothing but an anomaly. Paravision don't lose in OT.
They really don't. They really don't. That was so beautiful in overtime. Every round was just extraordinary. And also, we were talking about 3D Max getting warmed up. Looks like Zello also got warmed up. He started to have a lot more impact in that overtime. And so as exciting as it was for 3D Max to finally get there, ultimately, they don't do anything else. So, you know, it might be a sour no. They kind of proved to themselves they could get back into this game, but in the end, because they don't close it, what does it matter?
Well, they'll have to hope that they can rebound on their map pick. Inferno up next for a 3D Max that are fighting for their lives in Budapest.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major
It's what every player dreams of.
to overcome fear,
doubt,
rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
but maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing.
Too small.
That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
I think the first one's Perry, because they played online.
Of course. We played most maps in 2025 for sure.
I would put them 89 and Paravision 10, I think. No, Paravision I played a lot because from the up to...
Yeah, maybe.
I played a lot.
You want to put them top 1?
Yes, do.
Yeah, I think
Paravision played a lot.
Yeah, so I think the first team that played the most was Paravision.
Paravision, yeah.
I think they're the ones that have the most officials.
Okay, first one I guess, us. Yeah, should be us. YEKINDAR tryhard this season. I think Aurora, because they've played more events and they've made playoffs a lot. Because for the whole year, right?
I mean, if you counting playoffs, then Vitality or Mouse. Mouse all the time was in the final.
So Mouse and then
Vitality?
Yeah, I think Vitality.
Aurora or Vitality Burton?
You sure?
По-любому.
Maybe next something like M80.
M80, yeah. That's pretty one.
Up 7, Fuzzy, Phase, top set, Fuzzy, top.
I think Mongols, because they make playoffs every year.
Yeah, let's go Mongols.
I think for sure M80 should be 10.
Okay, let's put some 10. Agree.
Yes.
Face. Falcons keep 2 tournaments at least.
Okay, bro. I get you. Face? Or mouse?
Mouse, face.
Mouse. Okay, bro. I got you. Top 7.
Mouse is 10. But I don't know, because they play Philadelphia's. Okay.
That's 9. Yes. This is our ranking.
Yeah.
Only 2. Paravision and Falcons.
Yeah. I think phase 9. TD Max Furia. Okay, plus Furia. 3 Max. Submit. Okay, we have one.
We have only one.
Aurora was second, with Furia was third.
Mouse 9. What?
Mongols.
Okay, Mongols.
Keep.
And Falcons the last one.
Yeah, Mongols Falcons.
Why is it so hard?
Train aim, bro.
Я не могу Nice.
Submit.
I have only 3. I told you 4 is third.
Well, I said they went to every event. I thought Aurora would be high. Well, okay, we were 1 off on Aurora.
Bro, but how faced the last one?
Vitality, they just win everything, so they barely play map.
How many?
1.
1, okay.
Was it long enough to reset mentally for 3D Max, who had to fight so hard just to get that into overtime? They have stomached the grueling start to the stage 3, the 0-2 that sent them down here, and then as they fight back into that game, 3 versus 5s across the board. I mean, everything is going against 3D Max at the moment. That's what it's got to feel like in their minds, and yet they were still that close to securing their opponent's map pick. Now you come into Inferno, hopefully for them, blank slate, and try to send Paravision into a lopsided scoreline, because Paravision have been blown out of certain maps, and if you don't let them get close to overtime, then they can't beat you there, Lunders.
Yeah, it's a good point. And yeah, there's no more excuses now for 3D Max. Like, you have a whole map, you got to overtime, you did show that you could climb back into the game. Now we want energy from round 1. We don't want to like have it be a comeback for 3D Max, just to make this game competitive, because this matchup deserves it. This is an 0-2 match. The team that loses here, I want to by the end make the argument they both should be able to have made it through, and they got tough draws and couldn't do it today. But if 3D Max don't show a better form, then they didn't deserve it, you know. And that'll be tough to say, because they did show some really good maps.
Back on map 1, Mo, who was a standout for you, individually speaking? What kind of moments did you have to kind of put your
It's definitely Noda for like the first 3 quarters of the game.
Same.
I feel like it just so many amazing kills. CT side, he was the one, when we talked about the punish game for Paravision, it was Noda who was basically getting every first frag. In overtime, it was a little bit of Zello. In the middle, it was a little bit of Jame. He didn't have an overwhelmingly good performance. Exorcise gets the MVP. It stands out. I'm sure if you told him, he wouldn't care.
It doesn't give a damn.
Didn't win the map. It's elimination day. No one's going to remember this. And it's good to play well and to know that you're playing well. And I don't know who to put this on. You know, I think, honestly, if I could pick anybody, it'd probably be Gravity. I felt like the calling was actually pretty bad. There was multiple times they actually ran into the stack, which it can happen sometimes, but they did it twice towards the end of the game. They ended up winning one of them, but it also cost them a really important round at the end. They also took a long time to make choices. Way too long for Dust 2. You come down the last 10 seconds on Overpath, it's a big match.
Sure.
You got to really roam around sometimes. Sometimes you lose con and it's all, your plans are screwed up. Dust 2, you can take over map control within 30 seconds, and then you have the remaining time, you're almost minute and a half, just to like pick which site you want to go to, and you can even throw in a double fake in the last 20 seconds. Like, you can't say that about Inferno. You can't say that about Train. You can't say that about Overpass. But Dust 2 is the map where there's no excuses. So we want to see the calling be a little sharper. And I can feel for Gravity. Some days the words don't come out. We know as casters, right?
Yeah.
Even just thinking sometimes, it's just hard to get in the rhythm. But if you're not there, it's true, calling can be inconsistent too. And I think that was an example of it.
Man, look at this total contrast between the experience of Nota and AW. Those AW CT side holds over on that A bomb site, the multi-kills he's able to establish on long. And, you know, that 4K holdback as well in a force buy situation that 3D Max almost got one back. Because when we talk about like the gut-wrenching round losses, they were all versus 3D Max, the 3v5s, etc. But that close Desert Eagle round that got them off the catwalk, AW stepped up, saves the day. And that is something that I think, you know, he's impressing me more and more as this event has gone on, because it's just sort of what he does. It feels like, you know, despite all the potential on the Paravision roster, it's Jame and AW that are kind of that clutch factor.
Agreed. And again, I'll make this comparison because there's a lot of heat on Zwei just for coming into being removed from star roles and then coming in and having to be an anchor. AW, as what with all the players on Paravision, came from star roles and now have slotted into not all being the top fraggers, right? Zello obviously is the star of the show when it comes to the talk about this team, and Noda right behind him, and then, you know, Jame as well as that core. But AW is the one throwing all the grenades. We've already heard that. We know that he's anchoring. He's a prime example of someone who can keep the engine revving even when most of the round is quiet. That's the key skill for an anchor to have, essentially, and that's what some people can't do. We saw him hold his ground, wait, patiently, not hear a thing, put up a 2K. Come in for a retake, instant 1v2. 4K hold on A site, boom, 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 amazing aim, even when there's no, he's not in the action, he's not in the information, and that's a really special skill to have. And also for someone who's coming from star player roles, or more of them, that also shows how much range he has as a player. By the way, it's his first major.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy that we're sat here talking about a team that is just based on major debutantes, right? Like, 4 of them on this Paravision team.
Yeah.
And so we look at the map win rates here for 3D Max just to kind of get an idea as to what we're going into next. 68% win rate on Inferno. This is their highest map win rate. It's their most played map. It is an edge in this veto for the side of 3D Max, and that is why we should be looking at them when we've already had a close affair. We've already saw an individual level from XRCs that was very impressive, and we should be thinking to ourselves, doesn't this go to a third? You know, Ancient is our decider if need be. Look at the win rate that you have 3D Max there. 36% over 11 maps played. They do not want to have to end the series there. That is a forced issue now after losing Dust 2. But at least kind of get some of your credit back, get some of your mojo back by dispatching of a Paravision on Inferno.
Totally. I mean, the two maps that we see Paravision have played, they lost so far at the Major. Coming into the Major, though, it was one of their strongest maps by far. The problem is they didn't play any good teams, but that's the story with their entire map pool.
Yeah.
So
True.
they also, it's 11 rounds versus Bait. They get crushed versus Legacy, but Legacy sometimes they smash you on Inferno. It doesn't really mean much. You know, they're just really good at that map. 3D Max don't necessarily have that stature, but their whole map pool, it's not like they have a 95% win rate map. They're 90, you know what I mean? Like 3D Max are pretty good on a lot of maps. Paravision's stats are a little inflated because they played worse teams and are equally good on a lot of maps. I don't think this one's going to be free for 3D Max. It's a nice slight edge in the veto that in general is going to lean towards Paravision. Again, this is a veto where Paravision could have picked Overpass.
Sure.
They went with Dust 2, and then it had to be OT, but they won it. There were more places that this could have been worse for 3D Max, but this is the one advantage they maybe will have.
Well, let's see if they can pull it out of the hat, because right now 3D Max's elimination is looming here in Budapest, and they'll at least have that extra boon of starting off on the CT side. Their map pick, they take the battle here. Let's see why they can have an edge on Paravision, if anywhere in the veto. It's time to put up, or it's time to go home.
Maka turned heads with his jumping up shot over at Arch.
Poor FlyQuest.
Yeah, and he's got some crazy clips. But, you know, those clips were last week is the thing.
Group up for the bracket hit is Paravision. Quick little scramble back away from Arch side. Body's going to be left here. Takes a gush to the head for 89. You've got defenders on site with Berettas. Gravity one and done. Here comes XRC's back into the duel. He'll bring AW down with him, but still, it is Paravision to come out with that slight edge. Trying to find the bomb. They'll get it back. Kind of gets lost in the sauce there. Luckily for them, 3D Max don't keep pressure up in that moment. They wait out the Moto smoke. Now gone. And then in the last second, after waiting there for quite some time, Bodyy actually tries to throw himself over towards Short instead. Takes a quick glance into the boiler. And here comes that retake. Lucky already ahead of Bodyy, who's just holding for the pit peak. He's going to be found out on the other side, so Bodyy can't pop him. That's fine, Lucky will. Oh, and then Maka connects into James. So now the site is cleared. bLitz into the 1 versus 3, gets the first kill. Second one's popped. He's going to dive down onto the diffuser, which he flustered off of that.
Oh, he called it.
And then goes back in for one shot. No time here for Bodyy. 1 versus 3 clutch coming out of the side of Paravision.
Yeah, that one's locked down. No chance of getting that diffuse. Just wanted to try to scare him. And it's a beautiful clutch out of bLitz, out of Halls. And now, since the last pro we talked about was AW, we really even haven't talked about bLitz that much, and he does come through with these rounds. No shortage of individuals on this team.
I don't think we talked about him on Dust 2 just because his rating was actually quite so poor. 11 and 21 across the first map. Going to feel way better for him individually to post a 1v3 clutch out of the gate. And now, you know, let's add it to the pile of all the things that have gone against 3D Max. You kick off map 2 with a 1v3 as well.
Yeah, 3v5s, clutches. It's the perfect recipe for French onion soup.
Ah, my favorite.
With all the tiers. Because we're cutting those onions live.
Stacked up B bomb site. We'll see if Paravision fall victim to this. I mean, the numbers are in position. I'd be quite surprised to see James just call into a stack this hard without kind of playing options elsewhere.
And they want it. Again, we see if you play on the site, if enough mollies come down, there's not that many places to stand, but they contact explode sometimes.
Big wide swing through. You're going to find all that presence.
Okay.
3 versus 5 for Paravision to have to handle. Cielo comes out with a headshot to Gravity. Galil pressure's kept up. Lucky's Mac MP9 rather finds another. And again, it's only Cielo of everybody to get anything back the way of Paravision. Little crossfire set here as that flank down middle comes through. XRC's flanking with the Mag 7. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but down goes James as well. It's going to need to be the ace, and he has kept himself up at 100 health to do this.
And he's got a smoke to work with. Really would like to find a first kill before planting, but with that smoke being fresh, oh, nice find.
Forced by victory, 3D Max gives Paravision something to think about because they thought they could brute force their way through that stacked B site.
And that is the new Paravision. They go a little faster. They didn't do the full scout. They didn't run someone through the A site. They saw it was an open avenue into B. 3 CTs there. They thought, we'll throw 1 molly down. They didn't even do a full exec. So it's definitely a bad way to play the round. Even if you're going to go fast, at least make it a full exec then if they're going to let you win the front door. But this is 3D Max actually preying on some of their tendencies that they've been doing some of these contact explodes. So nice setup. Good read here, and they steal back in a more impressive round. You know, a pistol round is one thing, but it's a 1v3 clutch. But now getting the momentum swing is really nice for 3D.
Dostan comes through with the timeout, says, all right, guys, 6 more months of slow rounds now. Gonna try to grind them to a halt. Back into James' playbook we go.
Every pause is him just disagreeing with just the philosophy of this new line.
Yeah.
That's why James says we disagree sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which I think is good. You know, you've got 2 strong opinions.
Iron sharpens iron.
Trying to clash and figure out what's best. I don't think... I would like to think that the other pieces of Paravision just have no say. They just have to do what they're told.
No, I mean, the IQ in that conversation with them, just all here at their first major, I just can only imagine.
I mean, you know, I've always said that in order for James' system to work, everybody has to believe into it. I did a Blitz interview with Paravision the first day of the major before they ever played a game, and I said, who's the best in-game leader and who's the best coach of all time? Every single player said Jamin Dostan, Jamin Dostan, Jamin, and I checked their contracts. They're not obliged. They just really believe it. I'm sure at their age, with their inexperience, you hear these guys talking about Counter-Strike, yeah, you're going to think you are working with geniuses. And Gravity, well, doesn't make them look too smart. They walk right into that M4, get pulled to pieces, and that's going to be 3D Max converting for the 2-1 start.
Good start. What you want if you're 3D Max. Inferno, it's your playground. This is your story to tell. Everyone at home deserves a map 3 in this series. It's only right.
I always feel like an elimination at the major should be played out on the 3rd, because you know somebody has to go home this evening at the end of this game, and if you go home 2-0, you just feel like you failed.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a nail-biter of a map 3, you know you fought. And I think that, you know, a lot of the time in Counter-Strike, we do have soldiers as competitors.
And no one, you know what, I'll say no one's failed. You know, so if you come into the major and you play your first stage and you go 0-3, you failed. But they played a great, well, in Paravision's, for Paravision, they played 2 great weeks of CS, and now we're in week 3, which is just, I can only imagine, utterly exhausting. We've heard that enough from enough players.
I mean, James said that at the end of his stage 2 qualification game, right? He said, I'm out of power.
Yeah.
That's the words he selected.
So he said, and then luckily they had 3 days to, was it 3 days?
No, not even.
No, it was only 1 extra day, right?
Yes. It was 1 day and then a media day and then right back into competition.
Yeah, right.
So 1 day off.
1 day to drink.
To cheers. Again,
well, you're not cheersing water, I'll tell you that.
James selects the right words. He said to talk, walk, and cheers. Nothing to be happy about this time. Belchnok goes down with nothing. Here comes that fast move back behind him. Good on James to recover Lucky's frag at least. Still, you've got CT sticking around towards top middle, one bailing back through the apartments in Maka. You know you've done damage, so why not try to find that weak link?
That'd be a great sausage brand.
Yeah. Leak winks. They fall apart.
Some dehydrated jerky. Leak winks.
There's a major on the line, and they're getting bodied.
Oh.
Actually, they're getting exercised. 2 kills off the back of sight. Bodies assists help out, and that's going to be 3D Max finding yet another.
I'm going to remember that one for a long time.
Leek wings!
That's just so good. That's just definitely a vegetarian UK restaurant right there.
Head of the smoke with the one M4 trying to catch them off. If this is all they see.
Kind of that's the scare though, and it gets them to throw tons of utility in response, but it's 3 CTs actually. They're only scared about the early round situations. They still have way better guns. I feel like that's enough. Oh, wow, they're gonna push.
Nice flash,
Wow.
well done.
Okay.
Team play's been nice inside this B site the last couple rounds. Respecting the smoke temporarily. Boost set up, trying to get that M4 back into the play again. Obviously, 3D Max already know about it. Whew, body comes around, insta headshot. Nice one from the Galil. All while Gravity remains boosted up in anticipation of the Paravision commitment. 30 seconds. That M4 changes hands. James really got nothing to offer. Still sitting over towards middle. I wouldn't push if I was 3D Max, and you can see they have no intention of doing so. Boosted player's going to cut down Nota. And that's going to probably prevent the bomb plant as well. Belchanok's going to go for it in an act of desperation. Gets away with it, surprisingly, and now that M4 is right back up. James, slow but steady, finally catching a kill towards XRCs. They know that Belchanok's alone.
Oh my goodness.
And that was a critical trade frag to get back. James knows that there's no time for him to come and stop the defuse. It's going to be a costly one for 3D Max, and Paravision keeping them on their toes.
Letting him plant was crazy. There was no way he should have pulled that off at all. Up until that moment, though, it's art out of 3D Max the whole way through. The flash retake on the B, the early grenades to stop the rush, that was actually definitely going to be coming once Zello made headway at the top of car, but then they boost up and they play together. It's excellent stuff here for 3D Max. They're making Paravision look a little disconnected, but, I mean, that was Tech9's.
Nate goes beyond, body dodges it. So far it's been temporary bouts of aggression from 3D Max's B play. Oh, lucky, a little too late. Scary there as Belchanok looked to turn it around on Boiler. Could have caught him with the second kill, but instead 4v4. Paravision with a glance towards Banana. Bomb looking to commit up here. Oh, they walk right into Maka. Easy pickup, but James got the recovery frag right there as he goes back in on the same angle. Nota comes through with Shello, but that coffin push and the spray out of Gravity. Clean second kill to the orange player down. Cielo into the 1 versus 1 with time to reposition. Bomb planted, smokes up, and he's going to refurbish it. Lucky opts to go around in through the church. Now he's already got his kit. Smoke if he wants to try to make this awkward. But obviously for now, still the element of surprise. Does he just walk up and try to clear this? Cielo still right here. Oh, goes a little wider before Lucky would have expected him to be standing in the open. And so a critical clutch from a player we saw come online as Dust 2 got longer.
Those are razor-thin margins up until that very last play, and Lucky could really smell that he was sitting there in emo, trying to play it standard, but just wasn't sharp enough. Zello loves a fight like that. This is such a good hold from Gravity. That spray transfer up top to James. I think James didn't have head armor or something in that spot. And they pull that one out of thin air. First kill was good for Maka, it was just a repeat.
Right.
That's the only thing.
Yep. James slid right onto that angle. Didn't waste a second. And I mean, that's kind of James' mantra, never wastes a second. Utility deters Paravision from that opening bit of banana presence. Into the apartments again.
I can't help but feel like Paravision are sensing a 3B setup right off of this. They're really moving quickly into an A play now.
Gotta move fast enough, though, before the third piece of B does double back. They also find all the apartments control for free here for Belchanok as well. So trying to find his flash lineup in the face of all this smoke. Frag grenade's gonna hit him for 56, and he has to give up on the utility. Put all that time into trying to line up a flashbang. Frag's gonna be off the mark for the second attempt. Here comes that scramble over, though. Lucky's inbound towards the library as Maka plays behind tall box of 2 minds in anticipation for the short push. It's gonna be Yellow in with another headshot. Belchanok strikes down Exorcist, and Lucky, gets his second. Opper's able to cross over with bomb, and Gravity's gonna cover. AW punished as he tries to phase that smoke. It's a Jane clutch queued up. First shot missed. Short side predicted, and he'll find Gravity first, but body's pressure is right there for the trade, and an excellent scramble out of 3D Max to get this A site back under wraps.
It's really all about Lucky and his play. He obviously waits until something goes wrong on the A site to push through that library smoke, take out 2 players, and get that retake going before it even starts. They're also really careful about AW, and I'm not sure if a smoke's missed here, but when they come to wrap Arch, their CT smoke lands out in the middle of the lane. It kind of looks like it's supposed to be to threaten a CT push. I'm not sure if they wanted that on purpose and they were going to run through it, but either way, 3D Max were not falling for it. They watched it the entire time, caught AW, take a round, and that one's one that could have definitely got scary.
Utility pressure, but again, a lot of apartments play from Paravision these last few rounds. Stepping into the Opera, though, is not going to be a challenge for Maka. Handled with ease. Frag on James, takes him down to 80. That's that AK-47 on the field, though, right? It's in James' hands, and he blindsides Maka. Just plays that timing to perfection. Inside of the smoke, though, pressed up against XRC's. James comes out with the second frag.
They're missing one.
Yeah, XRC's trying to emerge here with the element of surprise. Will catch the Tech 9. James' third kill. An AK in hand, 3 frags deep, and then the Tech 9 pressure over towards Moto's side gets the edge. Gravity's flank up through the short side. He spams the smoke and catches James on the sprint away. Yellow's gonna grab bomb, grab the gun, and run, but not all the way to B. He waits.
Oh, and if he waits and he doesn't see anybody chasing after him, it's gonna get ugly. Gravity can go for the long rotate, but he knows it's safer, so he can run the entire time. This will help speed things up. Now, the question is, will Zello actually push back in a CT, knowing this? Well, Plant's coming down front oranges, and Gravity is quite close to catching him.
Yellow's already got a 1 versus 1 clutch to his name on this very bomb site, played in the same position last time. And we saw him, as the retake came through, eventually kind of change it up, take that wider step. So he's got a willingness to peek here. Oh, Gravity survives the headshot, puts him down, and puts the round on 3D Max's scoreboard.
That's a great shot, Gravity. Very nicely done. Went right for the bomb plant. Just perfect precision on that shot.
We're outside of the server, but I will tell you, he just took extra time, ran over, sprayed that body with a whole mag, then the entire pistol, only then to defuse.
Wow.
So let him know that in the 1v1s, Yellow's not going to get away with it twice.
This is such a great round out of James. I mean, it was kind of a lost situation. Maka gets his kill. He's even ready for someone to push out a halls for a second. But James plays off his teammates making an audible on porch side and then starts to push in early. Like, you wouldn't normally see alert come out that quickly, especially after there was an op spotted. But he knew where he could find one back. However, James was getting kills. His teammates were dying at the same time. Good 1v2 from Gravity. Clutch is going back in the other direction.
Yeah, certainly going the way of 3D Max. The slight edge in these retakes, sure. Yellow posts a clutch, but 3D Max not letting those X Factor rounds slip through like they did back on Dust 2. Haven't seen the makings of a single 3v5, let alone 3 of them. Bit of pressure through that smoke grenade. Big group of Paravision players on the other side.
Molly, gotta be careful.
Frag grenade's really good. Nota down to 40 health because of it. Bodyy trying to slip down into the barrels fight, and that's where Nota's gonna pick it up despite all that util damage. He doesn't give a damn. Top mid peak down from XRC's punished. 5v3, Paravision.
Yeah, Belchinok just careful about dropping into underpass there. That would have been a way to even up and get away clean. Back to the A site instead. Now it'll be a stack. And what we saw back on Dust 2 was 3D Max running into a lot of stacks. But already this game, we had them catch Paravision off on the second round. Now it looks like they might do it again. With an off to play with as well.
Execute over top. Good clean shot from Maka.
Are they turning it around though? You see the op in
Yeah,
here?
I said no sign of a 3v5, but that's because Paravision's been posting them into the stack site. They will go. 3D Max challenging off the coffin side and the CT smoke, but now the Opper in the back of the site's got a chance. It's Yellow in with another 1v1.
Oh, nasty.
2 for 1 in the clutches, and very gentlemanly. Lets that one go through with just a clean execute to the back corner. 3D Max put themselves in the right spot, but can't push it over the line.
That's, yeah. It's great. I love to see that as a team, though. They're picking the right site to go to. But because Paravision win, I feel like they don't mind playing from behind on Inferno. They already took Dust 2. They know this one's going to be a bit of a grind. They know 3D Max are going to be better now. So 2 clutches to get him 3. 3D Max just want to make sure it doesn't get any worse than that, but the buy is going to be bad. Very bad.
This is an excellent breakthrough moment for Paravision.
I wonder if Destan's telling them to scout more.
Yeah,
they had to kill everybody to win that round.
I mean, they lost that round in the second round of play straight up to the B stack. Now this time almost losing it again.
It's definitely like a school of thought. Like some people don't, and then they just rely on their nades landing in the right spot, and then they, you know, and then some people they set up for map control a little earlier, and then they have time to search the others.
Yeah,
that's Paravision are setting up early enough to send a MAC-10 out halls to run through B and see how many people fight. I mean, it'd be worthwhile because 3D Max are wisely, you know, taking some risks.
Good flash to set up Lucky's opening. Paravision had to play a lot of catching up, I think, in map 2. AW kind of jump scared by the frag, and there's a flash and a swing coming your way as well, so better be on your toes, but he could peek ahead of this, and will do so, finding Bodyy for no damage. That chip caused by the frag, not the hold.
And they throw the nades from the site to make it feel like there's no one taking car control. Here comes the stack now. Three times in a row, you run into a stack, you're going to have some splaining to do, Paravision. But they're clearly going this way. They don't have anybody walking up towards mid, and it's actually XRC's who's taken over halls. The only thing that makes this work in the end is all the mollies, and they do have them. They're just going to make sure to molly everything correctly, and it's very hard for the CTs to defend in the site.
There's also a certain stubbornness about Paravision.
It's all their leak winks.
Maka hiding behind orange as the player tucks back sight. Lots of space here for AW. He's going to get blindsided by Maka. Back corner does get punished. All 3, in fact, are found. So you can just go back into the stack if you're ready for all the positions, seemingly. Belchinok, quarter health left over to the XRC's flank. This MP9, looking for someone in the open, will do exactly that. Now leaning into the depths of this bomb site. It's dark and new box held. He chucks a smoke grenade on top to just deny the support, but then Jane comes through with the wall bang in that moment, and Paravision cut the lead down to only 2.
I think they have their molly could obviously cover orange's both sides of second and first, but they don't clear it maybe because their molly missed, not sure. But either way, they have enough players to come and trade. Their nades are definitely good enough. And there's no one running through smokes as they're fighting from the site at the same time. Damn, that's actually big value off that 1v1.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, that 1v1 from AW versus Maka. It was a good stack out of Paravision, or 3D Max, but This has opened up the door to 3 rounds back to back.
Smoke comes over. No support this time, Maka. Hate to break it to you. Of course, because Paravision have walked into stack so many times, they're going to be extra cautious. They're not going to believe it, but it's about to be found out by Cielo.
I do like they don't act out of fear, though. They like, just go B again, even faster this time.
I mean, that's that stubbornness, right, that Paravision bring. We were talking about on the ride here with the other casters how over the last 2 Overpass games, we'd watched 23 out of 24 B hits on Overpass.
A lot of B hits, a lot of B hits on Dust, too.
I mean, and here we are again. A lot of B hits on Inferno.
Interesting.
For better or for worse. But it's gotten better. Started off worse.
If you take these 2 maps in isolation, though, Overpass B is just easier to take right now.
Sure, of course.
Meta. Inferno B has always been where you go more often. You know, it's only the maps that are really egregious, like Cobblestone, that you're like, okay, it's 2 B favor, we got to remove it. But every map does have a side that, you know, you kind of want to spend most of your time trying to take it.
There's always a lean.
And especially if on Inferno, you're not losing the round before you get to top car. And they never are. They're actually taking over car control eventually.
That's another critical game for James. Top of the scoreboard this time around, breaking through a CT side that started so well for 3D Max. We think back to that round 2 force buy, fueled 4 rounds in a row for 3D Max. But here we are on a Paravision 3-round win streak. You tie up this T side, you switch on over, and we said 3D Max would have an edge on this map slightly, but we never thought Paravision would be chumps on it. You know, there was a very excited 3D Max at one point in this CT side, celebrating the round, spraying the dead bodies.
And not all rifle rounds are made equal. You know, the fact that AW won that clutch.
Or Zello.
Zello, excuse me. At that moment, is the best time to do it, obviously.
And he gets revenge, right? Because he lost one to Gravity, gets his corpse sprayed, and then takes it right back in a round after. So
that was his 3rd attempt. Won the first clutch, lost the second.
Won the 3rd, 2-1. Belchinok's got a clutch round to his name as well. So, you know, we saw less clutch factor back on Dust 2 at the start of the series. It was more so in the 3 versus 5s that the difference was being made, but down to the 1v1s here on Inferno, and Paravision coming out on top more often than not. Final round of this T side, down to 45 seconds. And B site looking quite understaffed, only compared to what we've seen in the past. There's still 2 players boosted up behind Nubox. Lucky looking to take a glance down middle while Exorcist pushes through apartments. He's going to blindside Nota, but it's not alone. There's 2 more players there. Over towards the B site, they'll lose AW, trying to look into that bomb site. Lucky dodging the flashbang, but still Belchinok into the instant headshot. It's going to be a scramble here for Maka. In front of Moto, smoke pops. He welcomes the spray back, will get chipped down by a quarter, and a good push from Paravision to get into sight with 10 seconds to spare.
Ooh, they hate that this plan is going down right now. Full-on retake on Inferno. Doesn't happen often.
Cielo floating out in the open between the 2 sides of pits. Got Belchinok inside of it with another smoke down in front of this retake. This retake that features no kits for 3D Max. There's that last piece of util over top. Yellow's gonna cut down 1 and a second. Good impact between him and James. 24 frags between the 2, combining to tie the first half. 4 successful clutch rounds throughout the first half of Inferno, 3 of the 4 going the way of Paravision, and 4 of the last rounds in that half all the way of Paravision as well. There was a moment there where we thought this map pick from 3D Max was going to be the difference, that Paravision were going to have to try to close out on Ancient, but lo and behold, here we sit with a tied game, clutch factor, and 2 heavy hitters all on the side of Paravision.
Some maps are maps of clutches. This was one of them. You had to watch that to get the full story. And I mean, Zella was the guy to put in that position. It's kind of crazy, and it shows us how strong he is as a player because you see him getting opening kills, multi-frags on defense, but the clutch, him staying alive for them, he clearly was the right guy for the job.
Just think it really shows the depth of Paravision in general for, you know, Nota to kind of disappear, AW to disappear, and yet Cielo and Jane pick it up.
Talk about running into stacks.
Yeah, here it is. 4 players strong inside of B for Paravision. Utility down in front of this 3D Max pack, but with flashbangs, I feel like they like their chances of trying to pop through. Then there's fire on the other side of that smoke. It'll make it all the worse. Right on the edge. Cielo steps in. 2-kill execution. Perfect call out here for 3D Max.
Already on B. Everyone's in the B side already.
That's going to catch them off. Body pressuring the Coffin side, but a smoke on Coffin also just lets them sit comfortably inside their sight.
With their spots, they can get some fights. There is actually a chance here. They just have to come out, try to fight Oranges first.
I mean, they could steal the bomb, though, as well, no?
Work on the, exactly, and Gravity has to work on the, so I mean, the CTs have to stay a little active.
That bomb right there for the taking. It looks like they're going to now try to just keep jiggling all these different positions, but that could give duels over.
Yeah,
Never mind.
okay.
Headshots come out for Paravision.
What a round.
Making a statement here in the second half's pistol.
They had a 4B stack, 1 on Arch, 100% confident it's going to be B. Another triple kill out of Zello. He also had the molly. He dropped the smoke. He dropped a molly in front of it. They ran through it. They were excited because they thought they were calling out a single player holding the site or someone playing retake. No. It's a molly, a smoke, a flash, 4 guys, game rotating instantly, headshots, not a single chance.
That body push catches him off guard, but that's how badly Jane wanted it to be perfect. Only death on the round for Paravision is him. We get Glocks coming out of 3D Max here in the 14th round of play. So flashbang to try to just overwhelm into Banana. Jumping MP9 is ambitious. Careful now. Nota's left a lot to be desired throughout this map, but he will be on the brink of an ace. Pushes through and closes.
All right.
Not a bad way to get yourself off the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Anti-eco ace for Nota.
Nicely done. And also, it's a game where, I mean, right there you get the dink. That's a situation that could have gone awry. That could have been a bomb plant maybe if Nota doesn't get all those kills. So sometimes we laugh off an anti-eco ace. Here, he actually totally saves the day. AW needed some assistance, and no one dies because of it.
.30 Max get that Glock round out of the way. Paravision take over the lead with that 4-round streak in the first half and the opening 2 here.
Oh, that's going to sting.
Ouch. That's more than half of Maka gone.
Got hit right in the pants, too, so they know he was boosted up.
Smoke off for the cross. AW going to try to contend with this. Oranges goes down for free. Backs turn to the SMG, and it gets away from him. This is a good push for 3D Max into a bomb site that's going to have Paravision considering a save.
Damn, they would have looked real silly if that didn't work out, running through another smoke again, but they believed in it, and that one gets them back in the game. Only losing 1 player is pretty huge. And you actually compare guns. It's Paravision coming into a bonus round, so I think 3D Max, they had some confidence about this. All their AKs to work with. As Don famously once said, there can only be one him. We'll be left with 1 him at the end of this day. I don't know who the him is for 3D Max. James obviously is the him. Maybe we could give it to Gravity because he has to make up for the Dust 2 game. Yeah. He's been fragging like crazy.
Yes, sir.
And the game plan and the call has looked a lot better.
That's a what could have been moment for AW, I think. His orange fight kind of crawling back into the cover, and then that 3rd target definitely steals his attention. Working with the MP9. Not able to get everything they needed to justify a retake attempt early on the CT side. So that lead cut into instantly.
Did Belchenok buy a FAMAS with that much money left over?
No, there was 3 saves last round.
Oh. Okay, yeah, because, you know, it's just because it's Paravision, so.
You have to wonder.
They
You always have to
amounts
wonder.
of money.
Yes. I bet you if you were to dangle James upside down right now, 4 different types of currencies would fall out of his pockets. There'd be, you know, a small gold nugget and maybe a ruby. If anybody's got loot on him, it's James.
He was the mule all along.
Yeah, he was. Just skimming off the top of Sanji. Look at this walk up from 3D Max. This timing could go unexpected. Paravision, they've got the numbers here though. This is 4 defenders strong on A. But catching it through the smoke. Whoa!
Whoa!
Wow. That is like watching some...
Icarus, my friend, flying way too... But then they walk right into it.
Nicely done. Cielo gets the free AK upgrade. Will he expect another? No. Gravity getting the better of that smoke push for the return frag. Then body's going to try to apply pressure out balcony.
What's happening right now? It's getting really lurky, but there's 3 CTs on A.
If they
and
kill
the bomb
AW...
is waiting in the middle of everything.
He knows that he could get pinched from CT spawn and Banana, so he does decide to tuck back in.
If they don't kill AW, if he gets 1 kill as they come slowly, they have no options. So they have to make a call, whether it's right or wrong.
He's looking for CT's fights, man. He's very aware of it. Smoked off Banana. Gotta be cautious about this potential push. We go down to 40 seconds.
He wants an A player. He wants a B player, excuse me, to peek so that they can call this. They're still going to make the right decision and get over to B. The CTs are frozen in place right now. AW. How are you going to figure this out, my friend?
It's on him. He's got to hold this, and he's got to get this kill. And if he gets this frag, then it's on. He'll go ahead, go over towards Coffins, could try to apply more pressure for a 3D Max.
No smokes.
Paravision are only now starting to depart A. And that frag grenade is excellent. I mean, AW yet again.
He's got more.
A critical point in this round, and he finds strong impact, a frag and damage that could damn well queue up this 4 versus 3 retake. 2 players already coming at this from Banana. Maka in between 2 sides, tries to go for the orange climb, and he will catch that headshot. And that opens a door. His teammates off of the bomb site already. Belchenok confirms Coffin presence here for 3D Max. James is just waiting for the peek out from orange, and he misses his shot. And that is the safe call. They are done for. Woo. 3 versus 4, 3D Max tie this game at 8.
That was a huge fight back and very narrow timings right there to make sure that all came down, but it worked out for 3D Max in the end. AW, again, just showing his value as an anchor. Like, his kills aren't reflecting it, but the way he got his utility to work for him there, he got his kill very easily. They were using a lot of resources to try to find him and get rid of him. And in that spot, he did the best he possibly could. 1 kill, delay for time, nade somebody on the site. He even had a molly ready, but he knew that if he threw it too late, it wouldn't be useful. The problem was Maka jumped up on oranges, killed him while he had his molly in his hand, and he couldn't have added any more value to it. So I should have got rid of it earlier. It's maybe the 1-0 for him right here. But he's looking for an opening to try to molly quad, I'm sure. That would have helped out James on the op shot. Still, like, tons of confidence for 3D Max in these spots. It looks really uncomfortable.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fast move up through the balcony. Big push on A. You've got bodies on the site. 3 players here. James opening kill. 3D Max skipping steps. Zielo's on the return, but Gravity's Mac 10 triple kill is the one thing that tears through A. Bomb still here. And as Gravity tries to get off site down to half health, it's then a pistol player to just somehow find the headshot.
Is he getting a little too crazy? The round's not over. Maka's got to hit this.
Oh, walking wide. AW goes down. Nota, who got that kill towards brackets, found out, missed op shot, 58 health here for Maka, tries to go to the M4, sees the CT, and Nota, just trying to get around, goes wide all the way, back and forth, dodging this threat. Oh,
they both run out of ammo.
Empty and a Glock burst.
Dude, no X-ray. That whole situation, Maka doesn't see a thing. They both run out of ammo at the exact same moment. What in the world?
It's like a Spider-Man standoff. What the hell is this? Triple kill from Gravity.
From 15 to 18 frags as well.
Boom! Finishes with the burst.
And that's a very 3D Max way to win.
Starting to feel it now, back into the lead.
Just be careful because last time, and this happened in the first half, and it came down to a 1v1 because they played a little bit too loose and fast, you know, on a, you know, this is a round where there's just pistols. And have some money left over, so it's not too bad. They're about to run into a stack again, and I mean, Exorcist is going to catch this,
Yeah, good on him.
At the very least. He is going to know that it's a stack now. The bomb's going back.
Still sending a couple players through to just make sure the commitment is stuck in. But yes, bomb is out of there. Body just spraying away with the MAC-10, makes a bit of extra money. James sitting backside thinking, how do I steal your money? And nothing you can do about it. Body's gone.
Just going for a better gun.
3D
Body
Max.
get out of there.
Double digits secured.
Is there a better gun, actually? Why wouldn't a Body? Oh, Body did grab it. Okay.
There's another MAC-10, though. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could turn that in for a few bucks.
Little loot goblin, James. I think I will take this.
Turning this into a kill would be more valuable than hanging on to it, so he's just going to go for a little search.
He's going to find this contact in apartments, too. This could catch him off. Oh, close, but no cigar. Gravity hangs on for majority for 3D Max. 2-round lead. Strong T-side starting to be pieced together here. Varied playbook as well. You know, that all-in aggressive attack into the A bomb site that looked sketchy for a second until Gravity saved it.
That was quite a crazy call. And Gravity had to get a MAC-10 triple kill to make it work.
Trust the process.
Trust the process, and then maybe they can go into more standard stuff. Now they got a little lead.
They've also got a 3D or Paravision with guns back in hand. James sits there for a second, and yeah, not one bullet out.
It's a very big rotation. 2 CTs all working towards the A site. They're maybe worried about something fast after what they just saw. That's a bit of conditioning coming out from 3D Max, and actually they're just trying to turn this into some kind of lurk play. Zello, very careful spot. Exorcist is trying to make him really scared off of that. My goodness.
Trying to go sight.
Through.
Thought he was trying to get on the bomb site.
This
He's
is
trying
wild.
to figure out where he is.
He's still here. The bomb's not coming.
There we go.
He's in the site right now.
Sure, why not?
They won't believe it.
Tucked down beneath it. James right on the brink of that corner.
I mean, how are you ever going to find him?
Zello actually just burned inside of the pit as well. So yeah, XRC takes his sweet time.
Oh my goodness.
There we go. You see him shake off his head like, whoa, we got there.
What a crazy move that was. That looked like such a fake. It looked like there was no one actually going to push that. He got spotted. He threw the smoke down. Okay, backs off. No, he just snuck into the site.
That'd be a great one to get a player reaction replay.
To be honest, you see a pit setup like that, and you're like, oh, the ops coming in arch. Yep. No one is watching the site.
3D Max starting to have their way with this Inferno T-side. Kind of unstoppable. They're pulling out all these different looks. You know, I just said the varied playbook that they're bringing to the table. Never saw this one coming.
I love it.
XRCs with the hyper late smoke walkout into the bomb site.
And I feel like with the way that they're playing, it feels like a series of gimmick calls, but it's just like weird. Oh my God. The way Zello died right there.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it. We were so locked in. Watch his reaction.
Showed it. He just died 100 HP inside a big pit. Just running back and forth.
Well, that shouldn't happen.
They're confused.
That is true. And
they are confused.
Doston's taking his last time out to come solve the problems. Notice how he rolls up his sleeves?
He's here to get some. We're going to put in some elbow grease. They're going to pull this out. The scariest part of all The 3D Max have not called a normal round yet.
Right, yeah, how do you get a read on this?
Throw a normal round in there, and what are you going to do?
There's no normal when James in the server, though. Trying to calculate this the whole entire time. I mean, the money on the side of 3D Max as well. They have such a great spot right here to finish off this second map. Push things onto Ancient. Where versus Na'Vi, Paravision didn't quite look their best.
This is just advanced mathematics right here. You got like a half buy where some players are buying down at basically 0. You have 2 M4s. Somehow Paravision are going to pull out 3 ops next round. I don't know how. Maybe Destan was math guy all along.
Whoa. See you later, Nota.
Nice finds. 1 of 2 M4s down.
He has not been able to find his game here on Inferno in comparison to Dust 2.
True.
He was a driving force back in the opening map. Sitting at the bottom of the board, 8 and 16, alongside AW, the two. Oh,
what?
Exorcise. What you looking for? Trying to get James to peek?
But why do you make it look like he was doing a kickflip?
You know, style points.
True.
Cielo getting out one from the pit. That's going to be a recovery attempt from the last round where he died with absolutely nothing. Gun could be maybe grabbed by bLitz, but that's fine. Bomb's going B. I thought maybe he was trying to jump up on the garbage can, but then why would he be turning around to watch mid?
We can't question him today.
That's fair. After that smoke push last round, you're right. He was doing something for a reason.
It's crazy how not close this game is. Paravision got within 1 kill of converting like 3 or 4 of these situations.
I mean, it was
kind of got grinded out like Paravision did to them.
Yeah, it was that like breakthrough moment in the first half, those 4 rounds to close out the half that gave us belief in Paravision, but, you know, pistol and conversion would have given him a great chance. 3D Max's T side has just been so clean and just adaptive. You don't really get to see the same thing twice. Sort of had that earlier today with Spirit's T side on Mirage versus Maus. You know, everybody kind of singing the praise of the in-game leaders. When you can have a half like that, where it is so unpredictable if you're the opponent, you know, even us sat back with all the X-ray and information in the world, we're still kind of impressed. God, imagine how it feels to play against it. You must just feel so lost if you are Paravision now. And so this is where Paravision, though, sometimes make their money. 4 rounds down, their opponent's sitting on map points to push things into overtime, where Paravision have only lost 1 OT in 8 played at the major.
They do perfect math. They somehow got 2 M4s last round, all had half armor, pretty decent buy.
Arithmetic.
And here they are with an op, 3 M4s, little low on nades.
Have these weapons and still be able to use them. That's been the problem.
Yeah, 1 more opening kill, that'd be too much to withstand. How creative are 3D Max gonna get this game? Will we get 1 standard T round to close it, or are they just going to get freaky the entire time?
How long does James wait before he gets cold feet? Looking like Nota's moving forward ahead of this. AW is going to take point with the MP9. Wide swing comes through. Oh, Nota catching the kill to body. Again, trying to recover this map for himself. Both him and AW at the bottom of the board go into that opening kill. Frees up Paravision to rotate over. They're trying to scramble in before this 3D Max commitment. Paravision are right. It is on the brink of hitting this A site. bLitz goes down with just the 1. And Cielo, hard fought for frag, gets the better of gravity. It's man advantage. Oh, never mind. Maka's nade to perfection. Blows James' booster out of the water. And now we go half health, 2 versus 2. Suddenly 3D Max have an edge. And on top of that, the post plant. Molotov for Exercise if things get down to the wire. No kit currently on the side of Paravision, none of which to be grabbed on this retake, and that smoke is just buying off critical time. But the apartment player still comes through with another. Maka pinned into this corner. Pressure's on. Hit down to 75. Missed shot. Oh! It's the pistol kill, but no kit. Did James get on in time?
Oh, it's coming. I don't think he hit.
It's real close, and if it's not his defuse, it's 3D Max to map 3. They'll push this the limit. And a clean close to a T-side that seemingly knew no bounds. 7 rounds in a row for 3D Max to push the series into Ancient.
Oh, Destan is mad about this, and they're going to be confused. That was a whirlwind round on that T-side. So creative, and apart from the pistol and conversion, no looking back from 3D Max. So impressive. They've earned a map 3.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
The most impressive version of 3D Max that we've seen so far this evening was on that T side. I mean, so fluid, so dynamic, so different, and then on top of that, X Factor moments from what felt like the entire team. There was a certain swagger about 3D Max in that T side of Inferno that I think we were both hoping to see back on Dust 2, but they didn't quite get there. And then the 3D5s that were a clear element of Paravision's first map win really kind of took that swagger out of their step, but it's nice to see 3D Max back in their groove.
You change the scenery a little bit and you can get better rounds, and obviously they were looking forward to Inferno, but we see on both sides of this veto that it's obviously going to be Paravision who are happy to be here. The one blip for Paravision on Ancient was playing against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
That's a game that the second half obviously wasn't good. The first half was fine, but that's also Na'Vi. I mean, they can be really, really strong. So I think for Paravision here, they know they're still in their comfort zone. They also know in that second half of Inferno, they flip a couple of situations and it's like a way better situation. Even though it was like really creative and a lot of things, you know, 3K entries with Mac 10s and the way that they pulled out some of these rounds 3D Max, like it came down to the wire in a couple of spots. And it looks like full control because you look at the rounds and they don't actually lose any, but there's still a chance that Paravision could have won it. So I think that right now we just get the best case situation. We're into map 3. I think Paravision are happy to be here, but 3D Max are looking way better than they did. They already knew this veto was going to be difficult. Every team playing against Paravision feels so. So now, kind of a handshake. Ancient is going to be a little harder for 3D Max, but they're ready to game.
Let's take a look at the MVP of that last map, shall we? Because I think we need to give flowers where they're due. Yellow to the top of it, and I think that's just coming down to the clutch factor. I mean, you know, we get another moment here where it's the winning, the losing team of the map to kind of have the MVP player, so to say. But I mean, his round swing was notable. His power up was great. Him and James both looked like they were going to kind of fuel the rest of the camp to kind of step it up a notch. But we saw towards the end, you know, AW wasn't quite what he was on Inferno like he was back on Dust 2, and I think the floor kind of fell out from beneath Paravision, unfortunately, in the face of that really good T side. But I mean, his impact here was clearly felt. That much, I guess, is like a tip of the hat over towards Yellow. But again, you tell him he's the MVP of Inferno, he won't give a damn. It's all about who wins Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're the only guys still talking about Legacy.
That's fair.
I mean, Legacy, they played hard in Stage 1.
That's fair.
But by the time this major's over, no one's going to remember who was in Stage 1. And conversely, when we get into the stadium, no one's going to remember who's in Stage 3. It's still impressive to get here, but it just won't matter. And especially if you know you've taken so many wins and played your heart out and had a great couple of weeks that you could have gotten farther, you're going to have to live with that through a very long Christmas break.
Yeah.
That's just the long and short of it. So good performances and individual efforts, I think. Sometimes you see players that, you know, they got let down by their team. So it's like, you know that they do take pride in the fact that they tried to help out. I mean, Zello got a lot of clutches, so like that's the purest form of impact you can have on trying to change a map in your team's favor. But at the end of the day, like he's going to be thinking more about how his team didn't come through across the series more than how much he helped out on Inferno.
I think more important than an MVP is looking at this stat here with the Inferno ratings from this core of 3D Max. I mean, these three players just drove that win across the line on the T side.
And Gravity especially was a two-way player. You know, he was so good on defense as well.
You know, sprinkled in a clutch. The one clutch Yellow lost. Obviously, it's the hands of Gravity. So, you know, you give a little boon to that side of the 3D Max recovery. I think that they come into this third map and just have that confidence now. It's the confidence that they didn't have on map 2 because of those 3v5 losses. Like, that kind of stuff's going to kind of take you out of it. Recovered, and then now sending a message back the other direction. I mean, we saw the frustrations of Doston at the end of that map. I'm sure that, you know, internally, AW knows that he kind of let himself down. Nota knew that for the majority of that game, the vast majority of Inferno, he was a non-factor as well. There was clearly parts of Paravision that 3D Max were just being able to walk all over, and if they're able to kind of kick off this next map with that same swagger, we could be looking at the end of Paravision. And we're not looking at the end of Paravision in 2026. We're actually looking at the birth of Paravision because of all of what they've secured so far. So much VRS. They are now on the brink of getting some really big invites come those January events. And the first 2 events of the year are big ones, right? The inaugural ESL Krakow and the return to Cluj-Napoca for PGL. These are big chances where not all the top teams, at least for the PGL event, may be in attendance. Paravision aren't going anywhere, but they also don't want to go into that break today. They're going to fight for this every step of the way. And so as we are now just mere moments away from stepping into this 3rd map, it's another chance for Paravision to prove that when push comes to shove, the little guy can punch upwards. The gatekeepers of Tier 1 are what 3D Max proclaim themselves as. And so, do they have it in them tonight to push away one of the pluckiest underdogs that we have had so far in Budapest?
Yeah, the story of the event, I think, for me, for sure, especially with the losers sort of getting left to the wayside along the way. What we're going to find out in this map is, are they going to go B every round, because they have made an effort to try to pull that off.
Gravity and Belchanok trade a kill. Lucky's going to hold this line. Oh, nice tap. Down to 1 bullet. Awkward. Okay. Woo! Turns it back around with the Glock instead. And that is a big step up in the pistol round for Lucky.
I love how calm he looked. Every single kill that he got, he slowed it down even more. I mean, obviously, acutely aware of him being down to 1 bullet to reload. Very nicely done. So it just seals that whole deal right there.
Yes, sir.
No one on the flank, so
nope.
Would have got sketchy if he died.
You know, that kind of feels to me, that is that swagger. Gravity's clutches back on the Inferno. You know, when Body was getting his moments, he was just popping off every time, shouting every moment he had something to cheer about. And now Lucky comes in, the silent killer, gives Paravision something to think about in the pistol.
The thing is, you watched all the ancient demos, you know that how Paravision are going to prepare for this map. And when we started out in stage 1, there was a lot more A plays. As the stages have gone on, it's leaned more and more B. So it looks like Paravision are going to try to bring it back a little bit and show they're not too one-dimensional on this, but it is about the contact explodes.
Fortunately, though, very little. No Kevlar. Going to make quick work of this one with the M4s in position. No issue as Lucky goes back in with another multi-frag, and well, it's Maka to pick up the majority. So 3D Max's pistol round guarantees the 2-0 start. Paravision's guns coming up in round 3. Which of these promising major debutantes are about to kick it up a notch in the face of a firing up 3D Max? Because you can see 3D Max wearing their confidence every single round of this elimination game now. Smoke onto the Molotov, and Body gonna just be able to hold on to his position. Play extends down in front of him. Support comes out from the cave as well. NertZ fighting for this corner, and Body doesn't want to step all the way wide. He kind of baits him into fighting Body on his terms.
That's
but
beautiful.
That's where Yellow's going to use that moment to come out through the lane and punish.
He was just delaying the entire time.
Same time, though, A frag inside of A main goes back the way of Exercise.
Emergency Molly comes out. He says, I don't care if you know where I am.
It's a triple donut push being queued up here by Paravision. Maka thinking about, oh no!
Uh-oh.
AW executes his teammate, and the nade is there to couple with the hold. Absolute no entry allowed to Paravision once 3D Max get back from A main.
Yeah, 3D Max about to turn it up a notch, and moments of shakiness here, but still a good start to the round, especially with the way that NertZ played it, delaying to get that extra kill. What they have to immediately get used to is that every little bit of quickness that we see Paravision bring to the server, 3D Max are also going to do the same, and it's a bit of Paravision learning about 3D Max learning about Paravision. They both had a map of exposure to each other now, and I think that it's all out in the open.
NertZ, fast tech 9 move, gonna get stuffed on by Gravity. And that's just gonna elicit the ramp push up into the B bomb site, but there's another couple of defenders in position. This is a massacre in round 4 as well. And 3D Max are not missing a beat.
Yeah, they're happy to play aggressive. They're very aggressive and comfortable in this zone. And Belchanok only gets 1 kill here, so just wildly successful anti-ecos. Very good start. The way that A hit ended on the last round, they're going to be so happy with.
I mean, we're already a third of the way through the CT side. Feels like the game just started moments ago.
Tistan's been here for years.
And he'll be here for many more.
Yeah. Never count them out. We've said it so many times. You don't often see them start this slowly. You know, that's something. Ooh, this is actually really
scary.
Scary,
yeah.
Absolutely.
You know,
a stomp on the third map, that just wouldn't be right.
No. Well, I think that would be a testament to like Paravision just kind of running out of the spirit that has gotten them into so many close games. At their very first major, they entered this event and had never played a top 20 team.
It's possible that they really thought that they were going to win on that Inferno, and
right.
all those T rounds, they might have been tilted and more tilted and more tilted and never recovered mentally. It's possible.
And you can walk away from the computers, you can step outside.
Oh my goodness. How's this happening?
Gravity's just inside of the setup, and luckily AW turns around, gets the frag, but that's still NertZ low on 18 health. That's obviously everything Paravision thought that they were hiding from 3D Max on full display.
And they just milked it. They've got the rotates over here. They drew some time off the clock. Gravity makes it look like he's toying with them, but he's also killing the clock at the same time. This push will be good. I mean, there's a bomb over here.
Just missed it, right?
No, but the bomb can't escape, right?
Oh, it's stuck.
This is
even if
wait a second.
Big if Cave goes well. Bomb is not going to be recovered at this point. Back turn from Cielo.
They're collapsing.
Oh boy.
They are collapsing now.
All the overtimes in a run through stage 1, through stage 2 to top 16.
Oh, the tiredness is overcoming them. They're losing focus. Paravision, where have you gone?
Fighting spirit is something this team has brought to the table every single game we've seen them play in Budapest, and we've seen so many games because, remember, they also clawed it back from the depths of stage 1. Winning a best of 3 in the 1-2 pool, winning a best of 3 in the 2-2 pool.
They have an inverse energy curve right now. 3D Max are getting more energetic. Paravision are getting drained. Get a bomb plant, make it close.
Body ready to hold back. Tech9's trying to puncture through. Defense already comes out from Donut. It is another slaughter. We are now halfway through this first 12 rounds, and there is no sign of Paravision's success. You have Jamon 0 frags, Ziello 1 kill, AW 1 kill, and at most 2 frags for Belchanok and Noda.
And you know what? There's not that many rifles involved, but the fact is the anti-ecos haven't been close. The bomb plants aren't there. They aren't grinding out late round situations like they normally have been. Now, funnily enough, the bomb in this spot doesn't realize there's an opportunity here. There's only one guy on B, and he's pushed up so far, Gravity, that he knows he gets this late information, but there's a chance to get a lurk kill if the timing goes accordingly. They're about to coalesce on this moment. James could really make things strange, but no, doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, missed Tech9 chance. Now that bomb's going to try to run down Gravity before he can reposition, but he hears it coming. So a look of approval, and suddenly we have 3D Max 6 rounds up, while Paravision average a single kill per round.
You know, at the end of last week, man, we saw the heights of 3D Max. It was incredible. They were fragging like I've never seen before. Tactics were in place. The aim was amazing. And up until now, we didn't see it in this week for 3D Max. They took a day and a half to warm up. But just surviving Inferno, it looks like, has got them right back to where they left off before this last stage.
Because we say surviving Inferno, and that's what it felt like in the first half, but the second half was them thriving in it. Double kill for Body, Gravity bested, Cielo looks to get mid-control, and Body's got other ideas. Another fast-tempo clash between the two teams, set for a bloodbath out middle, and Paravision can't come out on top. At least beyond their average kills per round, but still a mighty 1 versus 3 demanded of AW. He's going to find timing on the first of the 3. That's Maka looking a bit foolish on the fallback, but here he goes, barreling towards the B bomb site, and XRC's kind of stalling out towards mid for a moment. This is a winnable clutch.
Paravision do put up clutches. AW is one of those guys. It's normally a 1-on-2, but that's what it's become. Opposite on default, has the read on Cave. Will he ever get nervous about the big flank? I don't know. It seems like he just knows what's going to happen next. CTs are they're really running the clock down here.
Yeah, they are. Both working with kits, but both getting only now on the bomb site.
Oh, that's...
Your whole team was watching.
That's tough. Oh, he had such a sick read. He didn't for 1 second blink or falter on the hold to cave. He didn't look behind him ever.
You know what's starting to fail them as well, Mohan, is just the individual level.
That was just a round. That was a round right. You know, get that 1 kill, that's easy.
When Paravision started blowing our minds at the start of this major, it was a lot of just insta headshots. The time to kills were beyond belief. And
Exorcis's perspective, it didn't even look like he was really exposed that much. From AW's perspective, it looked like he had like a really good headshot.
Missed opportunity for a clutch, and we go beyond the halfway point here. 7-0, flawless CT run for the 3D Max camp. Floating outside of the smokes in middle. I mean, they haven't been fully punished for taking this space, so why would they stop? You know, sometimes Gravity is such a snowball of momentum when it comes to pushing out Cave, throwing himself at his opponents, and there is no reason for them to be respecting Paravision in this fight. Last round gets a little bit closer than the others, but there is still a majority of these rounds absolute blowouts to 3D Max's favor.
Snowball is the perfect complement for Gravity. Yeah, he really knows how to, and it's like, you see the momentum in his fragging too, because he pops off all the time.
Right now we get this crossover from Cielo. That's at least over to the ramp. Bomb is right behind him. And that's going to be found out by XRC as they get up onto the site. There's that wide swing from the pillar, and Nota is here with Cielo. Better late than never into this game of Ancient. They will arrive. Onto the B bomb site they stand. A test on the side of the smoke that goes Nota's way. Lucky through the edge of it will recover back, and we go 2 versus 2 with health advantage Paravision.
They don't have info on the second guy. Molly's going to do nothing here.
Looking
CTs
to push.
Are gonna push
That'll catch them.
Oh.
At least the one, and the utility coming out of Lucky is just going to give way to his position, and down he goes. Yellow comes in big with a triple kill, finally finding footing in this game. 8 rounds into the T side, Paravision take their first.
The spark they're looking for, the fast B play, a simple call, just showing they can frag, like showing they deserve to be here. Triple kill from Zello to get on the board, and we have to find out now if it's too late. It's already been such a successful half. One simple idea like this is just a round on its own. It doesn't really dent the confidence of 3D Max. It doesn't really condition them in any meaningful sense. I think they can write this off. You know, this is an extra round. You can have this. It'll really be about this one. We'll see if 3D Max are shaking at all. (7-1) within minutes.
Spam battle that Gravity comes out on top of.
It's crazy because they kind of look the same.
Okay, sure. One's just a little Frencher than the other. Both start on Cave and both peel back, not looking to get into a second engagement. Both also call for reinforcements.
So big that Zello actually lives in this position. 5v5, CTs can't just get too fancy.
He takes over the MAC-10. Gravity, low health, still going to be the front runner of the Cave hold. Kind of trying to scare them back, but a nice wide swing from Nota into the double kill. There's that climb up out of middle, though.
Awkward bomb drop.
Lucky's been this looming threat so far this map. And as he sits in front of the fire, it forces him outwards. Although there are still eyes on that bomb. And Maka, known to hit a shot.
Oh, he got it.
Yep, has to let that bomb go. Or does he? Ends up clipping it. At least it falls into the next chamber of the cave. Bodyy knows there's a player in the corner, gets shot at from behind. He could chase down the bomb if he wants to, switching to the op. At 33 health, he will pressure this planter. Oh, okay! No second shot as Yellow hits the headshot back, but that is A for effort, Bodyy.
Yeah, that was too cute. Nice try, Bodyy. Great shot, though. Great shot, great read, but it's just perfectly played for Paravision. Now, Nota in that corner in cave, they had no idea about him. And it didn't really make sense for him to be there because he didn't cover the op who initially pushed and dropped the bomb in the first place. So no surprise he got the next kill after Maka tried to come forward, but this clutch nearly stole the show. Instead, it's another clutch for Zello. They're keeping hope alive. So 2 straight. We're at the point in the game, it doesn't matter how you get them now.
Gravity, though. Not going to let that happen again. We said last time, you know, good on Cielo, gets away, stays alive, calls for reinforcements, and they set up off his first clash. This time, instead, it's empty-handed. 3D Max gonna find all of B for free. Over towards that A site sits Maka, dropping utility ahead of the commitment. Belchanok dropped down to 57 health. And they're gonna hear that reload inside of the front of Donut. So they know Lucky's nearby as well as Maka, leaning back towards that temple exit. Some more utility in front of it, and that's gonna cause Paravision to halt.
God, that's huge shutdown of the game plan, especially with everyone here, no map control. It's just a total reset right when they were about to explode. Normally a smoke doesn't scare them away.
Does this push? No way, their back's turned.
Oh, he's gotta run.
Oh, gets around the corner too. Oh, they were so unsuspecting to that kind of a push.
Now, 3D Max have earned the right to start pushing stuff, right? I mean, they agreed. Yeah, winning that duel outside of Cave. That's what they didn't do last round, and that's why they couldn't push.
Although, if you want to give James opening kills at 25 seconds when there's still enough time if they wanted to, but they won't. They know better.
If they run into A, it's over, so.
Exactly. Just confirming that they're still sitting back there, and this clock will fizzle out to the favor of 3D Max. 8 rounds secured, still gunning for the double-digit half.
Mm-hmm. Playing for dignity here, I think.
Yeah, but nobody gives a damn about dignity at a major. Everybody just wants to play another... What?
He died after time?
I looked away.
Oh, body peeked into elbow smoke and just shot through it with his M4 and hit James in the head. Literally.
No.
That's terrible.
James doesn't die like that.
I mean, James
doesn't die like that.
James is dying, though. James is 1-9, I think.
Yes, he is. Yeah. I mean, and Paravision don't know what this is like.
Oh, that lineup. No, that was actually sick.
That's disgusting.
That was actually really... Well, I thought it was lucky.
Here we go, flash over.
But it was body.
Dink on the player coming up that ramp. Frag grenade sails in, and Cielo dodging it. Is lucky to still be alive. Oh, Belchanok comes out with his AK as well. Maka called into the action now, waiting for that deep swing in the sight, but they don't actually take it to him. And he's afforded a bit of space ahead of that smoke. Paravision's 4 versus 5, down to the 2 versus 2. Maka still on that angle.
These trades.
Sat back and waiting as James hunts down his second frag. Is not going to find it here in the 11th. Missed no scope, point blank. AW getting the edge and has the health advantage. But that bomb is around the front corner, so he'll just go in with the kill and find another clutch to his name.
Oh, the amount of clutches, actually. So Zello has a clutch. AW has a clutch. I think we've got a clutch also from 3. Most of their rounds have just been overwhelmingly successful from the jump. But crazy, actually, when you add up all the clutches in the series now, how this is happening.
Yeah, in this map, it's 1 for Yellow, and this most recent from AW. No 1vX is successful for 3D Max on Ancient.
They just win with numbers.
Exactly, haven't need it.
Yeah.
Well, good on Paravision. That was man disadvantage out of the gate. Now, 3D Max just keep kind of flying at Paravision, and it feels like Paravision, they took their beating, but now they're starting to dust themselves off a bit.
Is this going to be their dust too?
Just enough to make a competitive go of it in the next half, perhaps. XRC still killing James in the backdrop. Poor James, a 1-11 half. There was not many maps of this major where James was a non-factor. One of those was versus Tai Lu, where they were defeated in a blowout. Well, here we are again. James bottom of the board, Paravision on the brink of elimination, and a 3v3 coming at them inside of this B site yet again. They're waiting for the cave push, turning around. Cielo holds this. He's not going to be able to stop it. Lucky wins the duel. Notice Nade, though, goes deep and finds gravity at least, but low health here for Lucky. A kit on Maka. They're going to smoke off the ramp players. There's a Mac 10 here that could kill one, but remember, Maka's got full health, and so they'll find both. Okay, this is enough. Paravision in the last 5 rounds of this CT side from 3D Max find 4 rounds for the road. There was a moment at the start of Ancient where it felt like 3D Max were just putting a bow on this series, sending Paravision to elimination. But 4 of the last 5 rounds all added, and suddenly, just at the end of that first half, there's a shift in the mood here, Mohan.
It seemed like when AW couldn't pull off his 1v3, which was almost handed to him, it was over. But suddenly, 4 of the 5 last rounds, we saw the CT pistol on Inferno out of Paravision. They counter-stratted 3D Max to perfection. You know they're terrified now on this T side. I thought this game was done. I don't know if Paravision felt that way, but they played like it wasn't, and now here we are. A chance where if they get a pistol, suddenly it's like they never had a lead in the first place. 3D Max, they want to lock this down.
I mean, 3D Max themselves will remember all the times where they could have gone deeper into tournaments and then still just bottomed out. Disappointment for the fans at times.
They're ready for the A-split. 4 players here.
Well prepared for 3D Max's approach, but 3D Max still sharp. Lucky was the key back in the first pistol. Trade frags critical.
What?
CT's come out momentarily with man advantage, but it wasn't long lasting. Bomb dropped down into the middle of the site. Deep peek to the CT spawn. Maka's got it recovered.
What do they do from here? Lucky's thinking, how do I stay active? CTs are actually coming for him, but will he miss the gap?
It's 2 inside of the temple.
Oh, he's missing it.
The timing's been missed. He climbs up, gets popped. Now it's going to fall on Maka. 1v1 against James.
Oh!
And you never want to see that name against you.
4 kills on this pistol round for James. 1 kill in the first half.
Told you there was a tone shift. James seizing the chance to get out with impact ahead of that commitment. The fact that Paravision were even ready for that pistol tells me Paravision are ready for this entire T side from 3D Max.
I asked Connor, I was like, who worked harder last night? Who worked harder? And we just both in unison said, James.
So here we go.
Oh my God. If he pulls this off, this might be his greatest trick.
Well,
this might be his greatest feat.
Stay glued to the screen, folks. It's a long journey to top 8. But I think Paravision will take every map they can. Every chance to impress the world just a little further. As Yellow knows that he's going to get gunned down, just decides to turn and commit to it. MP9s with a big edge here as 3D Max bomb plant in the last round. Save for a round 3 bye. You got to milk these moments. Try to catch Paravision off guard. Punish just another kill. It could be a FAMAS or an MP9 lost.
4 of the last 5. It'll be 5 of the last 6. And then it'll be 6, 7.
I hate you. James going to clean up here. Middle for the Pistols. Their deathbed. Done. You know, NertZ is somebody who, as this game's gone on, has powered himself up, pulled himself up from the bottom of the board. We saw it back on Inferno as well, a little bit of a recovery, and here we go again.
The 2-round game, the lead has evaporated. 3D Max, if they're going to win this, it's going to be Inferno style, I think.
I mean, that's the one like saving grace is back on Inferno. Their T side was so fun to watch. Once it was the same start. They lost pistol. They gave away the freebie. They bought their guns. They never looked in the rearview mirror, barring a single clutch round for Paravision. We could be on the brink of exactly that again, but you just never know when James is a part of your opposition. 3D Max spamming through, lucky to be alive. Yellow somehow finds refuge between the fire and the smoke and all the lead that just had his name written on it.
Oh!
Another volley of gunfire comes through, and he's finally allowed to leave. The wallbang, though, also off the mark.
What's happening? How's he avoiding every bullet? He's just jumping over them.
There's a lot of opening effort for 3D Max to catch a kill, and they don't quite get it.
Zello's 9-12, but he once again had like the most impact on the comeback just because of clutches and everything. Same thing he did on Inferno, well, tried to. He's got a big job in Cave. It's good that they're pressuring him. Zello's pushing A.
I mean,
when did that happen?
He's got nothing to lose, right? Leaves the B bomb site, but then this sudden push. Oh, okay, Body finds the headshot to AW. Before Yellow can get back in, this was a well-prepared Paravision. They knew everything was coming this direction, and they can do nothing to stop it. So we'll get an answer. A little taste of what happened on Inferno. 3D Max come through full force and storm that bomb site despite Paravision's best efforts to stack it. Body's double kill out from Cave is critical.
Zello just ran a damn Iron Man across the map just to die instantly. on the bottom of B ramp. This is a great sign for 3D Max. The way that they win this, and honestly, I'm just looking at Zella, I'm like, he got so lucky. Every spot there, the spams and everything looks so perfect onto his position. So they might have stopped the problem before it even starts. And okay, Belchenok will maybe get an upgrade. Let's see if they let him live. Oh, now you got to be careful about over-investing into this.
Ooh.
That's 2 deaths. This game's not over. Of course, you want the easiest route to victory, but now you got an upgraded AK. He knocked down 10K from your economy. It's actually turned into not a bad loss. Love that angle at Exercise.
A lot of players just getting deleted there. Yeah, pressure's on, man. You know, this is a Paravision that is a stranger to this kind of a pressure. And you can say that once you get to this stage of the major, there's no longer pressure, but the more success they've found here in Budapest, the more they've believed that there was no limit. Reality could come crashing down around Paravision in 4 rounds of play. Body again. Woo! Deletes Jame with a bullet through Donut that will reverberate through Paravision. But a push out of Ziello.
Wow.
Because he's got, again, so little to lose. Makes that move down in, and now the commitment over to the rotation.
The bomb is coming by itself.
Bomb could get cut off by Belchenok. We'll watch as Lucky tries to find fights inside of sight. Belchenok starts to go back. Noda needs help. And as Belchenok takes a look towards the A site, he can't quite find Body, who backs up into the wall bang. Maka goes to try to capitalize, recovers the frag back, all while Gravity finds a clear path to cut off what's left.
It's a squeeze for his face, but Maka's coming back.
And as he runs in, Ziello's gonna hear that footwork.
Wait,
so
is coming back the right idea, though?
Hold on. AW stuck inside of Tempo. Ziello back towards middle. It's 3D Max that are given a chance to join forces, but nobody's watching the Tempo push, which AW doesn't go for. They think they have to go clear red room, but they don't know. Gravity has already made this push into the bomb site instead. Blindside. Ziello's done for. AW gets the element of surprise, and it's Gravity down to just 19 health. Huge moment for AW to potentially clutch again. Bomb in full exposure. This is a 10-second stick. He is halfway through it, and Gravity has not bitten down. AW, okay. Robbery, and another clutch with his name on it.
In broad daylight, a 10-second stick. What? They decided to plant on the, they decided to come back to the A site, first of all. That was already crazy. Here's another 1v2 from AW, and it's a new style of 1v2 from AW. Doesn't even have to shoot a bullet on the second guy.
Maka barreling into the cave, goes down.
Oh, what a gut-wrenching moment. You lose the opening kill now?
Ziello happy to step up to that chest again. Doesn't matter how many kills he was missing. A chance for the 5 versus 4. A moment here for 3D Max to try to flex their individual level again. Now the presence found. AW trying to scramble back to the hands on the Bombus. They can't clear him. Ziello's been popped, but Noda's got himself a double. All while, AW still remains on this bomb site. His 2 teammates inbound already. And that bomb's gonna get picked up and leave.
Don't make any tricky, you know, if they overplay these situations like they just did on A, that's where they're going to create the most chaos. That's where Paravision are going to thrive the most. Bomb stage back, and there's always a huge risk of not just committing to the rotation. But it's a big map. There was no guarantee that no one's watching the flank right now. They're trying to wait for a mistake. Will they find
the walk up?
Yes, they do.
AW gets shredded.
Great
Good headshot. Thing is, damage comes back towards Lucky. He's lucky to be alive, even 2 points of health.
This is actually huge from Belchon.
He's going to walk this down the ramp. Oh, catching the jump up. He knows they're still both here, and he will execute.
That could have come down to Jame. He does that by himself. No trade in place. It's a 1-round game.
After that quad kill in the CT pistol, when James stepped up, AW leaned back in his chair, looked over, and his words were, thank you. Thank you, James. Because this clutch opens a door for everybody else on Paravision to fight for their lives at their very first major.
What we've seen at this major is that you can be a great team and have strategy and put everything in the right priorities when it comes to the CS. But the reason Paravision are here is not just the CS. It's their ability under pressure.
That lead is all but gone. A single round the difference, a single gun is what they come into this 18th round with. bodyy already has it out through middle. And we've got James on a passive angle out towards CT spawn. It's going to confirm that there's presence here off of the Noda peak. However, bLitz gets blasted away by gravity, and there's no A main hold. Noda goes back. From both sides, Donut belongs now to the push of 3D Max, and James misses one shot, does drop a body in the process. Now he's lucky to be alive, and his teammate just killed right over top of his shoulder. Pushing through the Donut, recovers. It's yellow yet again, but now the rifles are in the hands of 3D Max.
They want refuge inside a Donut, but they can't get it. They've got to be nomadic now and find a new place to stand.
bodyy takes that peek into CT ledge, sees there's nothing there, goes back towards the Donut hold, and he'll find another headshot.
Okay.
bodyy is a big impact player for 3D Max at the moment.
Yeah, with the way that the openings have gone, bodyy has really saved the day. 3 frags on this round.
Here we go. 3D Max's answer comes by way of bodyy just churning through that Donut setup. 3 kills to his name by the end of this round.
Just a bit worried for 3D Max, though, that it's a round like this. Because it is the round where they don't have anything to lose. They don't come into this round thinking that they're going to win. That's the only thing different in this second half compared to their rifles. Mentally, this is a very small victory. They know it's a couple of mistakes here. We ran them down. We, all just were 5 fingers on one hand, ran through a smoke, and created enough chaos. That can happen. That's not a sustainable victory, though. This next one will be, if they can couple it up with that one.
This is all the money of Paravision as well, so not only would it put them on 11.
3D Max also grab a nice tempo with the money they saved.
Yes, sir. That one round could almost make up for all the rounds that have been lost in this second half so far, just because of how one-sided the first 12 were. AW is going to get pelted by utility. He has been waiting for a moment to recover this map.
Oh my God, the amount of rounds Zello only has an MP9 to work with here in Cave.
When he was on the attack, he kept getting bested by gravity, but this guy has rallied on the defense.
They're really heavily leaning B, and I'm talking about both teams for the moment.
Yeah, not long though.
Yeah, bLitz only has a 5-7. They're definitely nervous about him over on the A site. And Paravision, they don't want to save for the next round. They want to win this one.
Now James, met by Flames, has to go for the move. Zello calling teammates back over, but 3D Max are still inside of that cave. Now that they arrive, gravity, instant headshot. That's Noda down. How?
Oh, he got it.
Okay.
With the op shot.
At least keeps this one even. We've got a huge push from AW. Remember that moment where Zello went for the cave to A to flank around the B site? Well, we're going to get the same thing, but this time it's AW with a 5-7. And last time, by the moment the flank was in position, everybody on the site was dead.
And he gave the better gun to bLitz here.
This time, Paravision survive a bit longer. Smokes come up, but the flashes, fantastic. Maka sets gravity up for the frag, and AW is still late to this party. There are kits for the retake, but by the time AW's here, the retake's called off. Paravision concede an 11th, and they need to save these guns. One for the roads, not half bad for AW, but 3D Max can now see the finish line.
They worked them inside B. That's so nice to couple up with their eco that they won this last round. It's a full-up rifle. It's actually Paravision who lose so much because they died of that rush. And now they're on the doorstep of winning this series.
You could see the relief for 3D Max when they pulled that round off. It put them in a prime position. Excellent utility here from James. Nearly got them back in, but that flashbang out of Maka made the post plant all the easier. 3 rounds the lead. 2 rounds from victory. The buy that Paravision can still afford is not that bad.
Yeah, with that saved gun, AW gives up his weapon as well.
Gravity goes Mac 10 entry out middle, and that's just going to feed a man advantage over to Paravision. I don't know if you can rush this process, but Zello decides to take a step out through cave, and of all the rounds that he's stayed alive for so long...
They tried to flash push him.
Man, they take the swing.
That gun now is actually pretty far away. The T's have middle as well, so they can't get this one back either.
On top of that, the Donut gets pressured. That
but
pushes
if you're
both
Paravision,
back.
you still got to come retake mid. You have to, even after the small A. I think it's what 3D Max don't want them to do.
Well,
yeah, they're trying to dissuade him from doing it.
Miss Molotov, though. That Molotov should prevent this angle from James, but instead it goes too deep. body's going to step in, and James clips him.
That's a pretty bad wall bang right there, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill.
Able to get back into the site now as they stack up inside of A main. Man advantage still for Paravision, but I mean, A is looking susceptible.
It's a great play here for NertZ. He's walking all the way down mid, but he's actually going towards B.
They still think something's set up outside of the B site. Maybe because Yellow saw all those bodies at the start of the round. He pushed through and got deleted, and now it is a rude awakening. Bomb is on the A site, about to be planted. Sure, man advantage, but Lucky's got a player inside of Donut that goes deep, and a Maka blindside on Noda is going to take this back to 3D Max.
Oh, that's great awareness.
Another moment where push comes to shove, but Paravision go to clear out the wrong side of the map. And so do they take this chance? A shot for James.
What?
Molotov turns the attention of the Donut player. That's what opens up this door for the retake now. Belchanok's got to be coming in to help out James. Player on the site emerges. James hits a second, and the third shot never rings out. 3D Max take 12.
Oh, clutch denied by a frame. That shot not coming out. An instant headshot, and the day saved here for 3D Max.
And 4 rounds where now Paravision face elimination.
Oh, baby. First kill doesn't go their way. They meet this double donut setup. Then the B site take is beautiful out of 3D Max. Them just trying to continue forward with it. Pretend like those first kills never went down the way they did. It ended up being perfect. 4-round gap.
And the money keeps coming. Frags for 3D Max also found. Maka catching that aggressive move out of Noda. Paravision walk into Budapest as an unknown entity, having never played versus top 20 teams. The self-proclaimed gatekeepers of Tier 1 now sit with 4 chances to close out an elimination 0-2 match to send Paravision's dreams crashing down around them. The MP9 falls on the top of green. A-site looking primed for the taking. Famas, though, still manages to keep 2, which means for just a little while longer, Paravision can dream of the thought of making it to playoffs at their very first major. Calling on Ziello and AW, who have shown us fantastic moments. They try to pounce, they try to push, and they'll be met by La Resistance. 3D Max survive the test as Paravision can't manage. And we get French CS one step further at the major.
Oh, what a win. And you've got to be embittered here if you're Paravision. Obviously, this one's just to survive, but it could have been 3D Max on the receiving end. Instead, Paravision, who started off this series with a win, will have to face elimination after getting so close to so many different rounds on Inferno, but still getting stomped. And now on Ancient, making a massive comeback, keeping that candle of hope alive up until the very last second and having it ripped away after such a long 3 weeks. It can't take away from the fact that Paravision have shown us some great games. The same thing would be said for 3D Max, even though they came here a week later. The victories, the VRS points that they accumulated, the new stories coming up under James and Destan, those will be remembered. One of the best runs that we've seen so far at this major has been ended.
No, by the time this event ends, we will have champions in Budapest, but Budapest will also serve as a springboard for the teams that don't quite make it that far. Budapest will be remembered as the birth of Paravision and as the return of the duo that is James and Destan, and nobody can take that away from them. Meanwhile, 3D Max, I think, just kind of shake off the fact that they pushed away one of the pluckiest teams from Stage 1.
Yeah.
Teams that showed so much clutch, so much success in overtime. You're not the first, second, third, or fourth team to lose in OT to this very same roster. And it's more about the recovery for 3D Max. It's a recovery from not only the 0-2 pool, but a 0-1 start within that series. Nobody could have looked elimination closer in the face and still found a way to play their game.
Definitely.
T-side over on Inferno was fantastic, and the start of this CT side made Paravision's game on Ancient difficult the entire time.
Absolutely, and I mean, the 3D Max, again, at the end of last week, were so good to the point that it felt like they were going to run through this stage. Now, that doesn't happen. They end up 0-2. It's still going to be a grind, and nothing's promised. Like, they could still very easily get eliminated with the teams of the caliber that are in this stage now. I mean, you don't know who you're going to get. You know, who drops down to that 1-2 pool. But 3D Max, they show a ceiling. They beat a really tough team, better than their brand shows, better than we're used to, and we don't know what they have left to offer.
We'll hand this one down for an interview with Gravity as 3D Max survive Day 3.
That was hell of a match and hell of a fight, and you continue your journey in Budapest. Gravity, please just tell me what's going on through your head right now.
I don't know, I'm tired to be honest. This best of 3 was really exhausted. Even more for me because I give really 200% of myself to win this game, so I'm just happy to win it.
You could see it on server, the whole team was giving everything, and it was a tough match. I mean, dust2 went even into overtime, and it felt like you could have won this map too, but in overtime, it didn't go your way at all. Why do you think you couldn't close it out there?
I don't know about the overtime, but I mean, during our city side, we just fucked up. It's really difficult to play against them. We make some mistake, individual mistake in some round, and some round we just didn't play well as a team. They played just better than us, and that's why they won on dust2. They were just better, to be honest. We were not that good, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, but Inferno, you were the better team. You had full control and amazing team play. That felt very well prepared.
I don't know if it's about the preparation. It's more about like how we are good individually on the map. Everyone on the server. Like it's easy. It's really easy for me as an IGL to just call on this map around my players. Like everyone feel it, so it's just more easy for us.
Okay. And looking at the third map, when I saw that you're gonna play Ancient as a third map, I don't know. I had a feeling that probably you're gonna win it because it looked like you were really good on Ancient, especially against NIP recently. Did you think also that the map V2 went a bit in your favor in this best of 3?
Yeah, I think it's in our favor. We really felt confident on Ancient and Overpass, so for us it was good veto against them. We just knew that on dust2 it will be a bit difficult, but even for dust2 we were feeling good actually, but we fucked up on our city side, so I don't know.
Okay, just don't do that tomorrow and easy. Okay, it was a long day and you're tired, just like you said. So how are you going to reset today and prepare for tomorrow?
Playing Face It until 4 AM and then wake up and just do it again until the playoffs. We need to go to the playoffs.
Okay, I wish you best of luck, Gravity. Thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you too.
Back to London and Scrawny, guys.
I mean, that's the grind set mentality.
Got to. I mean,
you got to be honest, man. You qualified.
Still got another game to play tomorrow. Still got to play.
Yeah.
Schedule's still going.
Got to stay sharp. I mean, I think dust2 is going to find itself in the same situation that Nuke was. We saw with that pregame interview, Bodyy just kind of mentioning like, yeah, we've got a little to work on with Nuke, so we're happy that it wasn't going to happen in this series again. Now, dust2 and Nuke, I don't think you can have that weak map pool that can be exposed against you, so back to the drawing board after the Face It games, perhaps. We'll take a look at the MVP here for the series. Obviously, you know, we had a little back and forth between XRCs, between Cielo, Gravity as the last match MVP. I mean, rock solid calling as well, and on top of that, a 1.29 rating mode.
I mean, he saved the Inferno T side just with like fragging. I think the calling got better as the series progressed. Obviously, you see a negative round swing. I don't know if that's actually right with the other really handsome looking stats, but either way, left his mark on the map, absolutely. And you know, for once we see the winner get the MVP, which lines up.
Yeah, right towards the tail end. I mean, I think Paravision had more in the tank to offer us at the end of that game, but I think it was just how much the first half went the way of 3D Max. Their ability to ride momentum sometimes is just one of their, I think, best features. We saw it over on Inferno. We see it move forward into Ancient. So before we wrap up the B stream for today, let's take a look at the standings here for Stage 3 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. Obviously at the tippity top, we've got Spirit already qualifying for the arena. That's at the expense of Mouse that now find themselves in the 2-1 pool. And then obviously Furia and G2 going on at this moment. You know that already because you're watching on your second monitor. Obviously, Paravision and Team Liquid, Wanders, are the 0-3 teams of Stage 3.
It's actually ruthless. Like, you see the amount of good teams here, but that's what it is, man. This is the major. We are in Stage 3. And I think right now you've obviously got Furia, who are kind of stomping G2, already up a map too. They seem just like, I don't even know who's going to beat them, to be honest. But it's not Vitality, it's not Falcons taking 3-0. I think those are the other two picks that you would have expected. But Vitality, they took a warm-up game. Yeah, they're back.
I think what you see now is actually a lot of the Stage 3 teams finding their groove. I mean, if you look at those standings, divide them, it's essentially just all the teams that have progressed from previous stages on the right side, 1, 2, or lower, and then everybody else is actually finding their moments, even the Mongols, who I think a lot of people were willing to write off. But Control has shown us what it's all about, man.
Oh, yeah.
So big moments coming through here in Budapest, plenty more Counter-Strike to come. It's all about who walks away with that trophy, but we're still so far from it. So again, sit back and enjoy that other best of 3 still to conclude. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for more action here at StarLadder.